Welcome to day 3 of the England Athletics Senior U20 Championships, incorporating the Senior Para Championships and UK Combined Events Championships. Under 20 men's discus throw getting us underway. In the first round, Jacob Ford holds lead 54-47, and Aaron in second with 47-72, Owen Garrett in third with 47-64. Taking place outside the main arena. If you watch that go over to the wall of track, it should be out there. So our first in-stadium event about to get started. This event is high jump. Here are your athletes. Jumping first from Swansea Harriers, Sam Davis. From Notts AC, Harry White. From Berkshire Harriers, Charlie Muslims. From Taunton, Luke Reynolds. From Harrow, Divine Duruaku. Also from Harrow, Teo Andrews. From Leeds City, Morgan Williams. From City of Sheffield and Durham, Jonathan Heath. From Bournemouth, Ryan Webb. From City of Sheffield and Durham, Kaya Walker. And from Yeaton District, Luke Ball. That's the senior men's high jump final. We're also getting started in the 20 men's high jump. Here's your lineup. From Decorum Athletics Club, George Ball. From Bedford and County, Zephaniah Bryan. From Wimborne, Jack Williams. From Manx Harriers, Regan Cobb. From Wigan District Harriers, Will Jackson. From Border Harriers, Harrison Fletcher. From Yeaton District, Otis Poole. From Rugby and Northampton, David Malawusi. From City of Plymouth, Ethan Blight. From Yates District, Peter Trinity Selenko. From Millfield School, Andre Yekwe. From Corby, Sunny Locke. From Sarah Harriers Manchester, Martin Ogundebi Dobies. From Poole, Harry Robson. From Worktop Harriers, Brooklyn Crooks. And from Brighton and Hove, Dylan Kelby. That's your lineup. This is the under 20 men's high jump final. So our senior men's Decathlon 110 metre hurdlers behind the blocks, final 8 first, and 2 from Kingston upon Hull, Oliver Adnett. In 3 from the University of Birmingham, Craig Munkle. In 4 from Edinburgh AC, Callum Newman. In 5 from Durham, Dante.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Birmingham. We're at the Alexander Stadium for day 3 of the England Athletics Senior and Under-20 Championships. Scott Eagleburn here in the commentary box alongside me, Michael Weedock. And Michael, we had a great day 2 of action yesterday, and it all kicks off in just a moment with day 2 of the senior men's decathlon.
Yeah, I should probably start with an apology, shouldn't I? Because you put me on the spot late last night, asking me what my highlight was, and I was struggling, and the reason I was struggling to come up with Olivia McGee. So I just want to apologise to Olivia. She was, for me, I think yesterday, definitely one of the performances of the day.
An under-17 who not only won the under-20, but she beat all the under-23s and seniors as well in the 3,000 steeplechase.
So I just wanted to get that on the record first thing this morning.
Yeah, your record is clean for sure. So day 2 of this decathlon then, it starts with the 110 metre hurdles. We've got Oliver Adnett, Craig Moncur, Callum Newby, Dante McNichol, Stephen Simmons, who actually leads the competition after day 1, had a very, very good day 1 yesterday. More on that shortly. And then on the outside in this one, Evan Campbell, who was the leader in the high jump yesterday, the 2 metre plus man, was going for 2:04, didn't quite get it, was very close with his final attempt. But this is the first race of the 110 metre hurdles in the senior men's decathlon. Day 3 starts here. Nicely away, Moncur got out well, so did Adnett on the inside, but here comes Simmons, who, as we say, leads in that Kent vest here. Coming towards the back end of this opening event of day 2. On the inside, Moncur is challenging, but it is Simmons with 14.58 seconds. Well, that's very good, because that would be a new personal best for Stephen Simmons if it's confirmed. As I said yesterday, came through with an 11.05 in the 100 metre to start. He won the long jump with 7.14. He's on for a very good score, in excess of 7,000 points when you factor in that 110 metre hurdles. So great start for Stephen Simmons. Craig Moncur looked to me as if he came through for second there, and Craig Moncur at the moment is in 5th place, some 200 points just shy of that off Stephen Simmons. Could all change come the 1500 later on though.
Yeah, 3,906 points ahead of that hurdles for Stephen Simmons. 11.05 in his 100 metres yesterday, 7.14 in his long jump, 12.51 in his shot put, 192, excellent performance in the high jump, 49.43, third place for him in the 400 metres. So terrific day yesterday. Remember, of course, we do have more events culminating in the 1500 metres later on today, but he will be absolutely thrilled and delighted, I think, to have got that one under his belt to start day 2, coming back overnight.
Yeah, for sure. Great way to open up the account. He is on for a good score. He's building nicely through the events, that's what matters. Just to take a look then at some of the other events that we've got coming up for you for the rest of the day. We've got the long jump final happening in front of us. You can just see, if you're watching on our dedicated field stream, where you can see all the action from inside the stadium. We also have a dedicated outside the stadium field stream as well. Some good names lining up in this England champs long jump field. It's the seniors and under 23s. They'll be running with the wind, which is mostly important. And Alessandro Cianini, the Scottish athlete, who has got a personal best of 8 metres, set that at the Scottish Championships a couple of years ago, goes in this building nicely, as well as Murray Fotheringham, another Scottish lad who's gone close to 8 metres previously. So we'll be trying to keep an eye on that as well. It fortunately is in front of us here in the main stand.
Yeah, looking forward to the senior men's shot put final later on today as well. That one starts in around about 12 minutes time. I mean, he was here yesterday handing out some of the medals. I'm pretty certain he'll be picking up a medal today. That is Scott Lincoln of the City of York club. His season's best throw, 21.09, his PB 21.31. Such a consistent thrower as well, the two-time Olympian Scott Lincoln. He is the standout in that field, so we'll be keeping our eye on that one in around about 10-11 minutes as well.
Worth mentioning, these are also the trials for the Great Britain team, who head to the European Junior Championships in Finland in 2 weeks' time. And we've already had a few champions and athletes book their place on the plane. To get selected today, you need to have the qualification standard and finish first in your event. The other second and third spots are discretionary and come down to various different criteria, which is set out in the selection policy.
Just keeping our eye on the athletes who are getting ready for this second B final, if you like, of the decathlon, the men's senior decathlon 110 metre hurdles. Always worth, first thing, I think, just checking out to make sure that everyone has come back for day 2. We definitely saw that yesterday with the under 20s decathlon, that not everybody returned for day 2 for whatever reason, whatever their choice that they made in order not to compete on day 2. But it looks to me as though we do have the full complement here of the 5 athletes. So just to run through them for you, in lane 2 will be George Asprey of the Basingstoke and Midlands Athletics Club. Dan Richardson in 3 from the City of Sheffield and Dean. City of York, William Reid will be in lane 4. Alistair Mackay of Team East Lothian in lane 5. And Cal McLennan, another Basingstoke and Midlands athlete, he will be in lane 6. So we do have the full 5 that were on the start list for this B final. So 10 barriers, 110 metres at the start of day 2 of the decathlon competition. It will culminate in what may for some be a very long and tiring 1500 metres. We saw yesterday, didn't we, in the under 20s, how crucial that final event was, and it was all on the line as well, and it could prove to be the same today, as the athletes here are called to their blocks. Asprey in 2, Richardson in 3, Reid in 4, Mackay in 5, and McLennan in lane 6. Men's decathlon B final, 110 metres hurdles. Reaching the first hurdle was George Asprey. Asprey is also there being tested by William Reid alongside him, and Reid it is at the moment. who's going to try and get there, but the win is going to go in lane 5 to Alistair Mackay of Scotland, who came through in the second phase of that race. Asprey hit a couple of hurdles on the way through, and so it was Mackay who came through to pick up the points.
Yeah, good tussle that. I think he'll be happy with how he managed to just move through the field in the last few barriers. It's always a challenge. We mentioned it yesterday because just how the decathletes always have a really early start, but on Friday for the junior men's decathlon it started at 3 p.m, so it was quite leisurely. But yeah, our senior decathletes having a more normal time frame to get ready.
Yeah, Richardson hit the first hurdle, and I think his race was over at that point. And then obviously we saw William Reid, who was in contention as well. He hit the last hurdle, and that rather impeded his progress towards the line. So that allowed Mackay to come through, take the victory, and take the points there in the B final.
And those are results from that first race then. Stephen Simmons 14.60, Oliver Adnett was 14.67, and Callum Newby 14.80. It was a good quality first race. And I think Adnett's also got a personal best, and Newby looks like he smashed his too, and then Craig Moncur, it looks as if. So it was quick, very quick. And probably the main stories from yesterday in this senior men's decathlon was that Jack Turner, an 8,000 point man at his best from a couple of years ago, did not take part in the high jump and the 400 metres, so he's not here today. And then Harry Kendall, who I think was pleased with how he'd started over the first 4 events. It was 10.95 in the 100 metres, and then over 7 metres in the long jump, and then in the 400 metres, the final event, he got out really well, but about around 180 metres, 190 metres in, he pulled it. It looked to be perhaps a calf injury. We hope he's okay and maybe can still get another decathlon in at the end of the season.
Also getting underway very shortly will be the women's under-20s pole vault final as well. This is always an interesting one to look, because we do have this kind of terrific sort of history, recent history in terms of pole vaulting in this country. When you think that thread from kind of Kate Dennison to Holly Bradshaw. Kate obviously was coaching Holly, and then Holly Bradshaw passing the mantle on, if you like, to Molly Caudry. And Molly Caudry was someone that you followed, or you saw in this event a few years ago.
Yeah, the age group champs 10 years ago, I remember seeing Molly Caudry on the pole vault results and seeing her there. I think she maybe finished something like 5th or 6th on that occasion. As a, could have been under 17 or under 20, I can't remember exactly, but you know, it just goes to show that athletes come through these championships and go on to bigger and better things. I think I mentioned yesterday that it was Desiree Henry against Dina Asher-Smith at these championships as under 20s back in 2014. I think the clock time on that day was 11:09 windy. I think it was given as 11:11, which still stands as a championship record for Dina. But obviously Dina went on a few years later to become world champion, Olympic medalist, and has achieved a lot in the sport since. So you never know who you're watching here, whether or not they're going to go on to bigger and better things.
And you mentioned Desiree Henry, and we've been watching some decathlon. The thing that everyone mentions when they talk about Desiree Henry, of course, was she was selected by Daley Thompson for the opening ceremony of the London 2012 Olympics to be one of those final torchbearers. And what they did, obviously, was a lot of the kind of legends of British sport, people like Daley Thompson and Kelly Holmes and Sharon Davis, I think, was involved as well, potentially. All chose a young athlete to light that Olympic flame back in 2012. So what's fantastic there, as you say, you then saw Desiree coming through in 2014. She's now a 2-time Olympic medalist as well. She's got 2 relay medals, so she really has fulfilled some of that promise that Daley Thompson spotted. She was a medalist in Paris last year. if I can be slightly self-indulgent, I'm going to tell my Daley Thompson Desiree Henry story.
Yeah, go on, please do.
Because I was working on radio with Daley at the Olympics last year, so when Desiree Henry won that medal, I was obviously with him, and we were talking about the fact on the radio that he had selected Desiree back in 2012, and here she was, another medal. She'd won a medal in Rio, missed Tokyo, come back to win a medal in Paris, and so I knew I'd be seeing Desiree the following morning at Team GB house. What they do at the Olympics, Team GB always take over like a place in the city centre, and they invite all the medalists from the previous day, the previous evening, to come and meet friends and family and do interviews. So I knew I'd be seeing Desiree, so Daley recorded a lovely video for me for Desiree just to congratulate her on her medal. And I was actually with Amy Hunt and Desiree Henry, and I had to get Amy to do the sound recording bit because I couldn't work the video and my microphone and the recording devices all at the same time. So I know Amy Hunt's a graduate of a top university and an Olympic medalist sprinter, but there's possibly a sound recorder's job there
you never
in the
know
future as well.
Well, athletics is such a short career. You've got to find something to pay the mortgage with afterwards, haven't you? So you never know.
It was a lovely moment showing Desiree the video from Daley, and then I saw Amy Hunt again. I think you were there as well, the Keighley Classic here in Birmingham. And she was running at the Keighley Classic, and she saw me and she said, "Last time I saw you, you had me in tears." Hopefully they were tears of joy.
Tears of joy, yeah, I think so.
Happy tears, happy tears.
Happy tears. So throughout the rest of this morning then, our next track event in 10 minutes time is the senior women's 100 metre hurdles heats. We've got 4 heats in that before we head through to some wheelchair finals. We've got a para 100 metre final before that too at 10:30, and then we go into the 200 metre heats for the juniors, and then the seniors, and we've got some race walk action as well. And yeah, this long jump, if you're watching our in-stadium field stream, they are just getting the pit all raked before getting underway with the first event. The first jump and the high jump as well is getting ready. The athletes will head over to the discus in a moment. It's happening outside the stadium. I'm just trying to get a view actually. The discus is happening inside the stadium. Quite clear. We've got the high jump happening as well. So lots going on the dedicated field stream if you want to tune in with that. And as Michael says, red shot put happening. It's just started. It looks like Scott Lincoln has taken his first throw somewhere in and around 20 metres. The thing with Scott Lincoln, he's so unbelievably consistent. But next track action in around 10 minutes time with the 100 metre hurdles for the single women.
From Gibson Harriers, Martha Hewitt Chapman. From Takura, Isabella Tucker. From Sarah Harriers, Shona Wilkins. From Glasgow Jaguars, Harris Crawford. From Petroni, Ella Cheshire. From Blackington Rodney Harriers, Madeline Jones. From Leeds City, Mallory Samuel. From News, Imogen Clark. From Royal St Coldfield, Charlotte Prince. And finally, from News, Ava Hayes. That's the women's under 20 poles. And the field event to bring you the men's launch. Starting with from Gifford North, Alessandro Cicchini. From City of Portsmouth, Wojciech Berger. From Cardiff, Anatomko and Campe Mortimer. From Sale Harriers, Midori Wagbeck. From Newman Essex Beagles, Orifiola and Pegba. From Thames Valley Harriers, Ogo and Retrioni. Also from Thames Valley Harriers, Morgan Treasure. From Sale Harriers, Samuel Ebenheim. From Hearts Phoenix, Matthew Cox. From Birchfield Harriers, Trevor Alexanderson. From Nuclear Par, Aidan Patton. From Blythe, Alfie Ward. From Glasgow Jaguars, Willie Fotheringham. From Sale Harriers, Miguel Gayson. And finally, from Harrow AC, FA Wafer, the senior men's long jump final.
All right then, this is the lineup for our first heat of the women's 100-metre hurdles. We're going to see them potentially 3 times today because we have 4 heats and then semi-finals to come. Marley Jessup starts on the inside, will be favourite for a medal here this weekend. Erin Williams goes in 3. Miriam Glasner is in 4. Freya Doherty as well, keep an eye out for her, real talent, under 23 athlete. Maya Booth goes in 6. Amelia Brandon, the Swindon Harrier, in 7. Then Anastasia Davies, Blackheath Bromley on the outside. Another athlete that is going to be in the mix. Marley Jessup on the inside, always wearing those arm sleeves. Building nicely this season. Jessup currently 6th ranked in the UK. So Sydney Semper taking a year off competing this year, so my guess at this point, with the World Champs qualification standard being 12.73, we will be unlikely to see anyone go to the World Championships from a British perspective, but Emma Waffle has run 12.87 seconds this year and is in really fantastic form. Building nicely indeed. Big improvements, but Marley Jessup, who goes in this first race, medalist at last year's UK Outdoor Championship, should be looking to get on the podium again this year for certain. Indoors this year, she was a bronze medalist at the UK Indoor Championships. Jessup, the reigning under 23 champion. So it's Jessup, Williams, Glasner, Doherty, Booth, Brandon and Davies in lane 8 on the outside. 7 athletes in this first heat. Top 3 will go through to the semi-finals. Great start from Doherty in the middle, always gets away well. There's Jessup 2, very smooth from Jessup on the inside. It's Doherty in second, Davies on the outside, going well, but Jessup pulling away from the rest of the field. She'll take a win in Heat 1, 13.48 seconds. That's a great start from Marley Jessup, not too far off her season's best.
That was never in doubt, was it? I think right from the gun, she was there to the first hurdle, first head of the field. Showed again excellent technique throughout the entire race, and no one really came to challenge her. It was an excellent run from Jessup.
Yeah, job done from her perspective. We'll see Jessup alongside Fred Doherty and Anastasia Davies. I don't think Doherty will be too far off her personal best of 13.73.
Top 3 qualify automatically, and then the 3 next fastest athletes go through. So what we will have is a second heat coming up. There will also be Heat 3 and Heat 4. So it's going to be a busy day for our women over the 100-metre hurdles. Getting ready for that second heat. I can tell you that in lane 2 from the Radley Athletics Club, Hayley Perrin, Bevan McCaffrey from Birchfield Harriers in 3, Paris King, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier in 4, Kira Holt in 5 from the Momentum Track Club, Jess Frost from the Bedford and County Athletics Club in 6, Danny Hales in 7 from the Telford Club, and Sophie Hogton in lane 8 from the Crawley Club. And again, what you'll have here is seniors and under 23s. So if you were with us yesterday, you'll know that slightly complicated, that we are crowning some under 23 champions today as well. So whilst they might not necessarily cross the line first, they could well be their age group winner. So in terms of season's best time, Danny Hales in lane 7, look out for her from Telford. So not too far away. Season's best time of 13.41. Also look for Paris King in lane 4, Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier. Season's best, personal best time, 13.68. Also having run sub 14 seconds, Kira Holt in lane 5 as well. Her season's best time, 13.94.
Shaftesbury Barnet, 5, Kira Holt at 90, 6, the County, Jessica Frost, 7, Danny Hales at Telford, 8, Sophie Hogton and Crawley.
Interesting always to watch the body language on that start line. Perrin trying to motivate herself there in lane 2, trying to visualise what she's going to do in this race as she heads towards that first barrier. We've got this competition just taking place in front of us as well. We'll keep our eye on those field events for you, and you can of course follow the dedicated field stream as well. So Perrin in 2, McCaffrey in 3, King in 4, Holt in 5, Frost in 6, Hales in 7, and Hogton in lane 8. Heat 2 then of the women's 100 metres hurdles. And I can tell you that Paris King has come out really well here in the black and white stripes. Paris King coming under a little bit of pressure now from Danny Hales. Can Paris King hold on? Can Hales get there to dip at the line? I think she just did enough to hold off the challenge. Remember, 3 qualify automatically, and then the next 4 across the heats will progress as well.
Yeah, that was really smooth. I think 13.45 is confirmed with a legal tailwind. So I'm just trying to take a look to see where the windsock is. I think it might be a huge personal best for Paris King. .68 this year as a personal best into a headwind. That was at the start of the month. Good value there for 13.50. The wind is legal as well, and Danny Hales 13.62.
Yeah, terrific performance again from Paris King there. Came under a little bit of pressure over the last couple of hurdles, but I think what was interesting was she was obviously aware of that pressure coming from her right-hand side, from the likes of Danny Hales and others, but just maintained her concentration, did what she had to do, and ran through the line. And as you say, what a fantastic time that is as well. Paris King, 13.50. So smashing that PB of 13.68. Hales in second, Holt in third.
We're just waiting to try and get some updated results from the shot put competition, which is going into the 4th round. We haven't quite managed to keep an eye on it yet. The results not updating from our end either. No, but you can stay up to date with what's happening with the live results on the Roster Athletics app or website. Tune in and find out how your friends, teammates are getting on this weekend as well. And remember, of course, we're going to be back here next weekend for the UK Championships. I think there's some tickets still available. Best of Britain looking to become national champion and book a spot on the plane to the World Championships in Tokyo in September. That incredibly quick Tokyo track we saw at the Olympics 4 years ago. So here we are then with the 3rd heat of the senior women's 100 metre hurdles. Grace Morgan, the Cardiff archer, goes on the inside. We've then got Jasmine Clark in 3, then Kia Slade of Basingstoke in that yellow vest in 4, then Jess Dixon-Walker, then Noah Moundus of Cambridge Harriers, and then Leah Bonsu on the outside. Leah Bonsu, the Croydon Harrier, still only an under-23, feels like she's been around for a long time. Has run a personal best of 13.64 seconds this year, currently sits 4th in the UK rankings. Came 5th at the UK indoors this year, and she's a talented triple jumper as well. English schools champion over that event 12 months ago. So there's the lineup for you. Bonsu running her personal best at the Welsh Championships, which also incorporated the British under-23 trials. There's the last month gone. That was 4 weeks ago now. So Morgan, Clark, Slade, Dixon, Walker, Moundus and Bonsu. Heat 3, top 3 automatically through to the semi-finals. Nice away from Bonsu on the inside. Morgan gets away well. And it's Bonsu that leads here. Bit of a challenge from Clark in lane through, starting to surge through. Maybe Clark just has an edge here. Bonsu under some pressure. Can she hold on across the line? 13.48, that was very close. Plus 2.5 metres per second win. That would be a big personal best for Leah Bonsu. Jasmine Clark just outside her lifetime best, albeit an illegal tailwind. They're very close across the line. Both of them through to those semi-finals. Michael, I'm not sure who you thought might have just got it on the dip.
Well, you couldn't choose between the two of them through that race. I mean, the lead was changing hands time after time after time. I thought for a long time it might be Leah Bonsu, but yeah, credit to Jasmine Clark, absolutely fantastic through the kind of final third of the race, really. And as I said, the lead changing hands over the last couple of hurdles. I'll have to confirm it. I thought it was Bonsu from Clark, but well, it was Bonsu from Clark with Morgan in third.
Yeah, 13.52 seconds given to Leah Bonsu. Jasmine Clark, good run, 13.57, and then, as you say, Morgan 13.84. So I'm doing a personal best for Morgan as well, had it not been for the tailwind in that one. Just to update you, we're seeing some results start to trickle through from the shot put, where Scott Lincoln through 19 metres 81 in that first round. I saw her throw, I said it wasn't far off 20, but that a championship record, would you believe? The old championship record was, sure, I can't believe that. It says a championship record for 1981. Apparently Karl Marsko through 21.55 back in 2003, so I'm not sure whether the data's quite correct for that, maybe, but anyway, Scott Lincoln leading the shot put as expected.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt it will be Scott Lincoln's title today. He, of course, using this as a warm-up, if you like, ahead of next week, where he'll be aiming to become national champion. I think indoors and outdoors, that if he wins next week as we expect, I think it might be national title number 20 indoors and outdoors, something along those lines.
Yes, I think he isn't far off. Just going back to the indoors this year, I've got a list of it somewhere, it shows me.
So yeah, something special about being a national champion, two-time Olympian, and of course he'll have his eye on a place on the plane to Tokyo, and I'm looking forward to those World Championships. I'm looking forward to seeing that stadium full up, because of course watched it during the COVID times at the Olympic Games, and as you say, a really quick track, some wonderful performances back in those Olympic Games, but obviously without a crowd, without spectators, clearly lacking something. So I'm sure that the athletes that were in Tokyo back in 2021 at the delayed Olympics and will get the opportunity to go again will absolutely relish running in front of that huge crowd. And of course it's the first of two World Championships in that part of the world, because after Tokyo the World Championships will go to Beijing, although we will have the new event in Budapest, the Ultimate World Championships as well, which would be an interesting one.
Yeah, just worth mentioning on Scott Lincoln that whilst he doesn't have the standard of 21 metres 50 at the moment, he is within the World Athletics rankings quota. He currently sits in 16th and there's 36. That'll all change, of course, after next weekend's National Championships weekend, which is pretty much globally. So he may shift up or down, you never quite know, but 16th at the moment is a great position for Scott Lincoln to be in. And yeah, fingers crossed that we see him in Tokyo.
Yeah, and he'll want to get into the final, because you know that's what he's missed out on in the last two Olympic Games. Hasn't reached the final, a bit disappointed with that. Has changed things around, has been out in Australia and has based himself out there in the past year or so to change things around. So he'll be desperate to get into that final. We'll keep our eye on Scott Lincoln. We're also going to keep our eye on this race on the track for you, which is our fourth heat of the women's 100 metres hurdles. Yasmin Uwakwe in 2, Etienne Morn in 3, Eniola Ajagbi in 4, Alessandra McDonald in 5, Katie McIntosh in 6, Lauren Davey in lane 7. In fact, looking at it, there's only 6 down there. Yeah, 6 down there and 6 on the start line as well. It's a good start over there in lane 3 from Etienne Morn. Etienne Morn showing really good form in the early part of this race, and it looks as though it will be her victory here. Etienne Morn it is that wins it. In second place, Yasmin Uwakwe. Remember, 3 qualified for the semi-finals automatically. The next 4 will go through in terms of the 4 fastest times across the 4 heats. But it is a semi-final place for the Harrow AC athlete Etienne Morn, a time of 13.58, PB, and season's best 13.48.
Yeah, there were 4 non-automatic qualifying spots through to those semi-finals. Kia Stade, Erin Williams, Hayley Perrin and Bevan McCaffrey currently occupying those 4 spots from about 14.2 to 14.61. So, and that's the result from that first heat. Interesting, they're all so close, these heats, in and around 13.5 seconds, so we could be in for a interesting semi-final and final later on.
Yeah, we're just getting the confirmed times through. Morn 13.59, Uwakwe 14.01, 14.43 in third, Davey in 4th, 15 dead, and McIntosh in 5th, 15.42. So we'll bring you the full lineup for those semi-finals once it's all done and dusted and confirmed.
Next up, on the track, the Para Women's 100 metre final before we go into the men and women's wheelchair final. And then in around half an hour's time we start with the under 20 women's 200 metre heats, 4 of those.
So senior women's pole competition has commenced. We're currently 3 meters 70. Attempts. And we have Eva Koopman, Baines, Canary, Tilly Cooper, and Alice Jones.
Don't forget, we do have a live dedicated feed of our field events. Final on at the moment, the senior women's pole vault final. The equipment has cleared 370 at the first attempt, as has Maron Baines. So the 2 of them top of the pile, having previously cleared 350. Isla Cremeri also over 370. Took a little bit of time to get into a groove. She knocked the bar off a couple of times at 330, got over at the 3rd and final attempt, cleared 350 at the first attempt. Tilly Hooper over 370 at the 2nd attempt. Harris Jones was a 3rd and final attempt at 370 as well. I can tell you that Lola Walsh is out, 3 failures at 350. And we're still waiting for some of our athletes in that pole vault final, including Jade Ive, to enter that competition.
So, the long jump happening in front of us then. We've just seen Alfie Ward jump. Before him it was Aidan Patton of Nuki Mpari jumped 7:07, not far off his lifetime best. Next up on the runway it is Alessandro Sciannini, who wears the yellow of Giffnock North. Loves a big jump. Scottish athletes been having some real tussles down the long jump runway this season. Sciannini jumped that 8 metre personal best at the Scottish Champs a couple of years ago. He's done 7:86 this year. What can he do? This is third round attempt. It's pretty good. Not sure who currently leads that competition. The data not coming through to us here in our commentary position will tell you that result in just a moment before the para women's 100 metre final, which is coming up. So Sciannini then with a third round effort in the long jump of 6:97. So we have a big lineup then for this women's para final. Of course, this weekend incorporating the senior para championships here at the Alexander Stadium. India Oates will go on the inside. T35 athlete Rebecca Scott, T47, Victoria Levitt, T44, Lydia Walder-Selassie going in for the Sheffield Harrier. Debbie O'Connell is in lane 5, Hetty Bartlett goes in lane 6, Macy Handon under 20 going in lane 7 from Wenlock Olympians, and Cara Murphy is in lane 8, and then Bebe Jackson on the outside in lane 9. Few athletes in and around the similar sort of personal bests, so it could be a close finish.
So this is our 100 metres. India Oates, Rebecca Scott,
So it's Oates on the inside, then Scott, then Levitt, then Mulder Selassie, O'Connell, Bartlett, Hand, Murphy and Jackson. The women's para 100 metre final. Good start from Bartlett, she got away very well, and so does Levitt, and Levitt just beginning to pull away from the rest of the field here in lane 3. Jackson on the outside is going well, so is Scott, but it's Levitt that's going to come through to take this one. 13.20 seconds. It's just off a personal best, but a fantastic run here in Birmingham. Victoria Levitt from the Mansfield Harriers Club. Superb performance.
Well, you said it was potentially going to be a close race, and it was in the end, because Victoria Levitt, who was the sort of standout performer in terms of PBs, with a PB of 13.11, the Mansfield Harrier before that, but you knew that there were going to be other athletes there or thereabouts, and Bibi Jackson, of course, the Woodford Green Athletics Club with Essex Ladies, her PB ahead of this, 13.41. She really pushed it on towards the end there, and from that lane 9 she really attacked and went for it over the last 15-20 minutes, and you said it was going to be a close race, and it was.
Yeah, she did very well, got out so strongly, and really the two main contenders in that race, Bebe Jackson and Victoria Levitt, were miles apart, one in lane 3, the other in lane 9. It'll be interesting to see what Bebe Jackson run there. She's got a best of 13.41 seconds. Perhaps won't have been too far off that. Bebe Jackson, 13.49 in second. The time officially 13.24 for Victoria Levitt, and then in third it was Rebecca Scott, the under 20, 13.81 seconds. So top 3 in that para women's 100 metre final. Next up we head to 2 laps of the track with the 800 metre wheelchair final. We'll be running the men and women together in that one.
Yeah, there's no one actually on the start list as it stands for the men, and we've got one entry, I think, for the women. We saw her yesterday, Dana Donnelly of the Coventry Godiva Harriers, and it was a time trial essentially for her yesterday as well, because she was the only entrant, so it looks as though it would be the same today. She's raced at 2:30, she's pushed to 2:30.07. That's her season's best, that's her personal best ahead of this one, so she will be, we think, next up on track on her own in around about 7-8 minutes time.
medal presentation within the 20 men's discus throw. Medals to be presented by Mark Chapman, the event leader. The bronze medalist from Leeds District, Owen Garrett. The silver medalist from Basingstoke and Midlands, Mikan Adeniran. And the gold medalist from Taunton AC, the England Athletics under 20 men's discus throw champion, Jacob Ford. Your under 20 men's discus throw medalist.
So this is Dana Donnelly. She will race on her own in this wheelchair T34 800 metres.
Yeah, T34, of course that's a competition class at the Paralympic Games. It's for wheelchair track athletes with movement affected to a low degree in the trunk and arms, or to a moderate degree in the trunk and arms. So it's a level of impairment affecting the legs. Dana Donnelly lives with cerebral palsy, which she was diagnosed with as a child. She said though that despite being born 10 weeks prematurely and weighing just £2.9 that she was never going to let her disability hold her back. She's a local athlete as well, races for the Coventry Godiva Club. She's at college in Solihull, and she's from Kingshurst as well, and she's got ambitions to race at the very highest level. Of course, the little reported fact about wheelchair racing is the expense of the chairs, and Dana has had to use a GoFundMe scheme to try and raise the £6,000 required for this racing chair that we are seeing in action here in this 800 metres. So it will be 2 laps of the track then for Dana Donnelly. We did see her racing by herself yesterday as well, so essentially this is a time trial, and it's special I think for her to be racing on this Alexander Stadium track as well, because she has fantastic fond memories of Commonwealth Games, seeing what she describes as her heroes racing here as well. She was at school locally at the John Henry Newman College as well, and she's been racing wheelchairs. She's only a teenager now, but she's been racing wheelchairs from the age of 10, and here she is on this track that she's dreamed about competing on. She has had the opportunity and won medals here before in schools and age group championships as well. The opportunity to compete here today. She won 2 gold medals a couple of years back in the National Under-17s Championship here as well. And the other thing to say about her is she's a mad keen Aston Villa fan as well.
Yeah, only down the road, aren't they, Aston Villa? Yeah, I think with the racing wheelchairs, it's such a bespoke bit of kit. They don't come cheap, and lots of athletes needing support, and Dana Donnelly one of them. She's done a great job on this first lap of pushing the pace. It's a fresh morning here at the Alexander Stadium.
So around about 1:24 in that first lap. Dad Jimmy, I was reading an interview with him, and obviously you talk about the expense of the chair and just trying to get hold of the chairs initially, but then obviously you've got the travel, the transport, the registration fees, and once you start getting to a level as well with wheelchair racing, you have to obviously transport your wheelchair around Europe, it might be around the country, around the world if you get to that level as well, and again there's extra expenses there, and the funding's just not in place in the same way that it might be. As we see Dana Donnelly go down that back straight here now, here at the Alexander Stadium. It's a really difficult one, I think, when you're just out there on your own. She's raced quite a lot already this season, over 800 metres. She's raced in Stoke Mandeville, she's raced in Coventry, she's been out in Switzerland at a couple of the Para Grand Prix events as well. She'll be chasing down her season's best time over 800 of 2:30.07. I don't think she will get there today as she enters the home straight and round the final bend. She got a terrific reception, Dana Donnelly, yesterday in her 100 metres, and another terrific reception here today as well as she powers down this home straight. It will be a special moment for her, as we said, because of her connections to this city and her connections to this track. But Dana Donnelly will cross the line, 2:49.81. Our winner in the wheelchair 800 metres T35 discipline.
Yeah, it's good effort. Tough to do anything like an 800 metres on your own, and she's put in a strong performance there. Dana Donnelly, not so easy when you don't have fellow competitors to drive you on, and obviously there's the aspect of getting in their slipstream and maybe just building a bit of pace in behind and alongside other athletes too. So great performance, 2 gold medals for her.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why, you know, we've not seen a time today, which is, you know, going to be one that is up there with her very best, because she's not able to draft in behind those other athletes. But yeah, great for her, as you say, a couple of gold medals, and sure she'll be looking to try and use this, as many of our athletes that we see on display today, we're using to try and use this as some kind of platform confidence builder. So Dana Donnelly, our champion, so T34 athlete, wheelchair athlete there. Action will continue on the track shortly, and remember we do have our live stream of the field events as well. If you're looking to try and follow someone in a field event, remember some of the field events don't take place actually in the stadium, but you can follow it with that live stream.
The athletes are out and ready to go. The first meet on the 20 women's 200 metres. Lane 2, Gabriella Sutton of Notts, Louise Schofield of Blackburn, and Ali McLeod of Charlwood, Savannah Morgan, Rugby, Northants, Tammy George of Shaftesbury Barnet, Zainab El-Touni of Team Bath, Tammy Al-Sina of Notts, and Connie Charles Lucky of Rugby.
So the under 20 women's 200 metre heats are about to get underway. Here's the first heat then on the inside in lane 2. It's Gabriella Sutton, then we have Millie Schofield, then Ali McLeod, then Savannah Morgan, the English schools champion, competes for rugby in Northampton, goes in lane 5. She won here a couple of years ago as an under 17 and set a big personal best on that occasion. Outside of her, it's Tammy George, another athlete that might push her. She's ran 24.16 as her best. Zainab El-Touni goes in lane 7, then Tammy Adesina and Honey Chalmers on the outside. So 2 athletes actually have the European Junior qualification standard for this. One, Charlotte Henrik, who we saw in the 400 yesterday. She will compete in that event in Finland in 2 weeks' time. Then we have Lucy Talon, who has run 23.54 seconds. That is well inside the standard. She goes in these heats a little later on. Another athlete that might fancy her chances is Ava Freeman of getting that standard of 23.80. She's just outside it. And perhaps Savannah Morgan, who's ran personal bests over the 100 and 200 this season, is edging towards it. She has ran a wind-assisted time just 100th outside of that standard. So what can she do here? Up against Tammy George, who is the 6th ranked athlete in the UK this year. Savannah Morgan a bottom year under 20 as well. Superb talent goes in the middle lane, has Tammy George outside of her here. Top 3 will go through to the semi-finals. It's a busy day for these young ladies. 3 rounds to contend with, got to manage those rounds. Sutton, Schofield, McLeod, Morgan, George, El-Touni, Adesina and Chalmers. Heat 1 of the under 20 women's 200 metres is underway, and Morgan already starting to chase down George outside of her. Adesina has got off to a very good start as well, and she'll be in a good position as they come into the home straight. And Schofield, the Blackburn Harrier, is in there too. Now George just starts to push past Morgan here, and Tammy George has a lead coming into the final 20 metres. She'll hold on to take the win in heat 1 here, 24.41. Savannah Morgan coming in 2nd, and then Tammy Adesina from Notts AC holding on for 3rd. We'll wait for the official results. What was the wind? I'm just looking at the wind. So not much wind down this home straight. It doesn't seem to be anyway. But 24.41 for Tammy George. It's still early, 10:50 in the morning. It's dubbed the wind plus 1.3 metres per second, it's confirmed as. So Tammy George will head through to the semi-finals. So will Savannah Morgan, who got out very well on the bend and just fading slightly in the final 60 metres.
So out of your picture at the moment, we've got a medal presentation taking place. I mean, no medals are a dead cert, but if there was going to be one today, it might have been for Scott Lincoln. And he's picking up that gold medal just out of your picture at the minute as we get ready for heat 2 of this women's under-20s 200 metres. Terrific first heat there, really competitive race as well. In heat 2, Evie Humphrey in lane 2, Melissa Chapman in 3 of the Radley Athletics Club, Kurma Bengi of the Knots Athletics Club in 4, Christina Kirby in lane 5 of Guildford and Godalming, Bolton United Harriers, Cherry Afuma in 6, Michaela Brea-Loy of the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers Club in 7, Emma Clark in 8, and Olivia Monk out in lane 9 of the Rugby and Northampton Club. Again, looks in terms of times as though it will be a very competitive race, as we just saw. Emma Clark has the season's best time in this field. Scots athlete Emma Clark from the White Moss Club, 23.93 she's run this season, so and the only one in the field to have got sub 24 seconds. Look out as well for Evie Humphrey of the Charnwood Club in lane 2, 24.24. In the middle there in lane 6, Cherry Afuma, 24.69.
Interesting to note in this heat that Emma Clark is actually an under-17 athlete, so she's competing up an age group, but she is slightly old, too young to go to the European under-20s because she's born in 2009, but she's quick enough, almost, very almost.
The old adage, unfortunately, doesn't quite count here, that if you're old enough, you're good enough, you're old enough. Rules in place, obviously, to detect some of our young athletes. So here we go then. Humphrey in 2, Chapman in 3, Mabengi in 4, Kirby in 5, Afuma in 6, Brea-Loy in 7, Clark in 8, Monk in 9. So this is heat 2 then of the women's under-20s 200 metres, and a terrific start as expected there out in lane 8 from Emma Clark, and the youngster is under just a little bit of pressure here from Afuma as well. Cherry Afuma it is that has come through the break, and Emma Clark and Cherry Afuma going head to head here over the last 15-20 minutes. It looks as though it will be Emma Clark who's going to take it. Emma Clark wins it from Afuma, and I think in 3rd was Melissa Chapman. Remember, 3 qualify automatically across the heats, and the next 4 on times going through as well. But yeah, Clark, youngest in the field, quickest in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a real talent, Emma Clark. Ran that race as well, like she's got a lot of experience, and she does have experience running here at these championships. Last year she was 4th in the 100 metres, and last year again she was 4th in the 200 metres, so has that experience, and this year has been racking up a whole heap of wins indoors, outdoors, and actually last weekend she came 3rd in the SIAB International for Scotland was actually beaten by Shioremu and Elareni on that day. So a real talent. Fancy chances, I think, to get amongst those on the podium here today. So then, 2 more heats to come in this under 20 women's 200 metres. The long jump is into the 5th round for the senior and under 23 men. Just getting out to set up their blocks. I'll go through the line for you in just a moment. Features an athlete here will no doubt want to get amongst the medals here today. It's Ava Freeman. Birchfield Harrier runs on the outside in the black strip. She'll go in lane 8 here. See Ava Freeman yesterday. She ran in the 400 metres, came 4th in that final. A busy couple of days. This is her 3rd day competing in a row. Just how much of an impact does that have on your legs? I wonder. Ava Freeman, English schools champion from 2 weeks back, where she ran 24.12 seconds, just a 10th off Savannah Morgan, who won on that day. We'll see a lot of those athletes here again.
So this is the 3rd heat, Holly Boswell in 2 from West Cheshire, and next is Phoebe Clayton in 4, Sophie Holtz and Chemical Snaps, and in 5 from Lauren District, Lauren McNair, and 6 Liliana Richardson of Momentum, and then 7 Kayla Robin of Derby, lane 8 Birchfield Ava Freeman.
Well, we've got some intriguing battles to come today. This is one of them, and it's Holly Bosworth who goes on the inside. Phoebe Clayton, who ran well yesterday in the 100-metre final, trying to show her 200-metre pedigree here now. Sophie Holtz goes in lane 4, then Lauren McNair in 5. Liliana Richardson of Momentum Track Club going in 6. Kayla Lobban of Derby going in 7, and Ava Freeman on the outside. She is the fastest in this heat, and her personal best this year, 23.92, puts her 3rd in the rankings. Coming into this, she's 2nd on the entries today, only 0.12 of that qualification standard. So it's Bosworth. Clayton does not start. It's Holtz, McNair, Richardson, Lobban and Freeman on the outside. And Freeman is flying here, pulling away from Lobban. And we have Sophie Holtz going well at the moment. So is Bosworth on the inside. Those two trying to chase down the 2nd and 3rd automatic qualifying spot. But how fluid does Ava Freeman look here? At a canter, gliding through the line in 24.40 seconds. Barely any wind. That was really good from Ava Freeman, the English schools silver medalist, showing her credentials after 3 400 races over the last couple of days. She's looking to show her stuff on the shorter sprint here today, and she did just that in Heat 3.
She ran an absolutely lovely bend, and she had a little glance as she came into the home straight just to see who was close to her, and as she glanced just to her left hand side, what she would have seen is nobody, because there was distance between her and the rest of the field. Again, when you talk about track running, bend running is a different discipline. We saw, as you said, in the 100 metres yesterday. Some athletes love running bends. Dean Rasher-Smith always says she loves to run a bend, and that was a fantastic bend, and yeah, again, never in any doubt.
Yeah, it was superb. I'm just amazed how smooth and fluid she looked. There's not many that have gone quicker than that sort of time in the UK this year. Only 11 have, and yeah, we're going to see more of them in the next two heats.
And here is the lineup for the next heat. In fact, Richardson in 2, Shoamimo in 3, Cowan in 4, Yearwood in 5, Spencer in 6, Woods in 7, and Talon in 8. So Amber Richardson of the Notts Club, Olu Wadamitan Shoamimo of the Medway and Maidstone Club in 3, Lily Cowan of the Kingston AC and Polly Harriers, Diana Yearwood of Solihull and Small Heath, so another one who's fairly local to where we are at the Alexander Stadium today, Caitlin Spencer of the Eastbourne Rovers Club, Jemima Woods, Team Bath. Fantastic pedigree of athletes in many different sports and disciplines coming out of Team Bath, incidentally. Lucy Talon of Tunbridge Athletics Club on the outside. Now, Lucy Talon could be the one to watch in this one. We've just seen a win from the outside. In lane 8, Lucy Talon has a season's best of 23.54. So the only one in the field to have gone sub 24 seconds. Shoamimo 24.64 is her closest competitor in terms of what they've run so far this season. Remember as well, it's the top 3 that go through automatically, and then from these 4 heats, this women's under 20 200 metres, and the next 4 fastest also qualify to the next stage of the competition.
Fourth and final heat on the 20 women's 200 metres, and 200 Richardson Knots. Olive Shoamimo with her Maidstones at 3, Howard of Kingston and Polly in 4, and in 5, Diana Yearwood of Solihull and Small Heath, in 6 of Eastbourne Rovers, and Spencer, 7, Jemima Woods of Team Bath, Tunbridge, Lucy Talon. 2 more attempts to wide as well in the jump to 09.
So conditions today in the early part of the day, absolutely fantastic. There is a little bit of wind around, but it's dry, it's bright, it's not too warm. Certainly none of the early morning rain that we experienced yesterday. Keep you up to date with what's happening as best we can in the field events as well, but you can follow that live stream as the athletes here in this 4 of these 200 metres are readying themselves to go. Look out then for Talon on the outside in lane 8. If it goes to form, it will be Talon's race. So Richardson in 2, Shoamimo in 3, Cowan in 4, Yearwood in 5, Spencer in 6, Woods in 7, Talon in lane 8. It's the women's under 20, 4th heat of this 200 metres. Terrific start from Talon, in fact, and she's really come out the blocks well there. Spencer's also showing well, and also showing well on the inside is Shoamimo as well. But it looks to be Talon in this lane closest to us that's going to take this victory. Also coming through well is Lily Cowan, but it's going to be Talon's race. Talon is going to take the victory. Also in lane 4 coming through was Lily Cowan as well. They have secured their places in the next phase of the competition, and then the top 3 go through by right. So it did go to the form book. Lucy Talon, time of 23.97, so just outside her PB of 23.54. Well done to her, she's through.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Love to see an athlete attack a bend like that. She's not the tallest, Lucy Talon, but she really does just have such a smooth stride, and was so balanced coming around the bend, particularly from sort of 120 to 80 to go. She transitioned really nicely, just lifted the hips and cruised in the final 50 across the line, and 23.97, that's quick. She didn't need to run that quick. I'm interested to know the sort of time that Cowan has just ran, because that was not too far off Lucy Talon, and Lily Cowan has ran a best of 24.65. She's a first year under 20, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on those results, because it was quick, and maybe Cowan's been rewarded with a personal best. We'll keep an eye on that. Those results will come through very shortly, I'm sure. But yeah, Lucy Talon, the absolute favourite in this. Training partner of Charlotte Hemrick will be good for their coach Nigel Stickings if Talon can come away with the gold. It's going to be hard to see anybody else beat her without a big step up in performance. And the times confirmed then, 24.03 on the clock for Lucy Talon.
24.44 then for Cowan, Germany 25.13. So those are your top three automatic qualifying.
Yeah, big personal best by 0.2 for Lily Cowan. Bodes well for the semi-finals later on.
So we've got more 200 metres to come. The heats that we've just seen were of the under 20s, so we now go into the under 23s and the seniors. And there's some interesting names in this first heat for you on the start list.
Yeah, we've got a good lineup, haven't we, for this women's 200. We've got 3 heats. It's the top 2 automatically through. Just scrolling through some of the names who we might see in the later heats, and I think that perhaps this first heat is the strongest, with 2 names that you'll recognise. The first one, Katarina Johnson-Thompson, in a yellow vested Liverpool Harriers today. Goes in lane 7, good to see her here. A bit of preparation ahead of the UK Championships. We expect next weekend to see her there, or back here as well. And then Jasmine Moss on the outside, who's having a great season, has lowered that best down to 23.42 seconds under the guidance of a certain Richard Kilty, who is doing a very good job with his stable of athletes at the moment. So then Maddie Waffles of Solihull and Small Heath University of Birmingham athlete as well. She goes on the inside in 2, and Stella Perrott is there in lane 3. Rebecca Perry is in 4. Joyce Colombo goes in 5. Catherine Reynolds is in 6. Katarina Johnson-Thompson in 7. Paulina Dibotti goes in 8, and Jasmine Moss going in lane 9 on the outside. So we saw Johnson-Thompson here at these championships 12 months ago. She competed in the hurdles, did a bit of high jump as well, and good to see her back here this time in different events. And I wonder whether we'll see her in the 100-metre hurdles next weekend at the UK Champs. That would make sense, I think, but we'll see.
I've been wondering whether she's been playing Mario Kart. As I understand it, that's her way to switch off and relax, is a game of Mario Kart. She's a big fan, and apparently one of the best, if not the best, has taken Adam Jamili's title, as I understand it, amongst the senior British athletics team.
Oh yeah, Mario Kart, good fun. I don't have much time for that over the last week. I'm sure she was at the London Diamond League, did a very good 6 metres 48 in the long jump last weekend.
Mentioned too, just there for the athlete Rebecca Perry, City of York athlete in lane 4. Trained lawyer, mother of twins. Was a very talented sprinter from Yorkshire. Obviously went away and has had her family, and has got a fantastic legal career as well, and has just returned to the sport. She has been sort of playing around with heptathlon. Say playing around, that might be slightly disrespectful. She has been trying heptathlon as well, but she competed in the 100 metres on Friday evening watched by you and Alex, and back here in the 200 metres, just here for the love and enjoying her athletics, which I think is so important.
She's doing pretty well. Surname previously was Campsell, Rebecca
right.
Campsell, if you remember that name. So a few years out, got down to a best of 11.53 in the 100 a few years ago, ran 11.75 this year to become Yorkshire champion. So she is in this one too. So Waffles then in the bright pink socks on the inside, then Perrott, then Perry, then Colombo, Reynolds, Johnson, Thompson, DeBotti and Moss. Well, we've been called back.
From where we are, it's not entirely obvious unless you've got a better idea than I have.
I didn't see anything notable, I don't think, but I'm just looking at Stella Perrott. She got her hands on her face and one of shock in lane 3.
Yep.
Maybe slow walk back to the blocks from Perry as well, and yeah, we'll see. I think we only had one disqualification yesterday. That was Dylan Batty in the under 20 men's 100 metres semi-finals, which is a shame for him, a big shame. But nervous weight, these athletes, only the top 2 that will go through, so it is a tense qualification.
Green card shown, so no DQs.
No, and the final for this one, 5:15 this evening, so they've got a good break, but it's Wapples, Perrott, Perry, Colombo, Reynolds, Johnson, Thompson, DeBotti and Moss. First heat of the women's 200 metres. Great start from Johnson Thompson, already chasing down DeBotti. Moss got out well, so has Perry on the inside, who's starting to fly around the bend now, and it's Johnson Thompson trying to chase down Jasmine Moss here. It's only the top 2 that will qualify, and Johnson Thompson has a lead. She's looking very strong here. Jasmine Moss with a bit of work to do. Waffles going well on the inside, but it's Johnson Thompson just starting to cruise through in the latter stages there. She takes the win, 23.25. That's a cracking time, plus 3.1 metres per second. And looking very strong as well. Cracking run. Jasmine Moss gets that second spot, and we shall see both of them in the final later on.
Running well within herself, certainly in the latter stages of that race, Katarina Johnson-Thompson, but her start, and you called it, was absolutely explosive, wasn't it? She was up on the shoulder, Katarina Johnson-Thompson of Paulina DeBotti, straight away from the start. It was a terrific bend again that she ran. She will obviously be thinking about whether she can become a 3-time world champion later on this season. The World Championships, as we mentioned, is coming up. She's already got 2 gold medals at a World Championship level, an Olympic silver medalist last year, but here today, because she obviously doesn't get the opportunity, and it's not right to try and complete regularly in heptathlon. You can't do too many heptathlons in your season, so she's stretched her legs today, and the time's coming up on the screen.
Yeah, 23.31 the official time. Jasmine Moss 23.46, which is a great run from her, albeit with the plus 3.1 win. Maddie Wapples 24.24, and then Rebecca Parry 24.31, which would be a cracking run from her, and certainly a post-twins personal best if it was not for the illegal tailwind. She's run a 23.35 this year with a plus 3.1 as well. So yeah, good run. I wonder whether we'll see Johnson Thompson in the final, whether she'll fancy hanging around for another 6 hours. Not too sure. Moss, though, will certainly be there, challenging for English gold medal here in Birmingham.
Yeah, you're right. We have seen it before at British Championships, where Katarina Johnson-Thompson will come. She'll maybe run the heat, but she won't hang on, if you like, for the final. Doesn't need to hang on for the final. So we'll wait and see. But she is down, I think, for another event as well, potentially today. There had been some discussion about whether she would come. She is here, she's won well, and we move on now to the next heat. So this is heat 2 of the women's 200 metres. So Serena Grace in 2, Lauren Blakey in 3, Bronwyn Mooney in 4, Lucy Jones in 5, Alice Woodhouse in 6, Olivia Fowler in 7, Christabel Amponsa in 8, and Georgia Toombs in 9. So Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, Derby, City of Sheffield and Durham, Dudley and Stourbridge, Jarrow and Hebburn, Sale Harriers, Croydon Harriers and Chelmsford Club all represented here. Just having a look at the PBs. Serena Grace, you would think, in lane 2, who's run a 23.81 this season, so she's the only one in the field to have done sub 24 seconds. So look out for the Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow athlete wearing bib 142. She's in lane 2 on the inside. So it's the women's 200 metres. This is heat 2, and it was a really good start there from Serena Grace as well on the inside. Also going well on the outside there is Christabel Amponsa. But coming into the home straight now, there's 3 or 4 in contention, but it looks to me as though it will be Serena Grace. She's coming under just a little bit of pressure as well, though, from the athlete just outside of her, which is Lauren Blakey. And Blakey coming up on the line, and Serena Grace, and the two of them dipped together. And there was another athlete over on this near side. It maybe was Olivia Fowler.
Yeah, very close indeed, wasn't it? I think he just got there for me. Serena Grace was just tying up ever so slightly. Came in with the fastest personal best, and then Olivia Fowler as well. She was sort of well out of it on the outer lanes in lane 7, but managed to stay in contention. Yeah,
and with only 2 to go through automatically, it is 2 from those 3, isn't it? Grace and Blakey and Fowler. We'll have to just get the confirmation once we see the photo finish. It was a blanket finish between the 3 of those. Whoever is the one that misses out will be hoping, of course, that the time is sufficient to see them through to the next stage of the competition. But that was a terrific race.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that does mean, though, that at the moment, both Rebecca Perry and Maddie Waffles are still in those 2 time qualifying spots for the final later on, which is good news for them. We will just keep an eye out for those results in the 3rd heat in a second, but at the moment Maddie Waffles and Rebecca Perry both in a position to qualify for that final. So then the 3rd and final heat of the senior women's 200 metres features medalists from the 400 yesterday, Holly Patter. After all the drama that we had, she was actually the first under 23 across the line yesterday, so the national under 23 champion as well in the 400 metres, which is an amazing performance from her. But Sarah Long goes in lane 2. Then we have Holly Patter in 3. Ella Blakey just saw her sister come through in that 2nd heat. She is in 4. Lucy Fraser is in 5. Tonya Samuels of Wolverhampton and Bilston goes in 6. Then Navneet Kaur is in 7. Iona Irvin is in 8, and Kirsty Treglown in lane 9. So where do we think this heat will go? Blakey has a best of 24.1, which would put her up there as the fastest in this lineup. Perhaps we will see a flurry for 2nd spot. They'll have to run, a lot of them will have to run out of their skins to get personal bests and see themselves get perhaps 1 or 2 of those time qualifying spots for the final. Final at 5:15 this evening, so a long break for these athletes. I don't think they'll like the fact that it's such a long break, but they've got to get to the final first. A chance really to empty the tank in this 200. 3rd and final heat of the women's 200 metres then. It's Long, Patter, Blakey, Fraser, Samuels, Kaur, Irvin and Treglown.
So we have Sarah Long.
Well, it's Fraser that gets out the quickest. Samuels is going very well too, and Irvin starting to power around the bend, with Kaur just closing the gap on her. Patter with a bit of work to do, so is Blakey, but into the home straight, and Blakey just has an edge at the moment. It's Fraser on her shoulder just starting to come through, and Patter showing that strength now. Can she get there? It's Fraser and Patter. Those two at the front will qualify 24:33. The time on the clock with a plus 1.5 metre per second win. That would be a big personal best for Holly Patter. And Fraser, who was measured on the bend, started to power past Blakey. Patter went with her, and it's definitely those two that qualify for the final.
Yeah, got some times as well from the previous heat as well. Remember, we were looking out for Olivia Fowler, who'd finished third in that race in what was a really close finish, but her time doesn't look as though it will be, well, it won't be good enough to see her progress. So Maddie Wapples and Rebecca Perry, but remember, I'm talking here without knowing the times of the athletes that finished third and fourth in that race. Rebecca Perry and Maddie Wapples still in there.
Yeah, I think we've seen the times rounded up from the clock time in the stadium on the last couple of races. I think Rebecca Perry is going to be absolutely fine. She was quicker than that third heat was won in there. The advantage at times of having a slightly stronger tailwind in the sprints in the earlier races, it can come to your advantage. But great to see Rebecca Perry back at an England champs and qualifying for that 200 final alongside Maddie Wapples. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but I'm fairly certain that we'll see both of them through. And Holly Patter, Lucy Fraser, the two from that third heat that will go through automatically.
Keep our eye on that one for you. It will be the turn of the men next, and it will be the under-20s first of all. And what we are going to see here as far as this men's under-20s 200 metres is we're going to see 4 heats from those, 5 heats in fact, sorry, 5 heats. Yep, and what we're going to see is from those heats 4 qualifying automatically, and then the next 4 going through.
We've got some big names on this list. It's going to be really difficult to choose a winner. I think Teddy Wilson is in there. I did question yesterday after that 100 win whether he would be here. He's ran the 200 a couple of times this year, won the Loughborough International for the GB Juniors in that event, so good to see him here. We've then got Dean Patterson as well, who's experienced through the younger age groups. Farrell Fabasiwa and J. Cody Jordan, they're in the same heat, which is going to be a bit of a knockout. And yeah, expecting to see fireworks if we get everybody through to the final. And then perhaps a newcomer to this event that we've seen a little bit of throughout this season is Ethan Franklin, and more on him a little later on. Yeah, there's that result of that first women's 200, 23:31 for Katarina Johnson-Thompson. Jasmine Moss, 23:46, a good win for her. That was a plus 3.1 metre per second wind. We are wondering whether we'll see Kat in the final later on, whether she chooses to do it or not, we shall see.
You mentioned Jasmine Moss being coached now by Richard Kilty, who's also looking after Louis Hinchliffe as well. Louis Hinchliffe, as we know, was out running in the collegiate system and was under the tutelage of Carl Lewis, Olympic legend, got him to the Olympics, a relay medalist at the Olympics last year, but is now in that stable with Richard Kilty amongst others.
Yeah, Selena Vinarallo, one of the young talents that Kilty's guiding, who's a real superstar. I think we'll see her here in a couple of weeks at the England Age Group Championships, actually. She'll be competing against the likes of Aliyah Afolabi, the Cardiff archer. It's the timetable for the rest of the day then, these 5 under-20 heats. Quite a healthy qualification because it's the top 4 plus 4 time qualifiers through to the semi-finals. It's big, isn't it? Three semi-finals. And that comes up in just a few minutes' time. It's supposed to start that first heat in about 8 minutes.
It's 200 metres wide in lane 2 from Laura District is Owen Murphy, and 3 from Reading, Trayvon Holt, 4 from Glasgow Jaguars, Ethan Patterson, 5 from Nuki and Parr, Sawyer Bragg in 6 from Leeds City, Gareth Evans, 7 from Invictories Kent, James Gill, in 8 from Thurrock Carriers, Foshuel and Yam, and 9 from City of York, Sebastian Goodrich, and 1 from 20 men's 200 metres.
So the programme here will continue now with the men's under 20s, 200 metres. 5 heats, not the 4 I thought, 5 heats. Owen Murphy will be in lane 2 in this first one. Trayvon Holt in 3, Dean Patterson in 4, Sawyer Bragg in 5, Gareth Evans in 6, James Gill in 7, Fosueni Enyam in 8 and Sebastian Goodrich in lane 9. So we've got a group of sub-22 second runners in this, and one sub-21 in lane 4, which is Dean Patterson. He will be perhaps the one that we are looking at here. Dean Patterson in the blue as he comes round that bend and comes into that home straight. He's under a little bit of pressure from Gareth Evans, the Leeds athlete as well, who's also got a terrific time this season as well. He's also run sub-21, and those are the two that crossed the line. I think the win was actually Evans, but Patterson knew that he was there as well. With 4 to go through automatically, neither of them needed to bust a gut to get there ahead of each other.
Yeah, it's a good run, wasn't it? Dean Patterson looks really good for me. Looks like he's matured, improved that technique. He's not the quickest starter, but he is very, very strong. He almost just does not slow down in the home straight, and that's why he's such a great 200-metre runner. And Gareth Evans, another lad that is developing, and not necessarily somebody that we have seen too much of in recent years. He's made big improvements in 2025. Has lowered his best, you won't believe it, from 22.09 to 20.96. It's a huge improvement. Big shout out to his coach Brett Jenkins up at Leeds City for doing that, and he became the Northern champion this year. His best time again 20.96 over at Derby, which is generally regarded as a pretty quick track, but his second best ever time was just setting that race there, 21.4. So yeah, he's still building very nicely.
Yeah, only 2/100ths of a second slower in his lifetime than Dean Patterson, who we obviously have spoken about, have talked about as being one of the real contenders in this event, but we should certainly consider Gareth Evans there as well. And we'll bring you the full results once we get them. And as we said, 4 to qualify automatically, plus the next 4 across the 5 heats as well. So we're going to have a group of semi-finals before the final later on today as well.
We've got 5 heats. This is a busy event. You know, we've just got 2 guys there that have both ran under 20 seconds, and actually that's the sort of under 21 seconds. They both ran 20.9. That's the sort of time at a European Juniors which puts you in with a shout of a medal. But actually Dean Patterson and Gareth Evans are only 5th and 6th ranked in the UK this year, and we've actually got 12 young sprinters that have got the European Junior standard of 21.20, so this makes it one of the most competitive events, and particularly when you factor the likes of Jake Jordan and Teddy Wilson, you know, we're going to be in for a really tough ride when it comes to the final later on if everybody gets there, and of course they won't, because we've only got 8 spots. They could open up a 9th lane, couldn't they? But we've only got 8 spots in the final, and we've got 12 athletes with the time, so it'd be interesting to see what happens. Dylan Williams, also somebody with the standard, he ran 10.39 to come 3rd with a big personal best yesterday. The second heat though features more speedsters. On the inside, Marcel Winter, then we've got Scott Harris in 3, Sam Lawson in 4, Paul Lambrecht in 5. Fabian Powell, haven't seen too much of him this year, but he has run 20.93, was part of that 4x100 relay team at the World Juniors last year, alongside the man outside of him, Teddy Wilson, who's ran 21.01 as his personal best, won the Loughborough International in this event, won the 100 metres yesterday in 10.24. If he can replicate that sort of speed over the 200, he is going to fly. Caelan Taylor goes in 8, and then Aaron Smith goes in 9. I think this is perhaps the best strength in depth we've had in this event going into European Juniors for a very long time. So Winter, Harris, Lawson, Lambrecht, Powell, Wilson, Taylor, Smith. Well, yeah, good start from Wilson as expected on the outside. Smith is going well for now, and Fabian Powell will finish very quickly, but it is Teddy Wilson that leads. Lambrecht's trying to get in the mix. Wilson is flying. Fabian Powell with a few metres to try and claw back, but he's easing off and just looking over his shoulder. It's Teddy Wilson that's going to get there. 21 flat. Oh, maybe did Fabian Powell just ease up a bit too much there? It's the top 4 that automatically qualify. Caelan Taylor came through well, and it looked like it was Paul Lambrecht in the white vest of Cambridge just inside of Fabian Powell that came through as well. 21 flat plus 0.7. That, if confirmed, is a new personal best for Teddy Wilson, and I said if he can replicate the sort of speed that saw him win the 100 metres yesterday over the 200, he will fly, and he's looking in great form here in Birmingham.
Yeah, love that race from Teddy Wilson. Just to recap on what happened then in that first heat, remember 5 heats in total, we saw Gareth Evans and Dean Patterson cross the line together. Evans in a time 21.55, Patterson 21.60. Gill and Eniam with the other 2 automatic qualifiers. So Gill from the Invicta East Kent Club, Eniam from the Thurrock Harriers. So Owen Murphy, Trayvon Hull, Sawyer Ragg, Sebastian Goodridge after the first heat, occupying those 4 next quickest times. Murphy the quickest of the lot, finishing 5th, 22.31, but they could well be knocked out, Murphy, Hull, Ragg and Goodridge, dependent on how these other heats go. And we'll bring you the times and then the summary, the overall summary, once we get the full confirmed finishing times from that second heat there, which we haven't got through just yet. We'll then move into heat 3 as well on the start list for heat 3. Noah Gertebay of the Yate and District Club, Elliot Lloyd Azuegbu of the Corby Club in lane 3, Jensen Morris, Swansea Harrier in 4, Alistair Sharrock, the Horridge RMI Harriers in 5, Birchfield Harrier, Mayo Alabi in 6, Khalid Ali of the Hercules Wimbledon Athletics Club in 7, Team Bath athlete Ashley Avis in 8, and Abuka Nwokeji of the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers in lane 9. We've got one athlete in this race who's run a sub-21 second as we look forward to this next heat, and that is Mayo Alabi of the Birchfield Harriers.
That's maybe a trick
Have a look as well in lane 9 for Nwokeji. He's run a 21.09. We're still waiting for the full confirmed times from the previous heat. We'll bring you up to date with them when we get them. So heat 3 then. Dubé in 2, Lloyd Egbu in 3, Morris in 4, Sharrock in 5, Alabi in 6, Ali in 7, Avis in 8, Nwokeji in lane 9. Heat 3 of the men's under 20 200 metres here. And a really good start from Alabi. And also here on this near side on the outside is Nwokeji, and it's going to be Nwokeji in the black and white stripes who's going to take this one. Nwokeji it is that is going to win it. Also coming through really well was Alabi, who showed early on in that race as well. Those two definitely there, and 2 more as well of that field will definitely be into the semi-finals as 2. But the Shaftesbury Barnet Harrier Nwokeji 21.06. Now, dependent on the wind, that would be a PB for Abuka Nwokeji.
Yeah, he's a superb talent. He actually came second to Teddy Wilson over the 100 metres at the Commonwealth Games Commonwealth Youth Games a couple of years ago. He ran 21.31 that year for the 200. This year is focused on the 400 a bit more, and for me, as he came off the bend, that 400 metre strength, he's around 47.17, showed, and he's starting to put the pieces together to become a really accomplished 200 metre runner. And in his best set this year at the English schools, he came 6th in the final a couple of weeks ago. He'll want to do better here today, but navigating that heat very, very well. He looks so smooth across the line, and you do have to give yourself somewhere to go in these heats. We mentioned it with Teddy Wilson yesterday. He likes to hit the heats and semi-finals hard, even if he doesn't have to. He did that here for the 200 heat just now, and Nwokeji's done that also. But I mentioned just a moment ago around this perhaps being the best year I can remember for 200 metres going into a European Junior Championships, and actually it was back in 2013 where we had Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake, Leon Reid and Matthew Hudson-Smith get gold, silver and bronze. It was very much a regal year, and it was Mitchell-Blake that won it in 20.62, Leon Reid 20.92 in second, and Matt Hudson-Smith 20.94. So it could be a situation where we have similar rewards this year.
Just to let you know as well, ahead of that heat that we've just seen, Owen Murphy, Scott Harris, Marcel Winter, Trayvon Hull occupying the 4th other qualifying positions based on time. So 2 from heat 1, Murphy who finished 5th and Hull who finished 6th, and then 2 from heat 2, Harris who finished 5th in heat 2 and Winter who finished 6th in heat 2 as well. So Hull is clinging on there with a time of 22.61, but of course we will need to now bring in the athletes in that 3rd heat as well, and we'll have heat 4 and heat 5 coming up for you in a moment. Heat 4.
In 5 from Luton, Aidan Jarvis. In 6 from BFT Track Academy, Jake Jordan.
This is another stacked heat. George Warburton ran very well in the final of the 100 yesterday of Stockport, goes on the inside. Alex Leadbeater goes in 3. Emmanuel Asirifi Ochere goes in 4. Aidan Jarvis is in 5. Jake Odie Jordan goes in 6. Farrell Fabasiwa goes in 7. Thomas Brooks in 8. Javon Blake on the outside in lane 9. So the two to watch out for here. Odie Jordan in 6, Fabasiwa in 7. Odie Jordan, the silver medalist yesterday in the 100 metres. 200 metres, I think you would say, is his favoured event. 20.55 personal best last year. Got 3rd over the 200 at the World Juniors last year. So he fancies his chances. The first time competing at an English Championships over the 200. Odie Jordan. Heat 4. Nicely away. That is a bullet start for Odie Jordan. He has already gone past Fabasiwa, who is a real talent and has the qualification standard for the European Juniors himself. On the outside, Blake is moving nicely, but it's Odie Jordan here just high-stepping his way down this home straight. It's a good run as well from Leadbeater, who has a lead ahead of Fabasiwa, but it is Odie Jordan that takes it 21.37 in Heat 4. Smooth as you like. Fabasiwa was cruising as well, and Leadbeater picking up 3rd. Did you see, Michael, who got that 4th?
George Warburton, I think, in lane 2, the Stockport Harrier, I think just got up on the line as well to get that 4th automatic qualification position. But yeah, there was never any doubt. Again, there was there. I mean, just the pace, as we said. Farrell Fabasiwa is a real talent and one certainly to watch in the next couple of years. But Jake Odie Jordan, who we saw yesterday in the 100 metres, he was up on the shoulder of Fabasiwa almost immediately in that 200 metres there. And again, they were all just easing down towards the line. But it will be interesting to just catch a look at the summary as we go through these heats. We've now had 4. Because the 4 that are going through at the minute, Teddy Wilson is the fastest of the qualifiers, 21.01 PB for him. Nwakaji, who was in that 3rd heat, 21.08, also PB for him, the 2nd fastest qualifier. But just having a look here at the athletes that were clinging on: Owen Murphy, Scott Harris, Marcel Winter, Trayvon Hull. The latest information we have, those are the 4 next fastest qualifiers after the 4 that have all gone through automatically from 3 heats, but we'll now need to bring in the times and the athletes from that 4th heat that we've just seen.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier as well, we've got 12 athletes that have got the qualification standard for the European Juniors. It's actually 13 because I forgot about Farrell Fabasiwa, who's an under-17. He's ran 21.10 this year. I mean, it's possible that he could pip some of the under-20s and get in the team. He's going to have to step up and go sub-21, I think, to do that. And again, it's also worth talking about last year, and the time that won it was 21.14 for Fabian Powell. It was Reece Elias, who is not here, and Joel Huslin. Dean Patterson actually came in 4th last year, so we are going to see something much quicker than that in the final later on. It's going to have to be if these guys want to make the team, if they want to get the gold medal and head to Finland in a couple of weeks' time. It's also very difficult when you think about relay selections as well. All of these guys will think they're worthy of a spot. I think we're probably going to potentially pick the exact same team that got a medal at the World Juniors last year, which featured Teddy Wilson, Jake Odie Jordan, so we shall see.
Already just making a note here when you asked me for my highlight of the day, the final of the men's under-20s 200 metres. I know we've not seen it yet.
I mean, you're right, it's one that's going to be earmarked as a potential firecracker, that's for sure.
Let's hope it lives up to its expectations. We've got the 5th heat. We're getting ahead of ourselves because we've still got semi-finals to come. Sam Wright in lane 2 here, Basingstoke and Midhants. Adam Pearson of City of York in 3, James Becker of Chelmsford in 4, Ethan Franklin of the Woodford Green and Essex Ladies Club in 5, Leon Francis in 6, Windsor Slough Eton and Hounslow athlete, Ross Duffin in 7, and Victoria Park City of Glasgow, Thomas Moody Tipping in lane 8. Only one athlete in this race has run a sub 21. That is Ethan David Franklin. Ethan Franklin, we're in bib 202 in lane 5. So we'll be having a look at him. Just inside of him in the yellow vest is Becker of Chelmsford. And it is Franklin that has shown in the early stages of this race exactly what he's about here. He's being chased down by Francis outside of him. A turn of the head one way and then the other, but there's no doubt who is going to win this one. Crossing the line, Ethan Franklin, Leon Francis also there. The two of them were head and shoulders above the rest of the field. 21.12 the time there, but a very, very comfortable performance from Ethan Franklin of the Woodford Green Athletics Club and Essex Ladies.
Yeah, really like the way he ran that. Was relaxed but still putting the power down and just gave himself enough breathing room to ease off coming across the line. He's a sort of, again, another athlete that perhaps many wouldn't have known about coming into this year, and he's coached by Gladys Bird, who always seems to have a new superstar every couple of years under a stable. But his personal best last year was 21.80 seconds, so he's taken a second off. Ran well at the Mannheim Junior Gala, won the English schools a couple of weeks ago here in 20.85 seconds, so he's starting to put together a great body of work under 21 seconds, and we'll see him in the semi-final. God, we're going to have 3 absolute knockout semi-finals. I think we're going to be looking to, again, get 10 athletes into 8 spots or something like that, so it's going to be very, very juicy indeed.
Yeah, just having a look at the overall summary as well from 4 of the 5 heats. Emmanuel Aserifi Macheri of the Newham Essex Beagles Club is 22.03 in heat 4, finished in 5th place, but that is a time that will probably see him through to the semi-final as one of those fastest from the heats. Owen Murphy still there as well, as is Scott Harris and Thomas Brooks as well. And Jarvis has dropped off the list from the Luton club now. He will play no further part in it. But we still need to bring in some of our athletes, and just a couple of other things just to mention. Alistair Sharrock was a non-starter actually in heat 3. And Khalid Ali of the Hercules Wimbledon club was actually DQ'd as well, also in heat 3. So again, they will play no further part in this competition.
Next up then, in 12 minutes time, we have the heats of the senior men's 200 metres. They'll have 4 heats going into some semi-finals later this afternoon. Don't forget you can stay tuned with all of our field action as well on the inner field and outer field stuff, because we've got some of the field action happening inside the stadium, some on the warm-up track and around the warm-up track in the throws area. So stay tuned, we've got some javelin starting in just a couple of minutes, and the triple jump will be getting underway soon, and the pole vault starting to go through for the women as well.
Could we please have our female power 100 metre winners? That's Victoria, Beebe and Hetty. Victoria, Beebe and Hetty from the power female 100 metres. So we'll go to the senior men's 200 metres, starting of course with heat 1. 3 athletes will automatically qualify, 4 time-race qualifiers, and 2 from virtual harriers, Peter Schack, and 3 from Woking, Thomas Leacock, and 4 from City of Sheffield Go, Josh Heptathlon.
So then the first of 4 senior 200-metre heats about to get underway. This first one features a man from Birchfield on the inside, Peter Shan, has run 21.14 at his best, good 400 runner as well. Thomas Leacock goes in 3, Joshan Venkatasamy goes in 4, Theo Dankwa is in 5, Tyler Fowles in 6, Benjamin Toe is in 7, then Eli Onyewu, Swansea Harrier, is on the outside. So Joshan Venkatasamy, City of Sheffield man, ran well yesterday, goes in lane 4. The favourite for this one has gone sub 21 seconds before. Qualification is healthy, it's 3 athletes through to the semi-finals. We've got 4 of these heats. Again, lots of athletes just choosing to keep their powder dry ahead of the British Championships next weekend here. We do have Lee Thompson running in this one as well, 400-metre Olympian from Tokyo. Has gone sub 21 seconds over the 200 for the first time this year. Goes in the 3rd heat. So, heat 1, it's Shand, Leacock, Venkatasamy, Dankwa, Fowles, Toe and Onyewu. Away clean, good start from Toe, and Fowles just starting to close the gap on him, but here comes Venkatasamy around the bend, flying past Dankwa. Shanda's gone well on the inside too, but it is Venkatasamy who's leading that super long stride and looks to his right, rocking and rolling. Shanda's in a good position in 2nd. It's Toe coming through for 3rd, and oh, we've got a trip up the line for Dankwa, 21.57 plus 2.4 metres per second. That's the winning time for Joshan Venkatasamy. Just lost a bit of ground in the final 20 metres as he was starting to tie up. Peter Shan showing that 400 strength as well, and Benjamin Toe coming in 3rd, it looked to me.
Yeah, Theo Dankwa is back on his feet. That's the first thing to say, having fallen across the line, dived across the line as well. Very impressive run that from Venkatasamy. Impressed as well by the Birchfield Harrier, Peter Shand, on the inside as well. As you said, a healthy qualification, 3 to go through by rights from these heats, and then the next 4 fastest as well. So we've got another heat coming up very shortly. Just wanted to confirm from the men's under 20s the qualifiers. So we had obviously automatic qualifiers, and then we had 4 that were qualifying courtesy of their time, who weren't in the top 4. Owen Murphy has reached it. Thomas Moody Tipping also there. And Emmanuel Asirifi Locheri also has qualified. And a terrific time from James Becker of the Chelmsford Club also sees him through. Those are the 4 fastest qualifiers from the heats in the men's under 20s. Now into the senior men's and the under 23s as well. Remember, the under 23s and the senior men's being run jointly. And we move to our next heat.
And we'll go through the lineup now for our next field event competition. It's the senior women's shots competition.
So we are concentrating on this 200 metres with Jack Gibbs of the Luton Athletics Club in 2, Joel Houslin in 3, Thames Valley Harrier, 4 Joshua Maggs of the Bristol and West Club, 5 Jacob Kinchin-Smith of the Stevenage and North Hearts Club. Sam Ige, Belgrave Harrier in 6. Corey Nealon Richards, City of Sheffield and Dern in 7. Russell Nazir Tayyib in lane 8 of the Barrow and Furness Striders.
1041 from Sale Harriers, Shauna Thompson. That's the field for the senior women's shot competition.
Also in the stadium, the announcer has just introduced the women for the women's shot put competition. And I'm just drawn to Adele Nichols' name in that, because Adele Nicholl describes herself now as a dual athlete, because not only is she here and she's hoping to get a qualification position to represent Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the World Championships in Tokyo in shot put, she's also a bobsleigh pilot, and she's got serious ambitions as well to pilot the GB bobsleigh at the next Winter Olympics, which are in Northern Italy at the start of 2026. So I was with her at an event in Edinburgh a couple of weeks ago. It was called a Team GB Summit. It involved the curlers that have already been officially named, who won a gold and silver medal at the last Winter Games, and a number of Team GB hopefuls, and Adele Nicholl was there as one of those hopefuls. We said we'd catch up here today as well. So I mean, that's just absolutely fantastic. But there is that synergy between athletes, and we've seen it with sprinters who go into bobsleigh as well, because obviously they need that speed over the ice initially, but also some of those field athletes as well moving into some of the other sports. So we'll keep your eye on that, but right now we'll concentrate on this men's 200 metres for you. So just to remind you then, in this 200 metres, you've got Gibbs in lane 2, Houselin in 3, Maggs in 4, Kinchin-Smith in 5, Ige in 6, Nealon Richards in 7, Nasir Tayyib in 8. Underway then, the start of this men's 200 metres, this second heat, and it's in a really good start there in lane 3 by Joel Houselin. Houselin started well, but on the outside as well, Nealon Richards is going really well, and it's Nealon Richards who's pulling away from the rest of the field here. And crossing the line in lane 7, Nealon Richards, City of Sheffield and Dern athlete, takes the title, not the title, but takes the win. Remember, as we said, 3 qualifying automatically.
Yeah, great run from Nealon Richards. He's from down the road in Coventry, based up in Sheffield now at university there, and it's come on really nicely in the last couple of years. And for him, that could be a personal best if the win's confirmed. I don't think it came up, did it? We'll see on the results in a second. It was a plus 2.4 on the previous race. I think it might have just slipped down ever so slightly, because it was not as breezy on the windsock in front of us that we can see here. So yeah, cracking run. He looks so smooth as well. He had more to give. There's that fine balance in 200 metre running between pushing it too hard and starting to tie up and fade, and being too relaxed and not being able to slip it into 6th gear. So he had it pretty much nailed there. Corey Nealon Richards is an under 23 as well. Ran 21.39 personal best this year. So just looking at the results from that first heat, it was a plus 2.4 win, but Joshan Venkatasamy ran 21.64, and then Peter Shan 21.86, and then Benjamin Toe 21.94. So those 3 automatically through.
Title champion, Otis Poole.
Just being moved around the track now. They will get box sorted in just a couple of minutes. We've got Greg Kelly going in this, then Dom Ogbechi, Reality Oshua, Tom Abbott, Ben Snaith, Will Villepoix Phillips, and then Brooke Cronin. Cronin, a talented 200 metre runner, and is now building up a great 400-metre pedigree as well. 46.01 just a couple of weeks ago down to the Stratford Speed Meet, which has been a great competition introduction over the last couple of years. Best sprinters in the country getting together, graded by times. Good to see. So, Greg Kelly in 2, Dominica Becci going in 3, Reality Osher is in 4, Tom Abbott in 5, Ben Snaith in 6, William Villepoix Phillips in 7, and Brooke Cronin on the outside in lane 8. Cronin ran at the European Under-23s just last week in the 4x4. They didn't get the baton round, they were disqualified in the end. But Cronin here looking to get amongst the medals in the 200 metres. Here we go. Cronin on the outside, got a silver medal in the under-23 race here 12 months ago, and he is already flying round the bend and pulling away from the rest of the field. Snaith is in a good position, he's strong too and has got a good 400-metre background. Osher is going well for third at the minute, but here goes Cronin pulling away from the rest in that Walton vest, 21.17 plus 0.6 metres per second. That's a great run. He looked good. I think he's got more in the tank as well. And Brooke Cronin, his best of 20.98 set a couple of years ago. Going very well. Was 6th at the European Junior final 2 years ago in this event. And Brooke Cronin looking good here, Michael.
Gave himself a little round of applause as he crossed the finish line as well. Finished very strongly in that race. Just a little smile of appreciation for his achievement there as he went over the line. And then, as I said, that little clap gave himself as well. So, yeah, absolutely delighted with that. We'll have another heat for you in a moment, and you can see the names on the screen there. And the standout, I think, for many will be Lee Thompson, who you mentioned, of course, an Olympian. Not at this distance, but he represents the City of Sheffield and Dern Club in lane 2, Lee Thompson. Uzo Herbert of the B-Fit today at Track Academy in 3. In lane 4, Jevon Sutherland of the Cambridge Harriers. Marcus McLean in 5, Sale Harrier. Ian Seal of the London Heathside Club in lane 6. Ben Wallace, Wirral Athletics Club in 7. And Stephen Mackay of the Jersey Spartan Club in lane 8. So again, a mixture of seniors and some under-23s here as well. Sutherland, McLean, Seal all under-23s. And then seniors including, of course, Lee Thompson. His PB, 20.90. So, fastest in the field on paper.
Track Academy in 3, Uzo Herbert, in 4 from Cambridge Harriers, Jevon Sutherland, in 5 from Sale Harriers, Marcus McLean, in 6 from London Heathside, Ian Seal, in 7 from Wirral, Ben Wallace, and 8 from Jersey Spartan, Stephen Mackey.
This is the 4th heat. Heat of the men's 200 metres. Remember, the first 3, they go through automatically. And then the next 4 fastest across those 4 heats will also proceed into those semi-finals as well. Just following some of the other athletes that we've seen across the weekend on social media. We were talking about Rebecca Perry in the women's 200 metres a while ago. She's just put a picture up on Insta saying, looks like I'm in the final then. Well, yes she is. These athletes looking to try and get in semi-finals. So underway then, heat 4 of the men's 200 metres. We're looking here at Lee Thompson on the inside as well, who's up immediately on Uzo Herbert, and Lee Thompson running a really good bend here. He's under a little bit of pressure though just from outside of him. Marcus McLean, Sale Harrier as well, but has Thompson got the strength to get there and win the race and cross the line first? Thompson does, and Marcus McLean, the Sale Harrier, comes through in second position. Lee Thompson there again looking as though he was running sort of within himself as well as he high-fives Marcus McLean, but the two of them safely through. I remember one other from that race qualifies automatically as well.
Yeah, 21.14 for Lee Thompson's a cracking time. You know, it's been so good to see him run big personal bests this year. If there's anybody in British athletics that deserved to run 45 seconds for the 400 or sub 21, it's Lee Thompson. He was absolutely deserving of running his 45.58 a few weeks back, and then obviously back that up with a great run at the London Diamond League over 400 last weekend. And you know, he's somebody that ran pretty much low 21 seconds and low 46 seconds since 2018. He's shown real perseverance, and I think, you know, I think he should be a great role model to so many coming through this sport. So look forward to seeing him in the semi-finals later. 21.14, by the way, would have been one of his best ever if it wasn't for his runs recently at the National Athletics League and the Northern Champs over the 200. So he's looking in good form. Who knows? Can he win it here? It would be great to see. What have we got next? Well, that's the 200s done for now. And we move to the track again in 10 minutes time for the Para 200 finals for both the men and the women, and then we have some race walk action for you.
Yeah, I spotted Tom Bosworth here yesterday as well, talking of race walking, now working with an agency looking after some of the up and coming talent and existing talent as well. So he was here. I wonder whether he'll be back here to see some of that race walking later. I'm sure he will do.
So now move on to the ample women's 200 metres. Lane 2, Cara Murphy of Royal District. And in 3, Rosie Porter of Arts Phoenix. In 4, Peter Jackson. And in 5, Indo of Darlington. 6, Victoria Levitt of Mansfield. 7, Heptathlon of Norwich. 8, Edwin Brown of Hayes Owen. And 9, Elizabeth Dodds of Shrewsbury.
So then we have the women's 200 metre para final. We've got Cara Murphy on the inside in 2, then Rosie Porter, then Bebe Jackson, who ran very well earlier, India Oates, then Victoria Levitt that won the 100 race, Hetty Bartlett in 7, Maddie Down, always good to see her here, she's only from Hales Owen, and then Elizabeth Dodds of Shrewsbury in lane 9. Good start on the inside from Cara Murphy, got out the blocks really well, and here goes Bebe Jackson now, trying to chase down Victoria Levitt, who is in lane 6 and already just storming around the bend, and Maddie Down is looking in great form too, and these two, it's Levitt against Down into the home straight, and Down in that yellow vest on the outside maybe just has an edge, but here comes Victoria Levitt. Can she put the pressure on? She's powering down this home straight. Maddie Down is there, she will hold on to take the win here in Birmingham. 27.33. The wind over the allowable limit, plus 2.6 metres per second, but that's a cracking run from Maddie Down, delivering over the 200 metres here to take the win at the England National Championships.
Bronze, I think, there for Bebe Jackson as well, just coming up on the line. Again, really good start, or a really good bend for Maddie Down from the Hales Owen club there, and holding off the challenges. It did look, I thought, with about 20 metres to go, as though she was going to come under a bit more of a serious challenge, but she just was able to just maintain that stride pattern, hold her form, hold her poise, and take the title.
Yeah, it was really good. She got out well. She was sort of running out on her own in lane 8, really. She went past Dodds fairly quickly and wouldn't have seen where Levitt was until she got about 80 metres to go, as Victoria Levitt just started to brush up on her inside shoulder, and it was good. It's really difficult though to surge past somebody when they just keep fighting back at you, as Maddie Down did. Great run. It's para final coming up next with Carl Keyworth and Ewan Murray.
Yeah, we've got 2 in this men's final, so another one of our para events here today. So Kyle Keyworth, T35 category athlete, Ewan Murray, T64 category. So Murray's a Team Bath athlete, Keyworth a Manchester Harriers.
minutes in, up on the runway for the first attempt at a new personal best height of 4 metres 12. And we'll move on to the 200 metre final for the ambulance men in 3, Kyle Keyworth of Manchester Harriers, and in 4, Ewan Murray, team back.
So this is a final men's para 200 metres event. It's a straight head-to-head. So you've got Kyle Keyworth on the inside and Ewan Murray just outside of him. Murray, as we said, T64 classification, T35 classification for Kyle Keyworth.
So
Keyworth in 3, trying to put the pressure in the early stage of this on Ewan Murray, but Murray has pulled away from him a little bit here and run a really good bend. And it is Murray, both of them in blue, that is pulling away now from Kyle Keyworth, and it will be Ewan Murray's title. It will be a gold medal hit and a win in lane 4 for Ewan Murray, and then crossing the line Kyle Keyworth, a time 24.11, which looks to be a PB as well for Ewan Murray. So you can't ask much more than that. You turn up for the final and you run your very best time. Ewan Murray is our winner.
Yeah, he was running from lane 4, so on the outside, so couldn't see Keyworth, and you know what, that is an amazing performance to run a big personal best in that sort of environment when you're out on your own and delivering when it matters. Great to see. He was tying up just ever so slightly at the end, was Ewan Murray, and yeah, fabulous performance from him to take a gold with the time as well. So just to give you an indication of what's to come, we've got some long jump, triple jump, and then in around 15 minutes time we've got the race walk, 3,000 metre race walk, which will be 12.5 laps of the track.
The medal presentation for the senior men's long jump.
12.5 laps of the track, what am I talking about anyway? 3,000 metre race walk is what's coming in 15 minutes time.
The bronze medalist from Newquay and Parr, Aidan Patton.
There's the result then. Ewan Murray's been just rounded up ever so slightly, 24.18 to Keyworth's 26.40 seconds, and 26.40 just off the season's best for Kyle Keyworth, so a good run from him as well. So, track action continues in about 15 minutes time, and after the 3,000 race walk, we have the 400 metre hurdles finals, which start at around 1:10.
Yeah, I mentioned Adele Nicol a while ago, Birchfield Harrier in the women's senior shot put final. She leads the field from 16.59. That came in her second round. Athletes, some of them now into their 5th round. Samantha Callaway currently second. Her biggest throw today, 14.71. Shauna Thompson, third, 14.69. Again, a second round throw for Shauna Thompson, the Sale Harrier, currently in 3rd position. Remember, you can watch some of that on our feed. We do have the field live feed for you. Keris Guy and Sophie Merritt Drew, the only other ones still in the competition.
presentation for the under-23 men's long jump. The bronze medalist from the city of Portsmouth, Wojciech Berger. The silver medalist from Blythe RC, Alfie Ward. And the gold medalist from Biomedicines Googles, Orif Ilua and Pegba. Your medalist for the 23 men's long jump.
On the far side of the stadium, the ladies are lined up for introduction from the women's triple jump competition. So from Harrow AFC, Michelle Yanaku. From Sale Harriers, Melissa Broom. From Thames Valley Harriers, Montana Jackson. Also Thames Valley Harriers, Ruth Ann Otteru. From Harrow AFC, Julianne Bochi. Also from Harrow, Adelaide Erosion. From Knox AFC, Louise Hurst. From Cardiff, Lauren Hill. From Marshall Milton Keynes, Latifa Perrine. Turner in the Mont. Close there on a final attempt. From Sheffield and Durham, Jasmine Holland. From Glasgow Jaguars, Silver Labuza. And from Windsor, Amy Ware. From Andover, Amelia Gray. And from Dorking Harriers, Eloise Harvey.
Well, another few events that get going shortly is this year men's power long jump. This one from Borough AC, please welcome Marcel Hodge. From Bournemouth, Luke Sinnott. From Charwood, Barney Corral. From Team Bath, Joel Muttons. From Cornwall, Samuel Jose. From Berkshire Harriers, Zach Skinner. From Liverpool Harriers, Elliot Griffiths. And finally, from Laura District, Stephen Stone. That's your lineup for this is men's power ambulance culture.
Next event on track will be 3K walk for due off in about 5 minutes time.
Got some race walking action coming your way very shortly. 3,000 metres. We'll be describing that one for you. Cameron Corbishley, Jonathan Ellerton in the men's race, and also in the women's race we've got a number of athletes there, including Natasha Mitchell, Hannah Hopper, Garcia Manzotti and Abigail Jennings. Well done as well to Adele Nicol in the shot put after the 6 rounds there. She couldn't better that second round throw of 16.59, but the Birchfield Harrier has taken the title. Samantha Calloway in second, Shauna Thompson in third. So underway then in the race walk. The guys off first, as we said, the 2 in this one over 3,000 metres. We've got Cameron Corbishley there and Jonathan Ellerton. Now Jonathan Ellerton is the Blackheath and Bromley Harrier. Cameron Corbishley the Medway and Maidstone athlete who leads at the moment, wearing bib number 1264.
Yeah, I said earlier, didn't I, 12.5 laps of the track. I was talking nonsense. Obviously 3,000 metres, 7.5 laps of the track. I think I've got 5,000 in my head anyway. Yeah, Corbishley leads in that red vested Medway and Maid. So the ladies are going to set off 1 minute behind the men, which is very common when we do these championships. And they will step to the line. Another gun go. And off they go, bang on a minute behind. So we've got Natasha Mitchell from Southampton in that one, Hannah Hopper, Grazia Manzotti at Tunbridge, and Abigail Jennings at Aldershot, Farnham and District. So a real range of ages, it's fair to say, across that women's race. But Corbishley at the front, going well at the moment, looking smooth. We of course have our officials watching around here, and their penalty box as well set up just in the hopes that we'll go past it. It's all the hurdles you'll see in a second. So our officials round the track watching with their eagle eyes. They're not allowed to lift. Of course they will get warnings as well. So Corbishley is looking for something just outside 11 minutes.
In the women's race, Hannah Hopper is leading, Abigail Jennings in second, and Natasha Mitchell of the red and white, representing Southampton, she's currently in third position.
So the 3,000 metre walk, the championship record set back in 1983 by Dave Smith from Australia. Obviously he has a best of 11 minutes and 19. Will do well to get that today. Obviously such a great servant. We'll see him at these championships, the UK championships as well. I wonder what he's got left on his competition programme for the rest of the summer as we go into the autumn.
We're seeing Cameron Corbishley now begin to reach some of the women's event, and in fact just passing Natasha Mitchell as well. So Mitchell wearing bib 1261 has now seen Corbishley go past her, and now Corbishley will go past the other two in this event. Abigail Jennings, and also just ahead of Abigail Jennings, Hannah Hopper. So 5 laps to go for Cameron Corbishley. Jonathan Ellerton is over on the far side of the track at the moment.
Yeah, that's the first kilometre done for him in around 3 minutes 52. So for everybody at home who's used to doing a parkour or going out for a 5k, and you know what your K splits should be, Corbishley has just walked 3:52, which is very nippy indeed, I think it's fair to say. So yeah, he's going well at the minute down the back straight. Metronomic, you have to find that rhythm, don't you? These walkers will know too well the penalties that they face if they show any signs of lifting. Fastest time in the UK this year for this event for the men is Callum Wilkinson, got 11 minutes 12 seconds earlier this year in Birmingham. Wilkinson, of course, fantastic. Saw him last year at the Olympic Games where he finished 16th in the 20k walk. He won the UK indoors when setting that 11 minutes and 12 seconds time.
Yeah, the IOC, the Olympics, have been looking to try and modernise race walking, trying to, if you like, trying to make it easier to follow for armchair fans, and trying to introduce new disciplines as well. So what we saw in Paris was we saw a mixed team event as well, a marathon race walk, mixed relay. So that event replaced the men's 50k race walk, which had been held in Tokyo. So we got that mixed relay event, which I think memory serves Spain won. The men and the women race at the Olympics over the 20k. So the men's race was introduced back into the Olympics in 1956. The women, their race walking was introduced back in Barcelona in 1992, but then they got the gender parity matching the men's distance race back in 2000. So, you know, that's where some of these athletes that we're seeing today might well have ambitions to try and reach. And I mentioned Tom Bosworth earlier, of course, an Olympian and very, very exceptional race walker. He used to come to these sort of events and British Championships time after time, take titles and break world records at various distances as well. Had a terrific race walk in Rio, Tom Bosworth. Great finish there, and then went and proposed to his now husband on the Copacabana beach in the aftermath of it, and then was going really well back at the World Championships in London in 2017. Tom Bosworth was on course to win a medal there, therefore being DQ'd in that one. And I remember I was in a pub in London, centre of London, watching that, and the race walking was on the TV, and everybody was crowding round the TV watching Tom Bosworth in the race walking. And having spoken and got to know Tom over the years, I thought this is exactly what this guy has been trying to do for his discipline of race walking, which is to get it on the telly and a central London pub stopping to watch the walking. And unfortunately for him, as I said, that he was in tears after being DQ'd.
Yeah, that's one of the painful things. You don't always get to complete the race. Bosworth, of course, the world record holder in this event, still, I think. And obviously, in this race, with 2.5 laps to go, that's 7:40 through the 2k point. So he's just picking up the pace ever so slightly, as you might just expect. And obviously the third fastest ever in the UK for this event.
Hannah Hopper still leading in the women's race, with Abigail Jennings just on her shoulder, just dropping off the pace a little bit now. Natasha Mitchell, as they go through 3 laps to go. And here comes Cameron Corbishley now. He has 2 laps to go, so 800 metres remaining.
So just under 800 metres to go for Cameron Corbishley.
There's 4 laps of the track still to go here for Grazia Manzotti of the Tunbridge Athletics Club. Just out of your picture, he's just crossing the finish line at the minute, as I said, with 4 to go.
I'm a big fan of the mixed relay race walk at the Olympics, actually. I think it's a great way to add an extra bit of jeopardy into it. Fun.
I only really remembered that Spain had won that because I was positioned in the Stade de France next to Spanish radio, and it was clearly for them a very big deal, of course, that gold in that event. I can tell you there were 20 different interview positions for radio stations. I was number 19. So I don't know what the person from number 20 had done to me, even further down the pecking order to me. There was also
Lucky number 19, I guess.
there was also 40 TV positions before me. So, you know, there was a potential for someone like Noah Lyles to have done 58 interviews by the time they get to me.
Part of the job, isn't it? That's where he gets paid the big bucks.
Anyway, lap to go here for Cameron Corbishley. He will get the bell here. For the record, it was Brazilian radio in position number 20. So all eyes now will just be on the clock, really, I think, for the Medway and Maidstone athlete Cameron Corbishley. It's a good half a lap ahead of his rival, Jonathan Ellerton.
He's going at some speed here, and just thinking about that championship record of 11 minutes 36.04 set by Dave Smith back in 1983. I don't think he's going to be too far after that as he comes round into the home straight.
Cameron Corbishley passing the two leading women runners now, and with less than 100 metres to go, he will have his eyes on that record, that 11:36.04. Here comes Corbishley then. The title will definitely be his. And surely the record will be his as well here, because it's a terrific win for Cameron Corbishley. 11:27.57. So that is a new championship record for the man from Medway and Maidstone. Congratulations to Cameron Corbishley.
Yeah, my goodness, that's superb. A big performance. Well, it was not quite on, I don't think, in the opening K, and it was really in the final two laps where he definitely picked up the pace. You often see this, it just kind of crescendos incredibly rapidly for these walkers, and you know, that's a big margin, 9 seconds off a record that stood for 42 years. My goodness. We'll wait for that to be officially confirmed. We think it's a championship record here. We've got the list in front of us. We can see the time on the clock. So John Ellerton is still going in this men's race, coming towards the end of his race, and the two female athletes who lead the competition are Hannah Hopper and Abigail Jennings. This, though, is Jonathan Ellerton, only a youngster, not even 20 years of age yet, the Blackheath and Bromley man. Going well. He is somewhat being chased down by Hannah Hopper and Abigail Jennings. It is Hannah Hopper in the light blue vest at Cambridge, just the front of those two ladies, some 15 metres behind Jonathan Ellerton. They will all get the bell, I think, at the same time, and Hopper is just beginning to pull away here from Abigail Jennings, older shot, Farnham District athlete. So Hopper just gets in front of Jonathan Ellerton here. Might be able to use her for a bit of company over the final 350 metres. Ellerton is doing just that, picking up the pace, keeping that technique true, legal, trying to follow Hannah Hopper and those long legs of hers down the back straight. Jennings is some 20 metres back behind Hopper now. Hopper at the front of the women's race. Jonathan Ellerton, the only other male in the competition other than Cameron Corbishley, who we believe has set a championship record. The clock at the moment, 14 minutes and 33 seconds rather. And you hear that bell in the background. That's for Natasha Mitchell of Southampton, who's third in the women's race at the moment.
So yeah, we saw Hopper and Jennings for a long time, shoulder to shoulder in this one, but it looks now as though one athlete has been broken and into the home straight. Hopper, the Cambridge Harrier.
Yeah, she's done such a good job over the final 500 metres just to break away, maintaining that technique, building that pace. 15 minutes 17.19. Here comes Jennings as well, just edging past Jonathan Ellerton, and it's Ellerton that comes through now. He gets silver behind Cameron Corbishley. It's silver as well for Abigail Jennings, and no personal best for Hannah Hopper today. Around a minute, almost exactly off her personal best. But she will get the gold medal here at the England Championships. Great to have the walks showcased. We've still got two athletes out on the track. That is Grazia Manzotti, certainly a more experienced race walker indeed, and she's on her final lap as well, the Tunbridge athlete.
So we're just seeing, coming round, looking a little bit tired, it has to be said, Natasha Mitchell at the moment. She did keep up the pace with our first two athletes for the first couple of laps of the track. And she will be coming into the home straight here now. Still going, Grazia Manzotti as well of the Tunbridge Athletics Club, who's 100 metres or so behind. But here comes Natasha Mitchell now up to the finish line. She will finish third in this final of the women's 3,000 metres race walk. So it will be a bronze medal for Natasha Mitchell as she crosses the line. And a look at the watch.
Oh, and Grazia Manzotti has just been pulled into the penalty bin, which is around 80 metres before the finish line, because she has had a few too many infringements that's been noticed by our track judges.
She's off again now.
Yeah, she's off again. She comes into the final 30 metres then. That time, including that penalty, will be outside of 17 minutes. She's did incredibly quickly for a walk, I must say. More experienced years, Grazia Manzotti. Great to have her here. 17:07.52, the unofficial time for her, but unofficially a championship record for Corbishley then. And next up on the track, it is the junior women's 400 metre hurdles final.
Harriers, Samantha Caraway. And in third place, the virtual carriers is Adele McCarthy. Both your medals for the women's senior shot put final.
Well, this is the lineup for our next track race. It's the final of the junior women's 400-metre hurdles. It's going to be a good one, I can assure you, because the athletes in lanes 7 or 8 have traded blows over the last few years, and Arabella Wilson in particular had a tough time at these championships 12 months ago. She was, well, she originally won her heat and then was disqualified. She was later reinstated. I believe she won in the final and then was DQ'd in the final as well, if I remember rightly, if my memory serves me correct. It was a chaotic time for Arabella Wilson. Stephanie Okoro, though, on the inside of her in lane 7. She is a super talent as well, and, well, it's going to be a scrap. Both of them have the qualification standard. They both have the exact same time of 57.98 seconds to top the UK rankings this year, and 12 months ago it was Okoro who won the gold in the end in 60.11. I think they're going to go a bit quicker than that today based on how they ran in the heats yesterday. So we have Grace Malley going on the inside, then it's Emily Kelly, then Lily Noble, Sophie Lisk, and in lane 6 it's empty because Gracelyn Kendek does not start. Then it's Stephanie Okoro, then Arabella Wilson fastest through to this final, 58.98. She looks so good, and Louise Grenfell on the outside. Lisk, 4th ranked in the UK this year, behind Ava Freeman in 3rd, who has ran the 400 and the 200, so she's not here in this event. But Lisk, another athlete that's gone sub 60 seconds, 4th at the Loughborough International this year, Lisk, and seen plenty of battles between Okoro and Wilson over the years. Okoro a bit more experienced now. That's Brunel University under the coaching eye of Laura Turler-Alien, indoor medalist at the Bucks Championships over 400. Won the Bucks Championships in this event as well. Traded blows because last year it was Arabella Wilson that won the English schools ahead of Okoro. Let's go through the final stride out.
Another presentation, the 23 women's shot put.
Two years ago at these championships, it was a certain Emily Newnham that won the title in a personal best of 57.54 seconds. She beat Stephanie Okoro on that day. Sophie Lisk was also in that race, running a personal best in 3rd place.
23 women's shot put gold medalist.
Personal best in 5th place, rather, I think. And Sophie Lisk going in the middle lane. She'll have a tough time of it because Kendek does not start in 6th, so she'll have a long way between herself and Stephanie Okoro. These two athletes in with a shout of medals if they can make their way to the European Junior Championships in 2 weeks' time. Be a great experience. Certainly they're both ranked, they've run the same time of course, and they're both ranked in 7th. The rankings topped by French athlete Meta Tumba with 56.76. So that's the time to beat. These two ladies will need to go a bit quicker if they're going to challenge for medals at the European Juniors, but they have to get through this race first. That's the race to come after this one, the senior race, but we have the under 20 women's 400-metre hurdles final. Fall into their blocks. It's Mali in lane 2, Kelly in 3, Noble in 4, Lisk in 5, lane 6 is empty, Okoro is in 7, Wilson is in lane 8, Grenfell is in lane 9. On the outside, the two to watch out for, Okoro in 7, Wilson in lane 8, once again going head to head at these championships. Where they go then in this under 20 women's 400-metre hurdles final. Wilson rises first and is already chasing down Grenfell on the outside. Okoro with a small deficit at the moment. Now she's just starting to claw it back. Lisk some way back in lane 5. She has that gap in lane 6 outside of her. So it's Wilson then with Okoro just chasing her down at the moment. On the outside, Grenfell is going well. Kelly's looking good in lane 3 too, but it's Okoro now that just starts to surge around this second bend and puts all the pressure on Arabella Wilson as they come into the final 150 metres. It is Okoro that leads, and maybe just a stutter coming into hurdle 7 there, and she'll come into 8 with a small lead into the home straight. Wilson starting to fight back. She is so strong. 2 barriers to go. They are toe to toe. It's always these two. And Arabella Wilson starting to pull away. Will she get there? She's clean over the final barrier. She continues to pull away. It's going to be gold for Arabella Wilson in Birmingham. 57.48. It's a huge personal best by half a second. Okoro did everything in the opening 300. She just couldn't hold it in the final 60, but Arabella Wilson taking the title after being disqualified here 12 months ago. She gets gold, and my goodness, what a race. It's always those two going head to head. The championship record was only 2/10 away. She didn't get it this time, but she does get the gold medal, and both of those two athletes, surely we will see them at the European Junior Championships in 2 weeks' time. Well, what a race. We've got 3 more 400-metre hurdles finals to come. And the senior women are up next with Hayley McLean looking for gold.
So we will keep you in touch with the other 400 metres races, but I'm delighted to say that our shot put winner Adele Nicol is with us now. And Adele, congratulations, win today. Just your quick reflections on that.
Today, but I've still got work to do. I think it is difficult managing bobsleigh and athletics, but that's on me. I've made that choice. So a few things to piece together. There's a difference in throwing far within 6 throws in competition and throwing far within 30 throws in training. So time to put some pressure on myself this week and get it done. Yeah, we met, didn't we, in Edinburgh at Team GB Summit. I was talking about it earlier on a couple of weeks ago, and you told me there, and you'll tell me again, you're a dual athlete. So yeah, for people that are watching this, shot put today, but bobsleigh and the Winter Olympics very much a target. Yeah, I'm in the full swing of things right now ahead of the Winter Olympics in Milano Cortina, which will be in February. So I am a dual sport athlete. I'm a shot putter and a bobsledder.
How does that work in terms of trying to prepare for both events? Because obviously from a track and field point of view, this week British Championships, next week is Tokyo on the horizon for you?
I think when you're managing 2 sports at a certain level, you have to be very clear on what your priority is, and for me that is the Olympic Games and the World Cup and everything to do with bobsleigh this year. So as an athlete, naturally, you just want to be the best every single day, and it's about managing those expectations for myself. Of course, I want to throw far this year. However, Tokyo was never on the card for me, and it's just one of those things. I have to just do what I can. I'm going to be disappointed when I don't throw that well, but I have to also be realistic with what I'm managing. Like, we're talking about going to an Olympic Games in one sport and then me getting frustrated that I'm not winning another one. But, you know, I did win today and I did take the gold, and it's nice to be able to come to my home track. I am a Birchfield Harrier, so technically this is my home.
We'll get more from Adele in a moment, but we are just about to see one more race on track here. In lane 2, Teresa Natelli, 3, Frances Hogg, 4, Amelia Briggs-Good, 5, Sophie Ellis, 6, Chelsea Walker, 7, Alessandra McDonald, 8, Hayley McLean, and in lane 9, Rebecca Weeks. This is the final of the women's senior 400 metres hurdles. And the other voice you're hearing is Adele Nicol, who has just come up, having just received her medal in the shot put. We saw that medal ceremony a few moments ago, but we will just keep an eye here on these 400 metres hurdles before hearing a little bit more from Adele here. So the final of the women's 400 metres hurdles. We've got Natelli in 2, Hogg in 3, Briggs-Good in 4, Ellis in 5, Walker in 6, McDonald in 7, McLean in 8, and Weeks in lane 9. And it's been a really good start there over in lane 4 for Amelia Briggs-Good as well, the Notts AC athlete, already up onto the shoulder of the athlete outside of her, which is Sophie Ellis, also going well. On the outside there is Rebecca Weeks, the Sale Harrier as well. And just inside of her, Alessandra McDonald in lane 7, also there as we head into the home straight here in the final 100 metres of this one. Right on the outside in lane 9, Rebecca Weeks, the Sale Harrier, with just 2 more barriers to negotiate here. A really good race here from Hayley McLean, and Hayley McLean here in lane 8 is going to take this one. It's going to be McLean that wins the race. McLean wins the gold. In the silver medal position is Chelsea Walker in lane 6 as well. But your champion is Hayley McLean in the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers vest, and a time of 56.81. So congratulations to Hayley McLean. A really good run from her, coming around that final bend and really showing what she could do. So she is the champion in the women's 400 metres hurdles. We do have the men, they're under 20, and then the senior one as well. But we've got Adele Nicol with us at the moment, a dual athlete who's won the shot put here today and is looking, as we've been hearing, to qualify for the Olympics in bobsleigh. How did the call from bobsleigh happen for you?
It was just off the back of me posting a video on Instagram of me doing some sprinting. At the time, I was actually heavier than I am now, and one of the pilots, Misha McNeil, she messaged me and said, "You look super powerful, would you like to come and give bobsleigh a go?" I think she had messaged me at the right time, because I was in a bit of a hole of not having the right motivation for athletics, and I was lacking that enjoyment in sport. So I thought, give it a go, and it was a big risk. I had to change a lot of things in my life, but if it's taught me anything, it's taught me to say yes to every opportunity, because I'm a totally different athlete now. I feel like I've really found my drive, my purpose, and I'm loving both sports.
And what can you take from your shot put career into your bobsleigh career? What are the crossovers?
I often get asked how I've managed to balance both, because they're such different sports. And yes, they are different sports in terms of one's winter, one's summer. One involves a lot more running, one's throwing. But essentially, it's all about the redirection of force that you can generate. And I think as soon as you are able to get into your mindset that it's all about pressure and force through objects, then you realise how similar they are. So I'm trying to throw a shot put far by creating pressure on the implement, and it's exactly the same with my hands applied to the bobsleigh handles. Trying to get that bobsleigh moving fast is very similar to trying to get that shot put far.
And in terms of the shot put, British Championships here next weekend. You mentioned obviously your Birchfield Harriers, so this is hope. Back next weekend?
Yeah, back next weekend. I've got a few things to tidy up this week. We've seen some really positive distances in training week after week, but it's all about trying to tie it down now and make sure that I can come here next weekend and on demand throw far.
And in terms of national championship, is it 2 British championships outdoors?
Yeah, two times.
Two times. So how much does it burn inside you for the hat trick to go for the third?
You know what? And I said this earlier to my family after I finished competing. When I throw bad, let's say, it doesn't knock my confidence because I know what I'm capable of. So essentially, I'm not chasing the hat trick because at some point that will happen. And also, I think that chasing a British Championships win, for me, although it's nice and it's a great stepping stone in where I want to be in my career, it's not the end goal. I'm very goal driven in terms of I want to achieve my long-term goals, but whatever happens in between is just a part of the journey. So yes, I'd love to take the win next weekend, but if it's not meant to be next weekend, then it is what it is.
Well, it's been fantastic to see you. I just want to ask you, obviously I mentioned we saw each other in Edinburgh a few weeks ago at the Team GB Summit. We saw some Olympians named for the curling team. How inspiring was it for you to be there, to get the kit, to be named as one of those Team GB hopefuls?
The Olympic Summit is such a good event to get us into the spirit, especially 6 months out, because it still gives you that time to go away, and then you've got that motivation to push even harder. For me, I've got a lot of unfinished business from the Olympic Games in Beijing, because obviously I was a part of that Olympic team that had won a silver medal on the World Cup a few weeks prior to going to China, and then at China I was out there to help Montel Douglas and Misha McNeil essentially, and was a reserve for the Olympic race. So I think it was a roller coaster of a journey at that Olympics. So it means that I'm fully focused on going to Milan and settling that unfinished business. And the Olympic Summit event definitely got me ready for that.
And just quickly, LA then after that.
Yeah, I mean, people might call me crazy, but I think you've got to be a little bit delusional to be at the top of your game, because it's all about your self-belief. And I say this all the time. People that are at the top of their game, whether it's business or sport, they all believe that they're the best and that they're capable of amazing things, but it's who believes it the most. And I genuinely believe that after Milan I can switch focus and try and qualify for LA 2028.
Well, we'll say thank you properly to Adele in a moment, but it's been absolutely fantastic to have her insights. We've got the final of the men's under 20s, this 400 metres hurdles final. Remember those European Championships coming up in Finland very shortly as well. In lane 2, Ollie Dieppe, 3 Zach Cumberland, 4 Andrew Crerar, 5 Ed Hughes, 6 Oliver Parker, 7 Ryan Mateda, Sheen West lane 8, and Nicholas Maciejowski in lane 9. So this is a really stacked field. You would have to look, I think, at Oliver Parker, the rugby and Northampton athlete. PB of 50.48, look really impressive in qualifying for this. So look for Oliver Parker in lane 6. As the athletes will be called to their blocks in a moment's time. Just before that, of course, been fantastic to hear the insights of Adele Nicol. She's won earlier on today. Our shot put champion joining us live here at these English Championships as well, and telling us obviously about her ambitions, not just here in track and field and shot put, but also her ambitions for the Winter Olympics, those Milano Cortina Winter Olympics. You're never too far away from a Winter Olympics, and the 200-day to go mark, you will have seen that this week. That's followed, that's passed us by.
They like to remind us as it gets closer and it's looming in. Of course, in the last Olympic Games I was a brakewoman, and this time round I'm the pilot, so it's been a huge switch in the last few years.
So we've just got a little bit of a delay, I think, to the start of this one. What's the difference, pilot and brakewoman?
So the brakewoman is the person that's responsible for getting that sled moving as fast as possible, and you're the last person to load into the sled, so you're almost responsible for its top velocity, and the velocity of the sled at the start is massively important for the rest of the run. For the driver to do their job, it's my job now to carry the speed down the track and drive as perfectly as possible to ensure that the sled keeps building speed and is fast crossing the line, essentially.
And technology is all important as well, isn't it? And I remember from Beijing talking to some of the skeleton guys, and I saw them at that event in Edinburgh. They wouldn't tell me the technology that they've got. And the technology, though, for you guys will be same. You'll be looking to try and get the best possible sled that you can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's often referred to as F1 on ice because there is a huge engineering and mechanical element of it. British bobsleigh are working hard across bobsleigh and skeleton to ensure that the British team have, as best as possible, fast equipment, and we're ready to go at the Olympics.
So there you go, something to look out for there, the best possible technology, F1 on ice. And that's so different to what we see at things like this, where athletics, track and field, it's just so pure, isn't it?
Yeah, I often get asked what's my favourite sport, and my answer has to be, if I knew that, I wouldn't be doing both. I enjoy them both for so many different reasons.
Well, Adele, thank you so much for coming up and joining us today, and congratulations again on your victory. It's been terrific to hear from you and get your insights. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So taking Cumberland, Trevor, Hughes, West, Maxikowski, we will take the next 400-meter hurdles final.
So we have had a slight delay to the start of this race, but we are now going to get underway. So Dieppe in 2, Cumberland in 3, Crerar in 4, Hughes in 5, Parker in 6, Taylor in 7, West in 8, Zuzowski in lane 9. Oh, we're going to have another delay here, so we are not quite ready to go yet. Well, you have to just wonder how this is building the tension between these guys now in this 400 meters hurdles final. And maybe now at the third time of asking. Third time of asking, these athletes will be called to their blocks. So Ollie Dieppe, Bromsgrove and Redditch in lane 2. City of York athlete, Zach Cumberland in 3. Andrew Crerar in the blue, Reading in 4. Edward Hughes of Chelmsford in 5. Oliver Parker of Rugby and Northampton in 6. Graham Mutada of Blackheath and Bromley Harriers in 7. Sheen West of Medway and Maidstone in 8. Nicholas Majuzowski of the City of Plymouth Club in lane 9, wearing the green. Final then of the men's under 20 400 metres hurdles. We had a bit of a delay to this one. Oliver Parker showing really well down that back straight at the moment. Also going well on the outside is Sheen West. Oliver Parker up on the shoulder here of Rayan Mutada as well. And Oliver Parker and Sheen West it is in the early showings of this race. Also going well, Ollie Dieppe of the Bromsgrove and Redditch Club as well. But it looks as though it will be Oliver Parker of Rugby and Northampton who will come into the home straight in the lead here. It is Oliver Parker. He's being chased just on the outside by Mutada and Sheena West as well, but Oliver Parker has one more barrier between him and this title, possibly a place in the British team as well for those European Championships. Oliver Parker takes the gold medal, and there is a photo finish then in the end between Mutada and West as well. But Oliver Parker will be going to Finland and will be be part of that European Junior Championships team. It's a time of 51.29 and a terrific win for the athlete from Rugby and Northampton.
Here is your medal presentation for the women's 3,000 metre rifle. In third, from Southampton, is Natasha Louise Mitchell. In second, from Aldershot Farm District, Abigail Jennings. And in first, from Cambridge Harriers, is Hannah Parker. Those are the medals for the women's 3,000 metre rifle.
So next up on track here, we just had that brilliant 400 metres hurdles final for the under-20s. Of course, also a selection event, as I said, for those European under-20s championships. We will have the senior final next up as well. So in that senior final, in lane 2, Benjamin Obikas of the Crewe and Nantwich Club, Luke Dronfield of Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow in 3, Hayden Christian of the Guildford and Godalming Club in lane 4, Toby Watson in 5, Sam Clark in lane 6 of Cambridge and Coleridge, Toby Watson incidentally Birchfield Harrier, Ed Laws, Stevenage and North Hearts in lane 7, Ben Schofield of Gateshead Harriers in lane 8, and Jubril Adeniji of the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers in lane 9 on the outside.
Second place from Southampton is Natasha Mitchell.
So Sam Clark going into this one is the man in the field with the best time, the personal best of 50.66. Anyone to have run sub 51. 51 dead for Ed Laws. Just outside of Sam Clark as well, so that might be useful for Clark. Just have another quick runner just outside of him.
This is the men's 400 metre hurdles final.
So Clark stands with his hands on his hips at the moment, with the white vest and the black shorts. Just outside of him is Laws wearing the orange and black. Schofield outside of him, and Adeniji right on the outside. So the final then of the men's 400 metres hurdles. Obikas in 2, Dronfield in 3, Christensen in 4, Watson in 5, Clark in 6, Laws in 7, Schofield in 8, and Adeniji in lane 9. So underway then, it's 400 metres hurdles, and very close in the early stages. Ed Laws has started this really well, and Laws is up and past Schofield already. And chasing Ed Laws down is Sam Clark just inside of him. It's been a terrific start here by Laws, also making a really good start on the inside. Ben Babikas as well. And let's have a look and see as we head towards that penultimate bend how Sam Clark is getting on here. Just Pulling away on the outside a little bit is Adeniji as well. Clark and Adeniji, and inside him Clark and Laws as well. And here is Clark now. Sam Clark it is, with one barrier between him and potentially the championship. Oh, there's a fall. Laws has gone down, but it does not matter for Clark. Clark takes the title, and Adeniji it is with the silver medal, but it is a victory for Sam Clark of Cambridge and Coleridge. Ed Laws was in contention, but crushed at that final hurdle. The Stevenage and North Herts athlete just really trying to put an effort in to try and catch Clark on the line. And unfortunately for him, it was event over, but he is back on his feet. The victory is Sam Clark's. Time of 51.62. I think we're going to have a fairly quick turnaround to our next events, and the next ones are going to be women's under-20 semi-finals. We're going to have 2 semi-finals, and they are already out and ready to go as well. We are running right on schedule here. Michaela Breyer-Loy in lane 2, the Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers. Burma Bengi of the Notts Athletics Club in 3, Sophie Holtz of Cannock and Stafford in 4, Holly Bosworth of the West Cheshire Club in 5, Emma Clark of the White Moss Club in 6, Lily Cowan in 7, Lucy Talon in lane 8, and Tammy Adesina in lane 9. So Lucy Talon has looked really impressive coming through heats and the semi-finals. TB 23.54. Look out as well for Emma Clark. Emma Clark also looked really impressive in qualifying for this final. Emma Clark goes in lane 6.
So we revert now back to the 200 metres. This will be the semi-finals for the under-20 women. We're off in a couple of minutes. So lane 2, Michaela Breyer-Loy, Shaftesbury Barnet, and in 3, Burma Bengi of Notts, in 4, Sophie Holtz of the Staffs, and in 5, Holly Bosworth of West Cheshire, 6, the Clark of White Moss, and in 7, Lily Cowan of Kingston and Holly, 8, Lucy Talon of Tunbridge, and 9, Tammy Adesina. First 3, through my right, and 2 fastest by 4.
So we're going to have 2 semi-finals here of the women's under-20s 200 metres. Top 3 will qualify automatically, and then the next fastest 2 from those 2 semi-finals will also proceed to the final. Remember, the senior women's 200 metres final still to come. Katarina Johnson-Thompson, the Olympic silver medalist, the two-time world champion, has qualified for that one. Still on the start list. We have been speculating earlier whether she would stick around. She is also down to do a field event here this afternoon as well, so we'll just wait and see on that one. But you can see there over on the far side of the track, we are nearly ready to go. The hurdles from those 400-meter hurdles events have been cleared away now. So Briar Loy in 2, Mabengi in 3, Holz in 4, Bosworth in 5, Clark in 6, Cowan in 7, Talon in 8, Adesina in 9. Talon and Clark, the two the form book would suggest we look out for. Talon in lane 8, Clark in lane 6. It's a really good start actually by Lucy Talon. Also an excellent start from Emma Clark as well. The two that we've predicted are running a really good bend here. Also going well right on the inside is Briar Loy as well. But it is on the outside. Lucy Talon in lane 8. She's under a little bit of pressure now in this semi-final from Clark. But it is going to be Talon that goes through. Clark has just done enough. She knows she's there as well. And maybe the third position was Lily Cowan as well. 3 to qualify by rights, and the next 2, but very well controlled bend running from Lucy Talon there. Excellent stuff from Talon, and Talon, Clark, I think it was Cowan, will go through. Time 24.45 as well, so well within her capabilities. It was all about qualifying for that final in that first semi, and she's done that.
This is the medal presentation for the women's para-Olympic 200-meter final. In third is Phoebe Jackson. In second, from Mansfield Harriers, is Victoria Levitt. And in first, from Hull Owen, is Madeline Down.
So then the second semi-final in this under-20 women's 200 metres. We've got Amber Richardson on the inside, Millie Schofield in 3, then Edie Humphrey, Cherie Ufuoma, Savannah Morgan, who ran very, very well in the heats earlier on. Ava Freeman is in 7, ran and came 4th in the 400 metres yesterday. Tammy George in 8, and Oliver Damitan Shoamimo goes on the outside in 9. And it is funny how these things go, because Savannah Morgan, the English schools champion in this race, alongside the English schools silver medalist and bronze medalist. Here they go in semi-final 2. The top 3 will all qualify. Savannah Morgan chasing down Ava Freeman at the minute, who's done a very good job, Ava Freeman, using that 400 strength to close down on Tammy George. And Freeman has a lead on the home soil, the Birchfield Harrier. Morgan trying to chase her down. Freeman looks so good, she looks strong. She looked fluid in the heats earlier on. She's going to come away with a semi-final win here, 23.70. That is quick. The wind plus 2.5 meters per second is over the allowable limit, but had that been legal, it would have been inside the European standard for Ava Freeman of 23.80, and she left Tammy George and Savannah Morgan in her dust, and a bit of sweet revenge from the result at the English schools just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, dipping for the line as well, where we've seen in other sort of heats and semi-finals, a lot of the athletes just stroll across the line. They know it's job done, it's business done. Obviously she's got that time in mind. She knew she must have been running quick as well, so she dipped across the line, as you say. Unfortunately the wind is not a legal wind limit, but a final still to come.
Yeah, for sure, and she would have been a bit disappointed after yesterday finishing fourth in that 400 metres. She has had such a long weekend. Some of these 200 girls, Tammy George, Savannah Morgan, they've only done one race ahead of this semi-final. So Ava Freeman, local girl, she's been here since Friday afternoon running in the 400 metre heats, and she does come into this 200 as the second fastest athlete on paper, behind Lucy Talon. Charlotte Hemrick, who is the UK leader, obviously focusing on the 400 yesterday. So Ava Freeman, if she can get that standard in the final, will be a problem potentially for Lucy Talon.
And next up, a real treat. We've got under 20s men, semi-finals of the 200 metres. I will definitely be sticking around for these two.
Yeah, for sure. We are, I mean, they're just ridiculous, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going through these. It's going to be tough qualification because it is two. We said it previously, there's, I think, 13 guys all in. Not all of them are here today who have the standard for the European Juniors. This is, of course, not only a national championship, a chance to take what could be one of the biggest golds of the weekend, but a chance to book your place on the plane now. Teddy Wilson did that yesterday in the 100 metres. Jake Jordan was second. I suspect he'll go in the 100 too. And then Dylan Williams was third. Dylan Williams running here in the 200 as well. And it is going to be very, very tight. I'm not sure who's going to get there in the end. The semi-finals might give us a bit more of a clue who puts their full cards on the table. And somebody like Teddy Wilson, he won that 100 yesterday. He looks so good. It feels like this year he's obviously worked a little bit on his 200s earlier on in the season, and he's tried to build the race model, the skills that you need to be an effective 200 metre runner over the season. It showed in the heats earlier on.
Such a tough one, close one to call, as you say. That's why we love coming to sporting events. It's why we love coming to events like this. I know sometimes when you walk into events and people will see you and maybe know that you're there doing the interviews or doing the commentary, and they'll say, what do you think today, who's going to win this? Well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be here doing the commentary. I'd be sat in my mansion if I knew who was going to win, because that is what we are going to experience. That is what we're going to see unfold over the next couple of hours. Semi-finals first of all, then a final, and we hope it lives up to the expectations. Hope it lives up to the build-up that we put on it.
Yeah, I think the third heat, the third semi-final rather, is going to be the most difficult. We could see 4 go through from that race, because we've got Ethan Franklin, personal best of 20.8, Jake Jordan, personal best of 20.5, Mayo Alabi, personal best of 20.8, and Bachman Powell, personal best of 20.9. I mean, that could be a European Junior final in itself. So that is to come very shortly. Stay with us. That's up in just a few minutes' time.
We'd also like to give a big warm welcome to the children from Street Futures who joined us today, along with their amazing coaches. And have only recently been introduced to rugby through England Athletics' phonetics programme. made possible thanks to support from Personal Best Foundation.
Very quick.
Medal presentation, the U23 women's 400 metre hurdles. The bronze medalist from Sarah Harriers, Rebecca Weeks. The silver medalist from City of York, Frances Hogg. The gold medalist from Notts AC, Amelia Gregskew. The medalist for U23 women's 400 metre hurdles. semi-final one of the U20 men's 200 metres, 2 automatic qualifiers, 2 time-based qualifiers, and in lane 2 from Cambridge and Coleridge, Thomas Moody Tipping. In 3 from Thurrock Harriers, Joshua Yaya. In 4 from Corby, Elliot Lloyd Uzuwagbe. In 5 from Invicta East Kent, James Gibb. In lane 6 from Croydon Harriers, Farrell Fabasiwa. In 7 from Windsor, Slowington and Hounslow, Liam Francis. In 8 from Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, Teddy Wilson. On the outside, in lane 9 from Sale Harriers, Alex Leadbeater. That's the lineup, and this is semi-final 1, U20 men's 200 metres.
So here we go then, semi-finals of the men's under 20 200 metres. There's three semi-finals in total, and they're all stacked. And in this one, Thomas Moody Tipping in lane 2, Fusueni Eniam in 3, Lloyd Uzuegbu in 4, Gill in 5, Fabu Siwa in 6, Francis in 7, Teddy Wilson in 8, Alex Leadbeater in lane 9. Pick your winner from this one. Fabu Siwa with their white headband and the red sleeves. Athlete then between him and Teddy Wilson, Leon Francis as well. Wilson 21.01, Francis 21.19, Fabu Siwa 21.10 PBs. Ooh, now.
Wasn't clear really. I didn't see anybody that particularly got out super quickly. My eyes were sort of trying to spread towards the middle lanes around Fabu Siwa. I didn't see if Teddy Wilson got out early.
No, it was nothing obvious to me either. We did see one over there with the women earlier, and it was a green card, so everyone got to race on. Saw one disqualification yesterday. It's perhaps inevitable with such stacked semi-final fields, and the tension and the fact we've had sort of a 10-minute build-up to it as well. Sometimes the races come very thick and fast, other times there are just little pauses in proceedings for various reasons and procedures and field events taking place. In this one there has been that little bit of a delay.
I've just seen an official walk over to the track, and it's a yellow card, I think, by Leon Francis outside of Farrell Fabasiwa.
Yeah, officials definitely standing in front of Leon Francis.
I mean, I thought the way she was marching over, it didn't look like it was going to be a green card, and I was hoping, not red. Had a good word with him as well, hasn't she?
Still going.
Yeah. Wow. Asking him to probably be still. We saw a bit of this, didn't we, yesterday in the semi-finals of the under-20 men's 100. Dylan Batty was disqualified. Yeah. J. Cody Jordan, we said at the time, he was so calm and collected, it didn't seem to bother him. You need to channel some of that energy, Farrell Fabasiwa and Teddy Wilson.
Yeah, just seeing the athlete in between them. So they come to their blocks. Not the second time of asking now. Moody Tipping in 2, Eniam in 3, Lloyd Uzuegbu in 4, Gill in 5, Fabu Siwa in 6, Francis on that card in 7, Wilson 8, Leadbeater of Sale Harriers on the outside in lane 9. You may be looking out for the red sleeves and the white headband of Fabu Siwa. You might be looking out here the black and white stripes of Teddy Wilson. It was an explosive start from Teddy Wilson as well. He's already up and past Leadbeater. Fabu Siwa trying to get there as well, so is Francis, but Teddy Wilson it is that leads as we come into the final 50 metres of this one. It is going to be Teddy Wilson with Francis coming in second. Fabu Siwa is going to finish third in that race. Remember, 2 go through, and Fabu Siwa will have to wait and see, because we will have 2 further qualifiers from the 3 semis.
Well, first time sub 21 seconds for Teddy Wilson. He absolutely cooked the bend, didn't he? I just wondered whether he might have overcooked it with around 80 to go, but he then just came through once again and eased away from the rest of the field just as Francis started to move past Fabu Siwa as well. 20.92 with a plus 3.6 metre per second wind is fantastic running. He is in world-class shape. What can he do in the final? And it's going to be a very, very nervous wait for the youngster, for Fabriciwa, to see if he's done enough, because Francis scorched past him, and I'm not sure whether that's going to be quick enough in terms of time, thinking about some of the athletes that are still to come, because there's probably 7 athletes in the next 2 semi-finals that are quick enough to run around 21 flat or under. Don't forget, Francis is somebody that has that European qualifying time of 21.20 at the minute as well. Could he feature for a medal later on?
Yeah, and credit to him as well, having had the nervy few moments of getting the yellow card, just to put that behind him. Yeah, we've got the second semi coming up, and then, well, they're all stacked to be honest, but the third semi, Odie Jordan, Franklin in there as well. You talk about sub-21. Alabi of Birchwood Harriers has also gone sub-21 in that third semi too, but before that, semi-final number 2.
I think Francis probably had the most assured run there, because he was so relaxed. He saw Wilson go away from him, and he felt Fabriciwa come up on his inside shoulder. That can sometimes put the pressure on you, but he ran his own race. It was only in the final 50 metres he pulled away. It worked out very well for him. And yeah, 20.93 the official time for Teddy Wilson. And Leon Francis, 21.18. Actually would be a personal best if it wasn't for the illegal win. And then Ferrell Fabriciwa, 21.26. Is that going to be quick enough to get him through as one of the 2 non-automatic qualifiers? We shall see. This is semi-final 2 though. Again, another nail-biter. 3 guys in there with very similar personal bests. Paul Lambrecht goes in lane 2. Then we have Owen Murphy. George Warburton ran brilliantly yesterday in the 100. In 5, Caelan Taylor. Then Gareth Evans of Leeds ran 21.55 in the heats. He's got a personal best of 20.96. He is the sort of unknown commodity really. He's ran 20.96 at the Northern Championships a month ago, and his next best time is 21.55. Can he back up that 20.9 run here in the semi-finals? That's the question. Abukar Nwokji goes in lane 7, personal best for him, 21.08 in lane 7. Then Dean Patterson has gone sub 21 this year for the first time, goes in 8, and then Adam Pearson from the City of York on the outside. So the 3 we're really looking at are Gareth Evans, Nwokji in 7, and then Patterson in 8. And Evans and Patterson, they ran against each other earlier on. It was a close run in their heat, which they shared the very first heat, and it was only 5,000th of a second, just Evans pulling away in the end. So they know each other well. Dean Patterson in the heat, let Gareth Evans just pull away in the latter stages. He won't be able to do that here. This is going to have to be full throttle all the way to the finish line. So Lambrecht on the inside, Murphy, Warburton, Taylor, Evans of Leeds City, Nwokji in 7, Patterson in 8, Pearson in lane 9. The 3 main contenders then, Evans in 6, Nwokji 7, Patterson in the blue of Scotland going in lane 8. Patterson powers out the blocks. Pearson gets out well on the outside now. Patterson just starts to move around the bend. Nwokji going with him, so is Evans, who's just down a metre or so at the moment. It's Patterson that leads. Nwokji with that 400 strength starting to power through. Patterson going backwards. Evans coming through in second. It's Nwokji cruising through the line. 20.95, his first time ever sub 21 seconds. The wind is legal, it's plus 1.7 metres per second. That was so good from Abukar and Nwokji, and we will see him in the final alongside Gareth Evans later.
Yeah, Gareth Evans, the Leeds City athlete, finishing in second. Patterson made all the early running in that one, but was run out of it. We'll have to just wait and see whether his time is enough to see him progress to that final. Remember, only 2 going through by rights, plus the next 2 fastest across the 3 semi-finals.
He just looked so strong, didn't he? He didn't overcook the bend, he measured it perfectly, and there's sometimes a temptation in the 200 to go flat out in the first 50. You can't really do that because you pay for it in the latter stages, and Wageji with that new 400 strength, remember he's run 47.17, he ran in the GB Juniors 4x14 at the Mannheim Junior Gala, and since then has done a couple of 200s and is looking very, very good today. Well, Dean Patterson, somebody else that's going to have a nervous wait because 21.40, I don't think that's going to be quick enough in third for him. Evans 21.29, that's his second fastest ever. I said would he back up his sub-21 run from the Northern Champs. So at the moment it is Ferrell Fabisiwa and Dean Patterson that occupy those 2 time qualifying spots.
Going into the third of these men's under 20 semi-finals, over 200 metres next up. Then we'll have a couple of semi-finals as well on the track for you for the senior men. And we'll have some wheelchair races, got a couple of 400 metre wheelchair races, and of course the final event in the heptathlon as well. 800 metres, preceded by, if anything, yesterday was anything to go by, some serious mathematics.
In third, and virtual carriers, Toby Watson. In second, from Shrewsbury Garden carriers, Jabril Adeniji.
So, over at the 200 metre start line there, James Becker in lane 2, Emmanuel Asirafi Osheri, Ashley Avis in 4, Sam Wright in 5, Ethan Franklin in 6, Jake Odie Jordan in 7, Mayo Al-Arbi in 8, and Fabian Powell in lane 9. Again, so difficult to try and pick someone out of this lineup. Al-Arbi, Odie Jordan and Franklin maybe in lanes 8, 7 and 6 respectively could be the ones to look out for. Let's watch and see and listen as to how it unfolds. So Becker in 2, Asirifia Cherry in 3, Avis in 4, Wright in 5, Franklin 6, Odie Jordan in 7, Al-Arbi in 8, Powell in 9. It's going to be a full start.
Ethan Franklin, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, I said I thought this was perhaps the most difficult of the semi-finals because there's 4 guys there that can all run sub 21 seconds at their best, and only 2 automatic spaces. All 4 of them could go through. Still, maybe Ethan Franklin is going to get lucky here and just get a yellow card. But
yeah, saw a yellow card in the previous semi-final.
It's going to be difficult, isn't it? It was so clear, wasn't it?
So tough there, as I said, sort of Al-Arbi in 8, Odie Jordan in 7, Franklin in 6, Powell just outside as well, as you say, also sub 21 second.
He's gone, Ethan Franklin.
He's had to walk.
No, that is heartbreak, isn't it? Coming into this, it's a UK leader as well. I mean, that's the biggest shock of all, really. Irish schools champion as well.
And this, remember, it's 200 metres, this qualification event for the European Juniors as well. But Ethan Franklin will play no further part in today. He's pulled his spikes off in frustration. That's not the job you want, the official that has to walk the DQ'd athlete away. But we are ready to go again here. We are away this time. So no Franklin, but Odie Jordan and Al-Arbi outside of him. And Odie Jordan started this one really well and ran a really good bend, but the three that we had predicted on the outside are all neck and neck here. It's Odie Jordan and Al-Arbi, and also trying to get there is Fabian Powell as well. The three of them on the line. Is it maybe Fabian Powell that dipped over the line? It's very hard from our angle to try and see, but Powell, Al-Arbi and Odie Jordan cross the line together. Remember, two of those will qualify by rights. The other one, you would imagine the time would be good enough.
Wow, I mean, Ethan Franklin got disqualified in the semi-finals at the the England Indoor Championships over 200 metres as well. I mean, that's a tough day for him, unfortunately. But Fabian Powell coming into that semi-final with the slowest personal best out of the three that came across the line together. I think he did get there on the dip. Jake Odie Jordan just cruising through, but Jake Odie Jordan has been given it 20.88. The wind was illegal, plus 3.3, so the time has been rounded up. And we wait with bated breath. I think, well, Al-Arbi was not far behind. I think he came through in third. 20.89 is the time given to Fabian Powell. So that does mean Mayo Al-Arbi is in third. He looked very, very good, Mayo Al-Arbi. I thought he might pull away actually in that final 50, but Fabian Powell, who is known for finishing strongly, came through very well. 20.92 the time for Al-Arbi, and that's a good run. So that does mean that we will see Farrell Fabusiwa, I think. Yes, we will see Farrell Fabusiwa in the final, but it does mean that Dean Patterson does not make it, and Ethan Franklin will not make it as well due to his disqualification. Well, I said, Michael, didn't I? There was going to be 10 or 11 athletes in the mixer, and we weren't going to get all of them in there. Ethan Franklin wrote himself out, and Dean Patterson couldn't quite get the legs going in that semi-final the same way he did earlier in the season to run sub 21 seconds.
So on a rating of 1 to 11, how close are you or 1 to 10, how close are you to 11 for looking forward to that final now?
Oh, I mean, I'm about 12, so it's going to be very, very good. I'm not quite sure who has convinced me the most. If I was a betting man, who looked the absolute best from those semi-finals, Abukra Workeji for me looked the best, and I think he has got more to come. And with that extra 400 strength going through 3 rounds, sometimes that means you can just hold on. And perhaps Fabian Powell, with that strength he typically shows at the end, is another one to keep an eye out for. And that seems strange when you think how fast Odie Jordan is, the reigning World Junior medalist as well. So then we've got the senior men's semi-finals to come now, the first of 2 in this first semi-final, just entering their blocks now. Sam Ige, then Greg Kelly, Benjamin Toad, Peter Shandy looked good earlier. Lee Thompson, one of my favourites from the city of Sheffield, looked very good too. Marcus McLean was strong. Joshan Venkatasamy, this is going to be very tough because Russell Nazir Taib on the outside as well. So Venkatasamy looked good too. McLean and Thompson had a scrap in the heats earlier on. This is the first of 2. Top 3 through to the final later on this evening. Nicely away, McLean just started to close that gap between himself and Venkatasamy, and he always finishes very strongly when those long rangey legs of his start to unwind, and they will here. And Thompson is starting to push back on McLean here. What can Shan do? Can he get back in the mix? It's Thompson from McLean, the Sale Harrier on the near side, just starting to edge away, and he's going to get there with 21.08 on the clock, plus 2.5 metres per second. Thompson just so smooth, those two shoulder to shoulder, just locking in that rhythm. Is it Dieter Shan that held on in the black strip of Birchfield? I think he might have just got there.
Yep, 3 qualifying automatically, Shan potentially joining. The other 2, McLean and Thompson, who crossed the line and neck, shoulder to shoulder. Remember, we've got a second semi-final, this men's senior championship still to come.
Marcus McLean was the only under 23 in that first semi-final. They're listed in the second one. A chance for him to potentially pick up a goal here this weekend.
Yeah, just to run through this second one. Jack Gibbs is an under 23 in lane 2 from the Luton Athletics Club. Steve Mackay, Jersey Spartan in lane 3. Joel Houslin in lane 4, Thames Valley Harrier again, an under 23. Ian Sill in 5, London Heathside again, an under 23. Corey Nealon Richards, under 23 from the City of Sheffield and Dean Club in lane 6. Ben Snake, Woodford Green Athletic Club with Essex Ladies in 7. Another under 23 athlete in Brooke Cronin, the Walton Athletics Club in lane 8. And Osua, Reality Osua, at the City of Sheffield and Dean in lane 9.
Actually, it was on the outside. Russell Nazir Taib picking up that third spot in that first semi-final, 21.63 the time. Just went for the other positions to get confirmed. Lee Thompson in second, 21.20. A good run from him. This is really good prep for Lee Thompson going into the UK champs next weekend, sharpening those irons before he heads to the 400 metres next week.
200 metres up next. This one, Jack Gibbs, Stephen Mackey, John Houslin, Ian Seal, Corey Richards, Ben Snake, Brooke Cronin, Reality Osua. Semi-final 2 is 200 metres.
So a hush across the Alexander Stadium, this fantastic arena for track and field, very much a legacy venue of the 2022 Commonwealth Games, although it's been part and parcel of the Birmingham skyline for many years before that. Many greats, many instantly recognisable names from British track and field have put their hard yards in here. Others looking to join them and begin to make their mark, perhaps some in this race here today. So Gibbs in 2, Mackay in 3, Houslin in 4, Seal in 5, Nealon Richards in 6, Snaith in 7, Cronin in 8, Osua in lane 9. Great start there from Cronin as well. Cronin is already up on the shoulder of Osua outside of him, and Cronin, all in black, now finds a couple of other athletes coming, putting a little bit of pressure on him, including Nealon Richards as well. But can Cronin see this one out? He looks like he will be the man to qualify in first position. He does qualify in first position, and also just inside of him, Corey Nealon Richards of the City of Sheffield Club gets the second place.
Oh, he's quick. 20.72 would be a big personal best if it wasn't for the marginally excessive tailwind, plus 2.1 metres per second. I'm really intrigued to see just how fast Corey Nealon Richards went there, because I don't think he's going to be too far off dipping under 21 seconds. I don't think he'll mind about the illegal tailwind. He ran a personal best in the heat as well at 21.31. And I think Seal coming through to take the third, wasn't it? He wasn't too far off with Snaith. They were scrapping it out. Those results, I'm sure, will be with us very shortly. We had some good 200 metre semi-finals, haven't we, across the board?
Yeah, I need to lie down.
Yeah, my goodness.
Some fantastic events and some finals now that we really should be really looking forward to. If you do need to take a little bit of a break this afternoon, do make sure you are back with us for those finals of the 200 metres. We've got plenty more action to come. Of course, before that, the men's finals, the 200 metres finals, the under-20s at 20 past 5, and then the seniors and the under-23s at 25 past 5. Before that, of course, you've got the women's finals, the seniors at 5:15, and the under-20s final, women's 200 metres final at 10 past 5. Don't miss them. They will definitely be better than Antiques Roadshow.
Yeah, if you're tuning into the field stream now, inside the stadium, in the top right-hand corner, you can see the senior women's high jump, which is just getting underway. They've just done, well, they're just starting to go through the very first height of 1.55 metre, and Katharina Johnson-Thompson is in this competition. We might see her later on in the 200 metre final at 5:15. She was in the heats earlier on, fastest through. Very, very good. So I think she's going to come in at around about 1:70, 1:55 is well beneath her. So next up on the track is the wheelchair final. Dana Donnelly goes in that. We saw her yesterday in the 100. This is the 800 today, so she'll be racing on her own in around about 13 minutes time. Before we conclude the senior women's heptathlon with the 800 metres. It was a long time ago that we saw the heptathletes at the start of the day. Yesterday, of course, in the 100 hurdles, and then this morning they've done the long jump and the javelin is done. They're just getting ready to go through the 800 metres, and I can tell you that Ellen Barber currently leads that competition after 6 events with 5,093 points. So she is 323 points ahead of Anna McCauley in second, and Katie Chapman in third. Ella Rush is in fourth at the moment. So do a bit of swatting, try and work out what sort of scores they need to get close to their best. Barber, of course, currently second ranked in the UK with a score of 6,016 points at the Decathlon meeting in France just 3 weeks ago. So busy period for her, of course. It's going to be a push for Ellen Barber to get over 6,000 points if she runs her season's best, which is her personal best as well in the 800 metres, 2:11.66. She would get a total of 940 points, and adding that to her current total would give her 6,031. So if she, or 6,033 I should say, so she will be very, very close to her season's best and her personal best as well. Her personal best in the heptathlon set back in 2021 of 6,028 points, so she's not going to be far off at all, give or take. Let's hope there's a couple of others that can go with her at that sort of pace. 2:11's a good time in a heptathlon. She's been pretty consistent. She ran 2:11.66 and 2:11.99 this year, and 2:11.80 last year, so she's consistent when it comes to the 800. Let's hope she can do that, because she would be rewarded with a huge score, personal best score, one that she's been fighting to beat since 2021 after a couple of injury-ravaged seasons in 2022 and 2023. So let's see what she can do later on. But next up on the track, it is our wheelchair 800 metres for Dana Donnelly.
I hope so. Well, he didn't get taken to man on, did he? He's efficient.
Presentation.
Yeah, probably you just. Just needs to get stronger now. And I think he'll get out. carry that weight all the time. I Josh is 7-sided, but Colin turned around his back on another 7-sided, 8-sided. Well, he said, 8-stride, and he says, like, that's rhythm speed. He said, with 7-stride, he said, it's not saying you can go back to 7-stride, but until you can get that rhythm speed fast. He said, I don't think you can 7-stride. Because you set, yeah, because you're setting that rhythm. Yeah, you've got to get up. You've got to be upright. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to start playing about it now. That's a winter thing, isn't it? Well, this is what Josh had to switch. I don't think that would be too much of a problem. I think you can change it up. It depends on where, like, say, if it positions you too close to the hurdle and then you clamp it again too much, it's not. And the thing is that the senior weight hurdles is on. You know you hit them, don't you? They do, they just think that's taking you momentum. Tony's not tall, is he? It's not as good as him, is it? What's the point? Tony's only 5. Never stopped him, did he? They'll work on that, definitely. It's brilliant, isn't it? Well, he raced Olympic, the indoor 63. He was like 10 top there. Big, strong. Like I say, I think the 100 is super better than 60 anyway. It's like, if you're quick at it, you know you're quick and you can build down in there. Well, Yolo's quick at the block, isn't he? Yolo's quick at the block. Josh has faced Yolo quite a lot coming up. Josh beats him over 1 chance. And I say 60. Is that fast at the block?
So, here we are then, with the women's wheelchair 400 metres. Dana Donnelly goes on the inside.
I think he had an injury, didn't he? I think he had an injury from Maltese. I think he spent a lot of time working in the gym. And he's got more power. He's quite Yeah, he's quite strong.
Well, it's been a great couple of days for Dana Donnelly. It's a shame nobody else is with her, but she's shown great determination and speed as well over these 3 events. Started with the 100 metres, and then we've done the 800 and this the 400. 1 lap of the track, and she will start to motor and build up some frequency down the back straight from lane 1, pushing hard into a bit of a breeze, which has eased off in the last half an hour. It was breezier this morning down that back straight, so she's going well here. Around 43.5 seconds through the first 200. Donnelly working hard, showing the sort of credentials that get you personal bests in quicker races on fast days, and here she comes around the second bend into the home straight, pushing hard here.
Down the home straight, Donnelly, 400 metres.
Well, she was cheered on yesterday, she was cheered on earlier, and she's been cheered on again. Great to have her here in Birmingham on home soil, the Compton Godiva Harrier. Donnelly comes through 1:24.60 seconds. Great experience for her to be on this prestigious track, and she can head home now, having worked hard and put in a great effort this weekend. Great to see. You've got about 10 minutes until that Heptathlon 800 metres, where Ellen Barber, UK number 2 this season, looking to get in excess of 6,000 points. If she equals her 800 metre best, she will be in with a shout of doing that. It could come down to the wire, it could come very, very close indeed. In the field on the high jump, we can see that the bar is now at 1.65 metres. Lily Church, Jasmine Cook, Lucy Wallaker and Jade Oney clear first time. Gracie Wall got it the second time, and we've got a few others that are still going. And Hannah Lake, Gabrielle Garber and Katarina Johnson-Thompson still waiting to enter that competition. Garber has a best of 181, the lead city athlete. Jumping into a bit of a breeze, these high jumpers. What sort of effect that has on their approach will differ. Each athlete, whether the wind just picks up or drops off before they approach the runway. They'll be waiting as well for an indication of what the wind is doing as they come up on their approach. Just see some of the flags that are mapping around here are blowing in the wind. So if you're just joining us for the first time, this is day 3 of the England Athletics Senior and Under 20 Championships, incorporating the Para Championships here at the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. This weekend is supported by headline partners Citroën, who are helping England Athletics and the Personal Best Foundation to sustainably power our next generation. Great to have Citroën support, helping spread the word and the work of athletics around the country within grassroots sport, showcasing their wonderful fleet of electric vehicles. Great to have them involved, increasing opportunities for young athletes. Looks like the Heptathlon is going to be getting underway in just a couple of minutes' time. Well, we've sort of flipped things around with this heptathlon. It looks like we're going to have what is traditional with having the faster athletes come up in the latter races. Yesterday this wasn't the case. We started with the faster athletes, but anyway, we'll read out the names in a second. If you are just joining us, welcome to the England Athletics Senior and Under 20 Championships here live from the Alexander Stadium in Birmingham. This weekend is proudly supported by Citroën, who are sustainably powering our next generation, supporting grassroots sport with their electric fleet. And we are just about to get underway with the final event of the senior women's heptathlon, the 800 metres. It has been a long couple of days, starting with the 100-metre hurdles yesterday. They've had the long jump and javelin today. The leader of this competition is Ellen Barber, who goes up in the second race, chasing down a 6,000 point plus score. The 7 athletes in this though: Sophie Doherty from Basingstoke on the inside. Then we have Hannah Payne from the city of Norwich, Connacht as they are often known. Paul Elmer, Jaron Hepburn goes in 4, then Keris Lee in 5. Scarlett Whittaker is there in 6. Alana Fashanu of Shaftesbury Barnet, the fastest athlete in this field over the 800 metres. And then Lucy Woodward goes in lane 8 on the outside. They will of course break after the opening 100 metres as they head around this first bend just behind the hammer cage on the left hand side of your picture. So Fashanu, if she's going to get close to her best of 2 minutes 17, we'll be looking for around 66, 67 seconds. Often you see in these heptathlons the athletes go through quite quickly. The heptathlon is a speed power event with one endurance based, more aerobic event, which is this one, the 800 metres, and we get a bunch of speed athletes taking part in 800 metres. They want to get out quickly because it feels just a bit easier than plodding round. And Fashanu, I'm sure, will try and take this one out. It is a bit cooler down on the track than it is up here in the stand. It's 20 degrees here in Birmingham today. A bit of a breeze down the back straight. They'll be running into that breeze. Here they go then, the first of 2 races in the senior heptathlon 800 metres. It is Doherty, Payne, Elmer, Lee, Whittaker, Fashanu and Woodward. 2 other athletes in there. Elmer and Payne both have personal best in the 800 metres, under 2 minutes 20, and Fashanu is just galloping down the back straight, looking so fluid and full of running. And we'll see just how quick this is, because this is pretty quick for an athlete going for something like 2:17. It's 29.9-ish on my watch through the first 200. That is way too quick, and I think perhaps the athletes just sitting back in that second group, making a bit more of a sensible effort to go through this 300, then about 47 seconds. It looks like it's Hannah Payne that's gone with this early pace from Alana Fashanu. It's Payne back in third in a minute. So Elmer going with this. It's quick. They're starting to tie up exactly where you would expect to in an 800 in a heptathlon, and at the moment they are just sitting shoulder to shoulder almost. I wonder if there'll be a move down the back straight here. All changing the third and fourth as well. They're just starting to chase down. Elmer is there back in fourth at the moment, I think. Fashanu just slipping back into second. That early pace in the opening 200 is just starting to pay now, and Hannah Payne from the city of Norwich blazing into second with 200 to go. She looks as if she might have judged this to perfection. I said she looked as if she was sat in the perfect position in the opening 300 metres, and here she comes with 150 to go. This is Hannah Payne showing grit and determination here to slip into first place, into the final 100 metres. She is powering away. Her best of 2:19.14 could be under threat here. She is flying. Hannah Payne from the city of Norwich, digging deep. It's going to be outside her best, 2:21.92, the clock time. It was Woodward that came through in second, Elmer in third. Fashionny, despite that fast early pace, fading really badly on that second lap. And the points that they'll get will go towards their total. And we'll see where everybody finishes up once the other races have come through. But the athletes in this first race slightly further down on our leaderboard, but it doesn't hurt any less once you finish the 800. You can just see it there. 5 athletes absolutely battered. The pain, it hurts so much. Well, I think they'll be pleased that this Heptathlon has finished before 3 p.m. They've got a bit of time to refuel, drive home and recover before they get to bed tonight. They'll have earned a well-deserved day off tomorrow if they can for these athletes. And we still have one more race in this senior women's heptathlon to come. They are just going through their final strides on this first bend.
Who's not here is Zach Skinner. That is the medal presentations for Paralympic men on the jump final.
So the athletes are out, ready for our D-final for the 800 metres, or race 2, should we say, which consists of the top athletes being led by Emma Tyrrell, Roman from Anna McCauley, and Katie Chapman, and Barbara Harder. So it's Alan Barber with 5093 from McCauley, 4770, and Katie Chapman, 4670.
So the lineup then, we've got Lauren Evans on the inside, then Emily Tyrrell, Niamh Davenport, Ella Rush, and then Anna McCauley, Katie Chapman, Ellen Barber, the leader, coming into this final event, looking to get over 6,000 points, which is doable here, and Lily Holt on the outside. So Ellen Barber has the fastest personal best of 2:11. We'll be expecting to see her go through. If she's measured, it will be around 64, 65. If it's not, it will be about 63, I suspect. But she's there on the outside at the moment, already in front of the rest of the field. The next fastest in this lineup is Anna McCauley. McCauley's ran a 2:15. Ella Rush has also ran a 2:16. And I think in second it is McCauley at the moment. It's around 30.5 through the first 200, so it's pretty nippy. She's going well here. And we make it that if Ellen Barber runs her personal best of 2:11.66, she'll get around 940 points, which would be enough for her to get a personal best. So here she goes, McCauley latching onto the back of her in this opening 350, and Barber, she's a good 800 runner. Looks like it's Davenport at the moment in fourth place, just being overtaken here by Ella Rush, who's trying to move up into third, but is now running wide on this first bend, so it's good from Barber. 64.16 through 400, so pretty much spot on. And now Barber just starting to push on down the back straight. Macaulay just getting left adrift by 5 metres here. The Decathlon in third place at the moment. Rush just sitting on the outside shoulder of Davenport. But it's Barber, 138 through 600. This is looking good. If she can hold this pace, she could be well inside her best of 2:11.66. Can she do it? The lead extending with every stride here. Macaulay digging deep as well. That cadence is still looking good. Neither of them tying up. It's Barber against the clock, trying to chase down that personal best here. Can she do it? It's going to be good. This is going to be very quick from Ellen Barber. She's going to be inside her personal best, just 2:11.44 on the clock. She's done it. We'll wait for the official confirmation of the time, but 2:11.44 the time for Ellen Barber. She dug deep. I said she's a good 800 runner. She's consistent as well, and has run 2:11 3 times this year now. That's what you want if you're an 800 runner. You know you can bank those splits and come through consistently. 2:11.45 the official time coming up on the screen for us here, and Ellen Barber, her best of 6,028 points from 2021, may well have been beaten here. What a storming run. 64.19 through. You can see Macaulay as well, 2:15.01 coming up on the clock. But I make it that Ellen Barber has scored 6,037 points unofficially. I'm sure it will come through in just a moment, but that would be a new lifetime best in the heptathlon by 9 points. It was a close margin, wasn't it? She needed to equal her best in the 800 metres. She actually beat it by 0.2 of a second. Had to run it the hard way on her own. A superb performance from her to come away with that result, and 2:15.01 for Macaulay unofficially is a personal best for her as well. She really stuck at it. Neve Davenport was 2:20.36. Ella Rush, well, just outside 2:20 as well. It was Lily Holt that came through, a big personal best for her. We think at this stage 2:20.75 it's coming up with, and Ella Rush 2:21.04 for her. So we're trying to work all of this out, swatting. So we're trying to work out what that score means for everybody else. Just trying to go through this now. We've got Ella Rush, who was in 4th place coming into this final event with 4,655 points. Finished with something like 5,468, which is not a bad score for Ella Rush at all. Just off her season's best, a personal best of 5,606. We are waiting for those official results to come through. So I said 6,037 unofficially for Ellen Barber to take the win. My goodness, great performance to round off that competition with a personal best as well. Won 3 out of the 7 events, 2nd in 2, 3rd in 1 and 4th in the 100 hurdle. So building nicely. I wonder whether she can get another one in this season before it's done and dusted. And it has been confirmed as 6,037 points for Ellen Barber. Anna Macaulay 5,663. A personal best for her. Ella Rush, 5,464 in third place. And Neve Davenport, a personal best of 5,376. So great performance from her as well. I think she'll come away with a medal. Ella Rush will be the under-23 champion, if I'm right. But Ellen Barber, the story, with a personal best in the 800 metres to round things off in this women's heptathlon. And the women's high jump, if you've still been tuning into that as well, the bar now at 170. Just trying to see who is up next in that competition. We've got two beds going on. We're looking at the senior women's at the moment. The other's taking a chance just to do some warm-ups on the other one, I think. But a couple of the athletes looking like they might have a tricky third and final jump. We've got a few of them looking for that. Hannah Lake has just cleared it in the red vest of Wales, which is good. Lucy Wallaker is clear as well at 170, so is Gabrielle Garber. And Church, Cook, Oni, Coates, Fowler and Wall. So 7 athletes, all looking to get 170 on their third and final attempt.
So we look forward to our next track races. It's the women hurdles heat for 20 women.
Let's have a big one.
In this first heat, in lane 2, Maria Gordon of Gateshead, in lane 3, Jessica Bliss of Brighton, lane 4.
Well, after that really exciting heptathlon finish, focus for the next few minutes is going to be on the women's under 20 100 metres hurdles. We've got 3 heats here.
Now about to enter the high jump competition, Katarina Johnson-Thompson.
In the first heat with the 2 to qualify automatically, and the next 2 across the 3 heats. We've got in lane 2 Maria Gordon, Gateshead Harriers. In lane 3 Jessica Bliss, Jess Bliss of the Brighton and Hove Club. Chukwu Nadefo of the Northampton Club in 4. Amy Timoni, the Finn Valley, in 5. Jemima Miles in 6 of the Berry Club. And Grace Gray in lane 7 from Telford. So not a lot to choose between our athletes in this one. Jessica Bliss, Jess Bliss, Brighton and Hove Club, PB season's best of 14.28 in lane 3. So she's the athlete in your picture, just bending down, just the slightly taller athlete out of the lineup for you. But have a look at Amy Timoni as well, 14.32 she's run this season, and sandwiched in between them Nadefo has run a 14.62. So Nadefo again a little bit taller than some of the others in the lineup. So it's got a little bit chilly in the last hour or so, a little bit blustery down trackside as well in the infield. Certainly a little bit of wind down there. We'll be back with this women's high jump competition shortly. I remember Katarina Johnson-Thompson is involved in that one. Last I looked, she hadn't entered the competition. She was just perched on a seat, but she has moved away from there. In her blue leggings, a yellow top of Liverpool. Just coming across out of your picture to concentrate. She's just coming across to the stand out of your picture. But we'll concentrate on this hurdles event at the moment. It's a false start, and I was just distracted by what Katarina Johnson-Thompson was doing there. So it's not entirely sure. It's not entirely clear, rather, who was involved in that one. So, card shown there to Timoni, and now a little bit of a discussion taking place here with the officials. And Amy Timoni, unhappy, I think, with this decision. So she's protesting, but the red card has been shown.
Oh, I think just let her run. I mean, even if she's disqualified afterwards, at least give her a run. There's only 6 athletes, there's 9 lanes.
She walks.
Oh dear, it's such a shame.
So no Amy Timoni in this one now. So we are down to 5. It's again that long walk. And Timoni actually out of your pictures just sort of sat down and slumped with her hands on her head. Just trackside at the moment, leant against the wall. So here we go again. So it's Gordon in 2, Bliss in 3, Nadefo in 4, Miles in 6, Gray in 7. And Timoni, who was one of our contenders in this race with Bliss, he's run a 14.28 and a PB of 14.15. Nadefo, the other one that we've mentioned, a 14.62 PB. Gordon in lane 2's run a 14.88. So second time of asking, we are away. Nadefo it is, who started well, but inside of her it's Jess Bliss, and it's Bliss who in the middle section of the race is breaking clear of the others. Maria Gordon in second, but Bliss it is that crosses the line first. Gordon is delighted with that. It's a time 13.97, but the biggest reaction as we crossed the line was actually Maria Gordon, who was absolutely thrilled with her performance. She knows she's run well there, but the win has gone to Jess Bliss.
Yeah, Gordon's realised that she's qualified for the final, and you know what? That's what's happened, because Amy Timony being disqualified, she was the fastest in the lineup, has opened up that route through to the final for Maria Gordon. And you know, just to add on, Amy Timony being disqualified, I mean, she's come all the way from Ireland to compete in this one as well. That's such a shame. I think they should have just let her run. Just give her a race afterwards or something like that. I feel so bad when athletes have travelled far. Parents as well, they don't want to see that. But it's the harsh reality of sport, isn't it?
I love your athlete first outlook.
Yeah, I just think, you know what, give them a run. You can tell them the time, show them DQ'd afterwards, but at least let them compete. That's what they've come here to do. Just to say, in the senior women's high jump as well, if you were watching, Katarina Johnson-Thompson has cleared 174. It was at the second time of asking, so I think she looked good on that second time. You know, good smile from her afterwards as well. So I think sometimes when you've been sat around, there's been a lot of jumps, you know, dozens of jumps before she managed to enter the competition. It started at 155, then 160, 175, then 170, and now 174, and there are only 4 athletes left in the competition. Lucy Wallaker has one more attempt at 1m74, and I'm just keeping an eye out to see where Wallaker is, because she has that one attempt left. She's somebody that has actually gone over 180 before, so she is on the runway now, I believe, getting ready for her third and final attempt at 174. It's been cleared by Gabrielle Garber and Hannah Lake. This is Lucy Wallaker, much more aggressive this time, and it's just kind of flat when she came into her takeoff, and unfortunately for Lucy Wallaker, that's her competition done. She was clear at 160, 165 and 170 first time of asking, so yeah, unfortunately we're down to 3. It is Gabrielle Garber, Katarina Johnson-Thompson and then Hannah Lake, and just wait and see what the next height is. 178 maybe. So far Gabrielle Garber has a clean scorecard, 170 and 174.
And in that race we just watched, Jess Bliss of the Brighton and Hove Club, 14.02, 14.02, so PB for her. Gordon as well, huge PB, 14.55, is that? My eyes are failing. In second position. Anyway, both of those 5-3. Both of those have qualified for the final as we go on to Heat 2.
Yeah, tough qualification, isn't it? Only the top 2 automatically through. Nobody in the UK this year actually has the standard. Tia Brown has run it previously, but this year only 13.82. Young star heptathlete. She's a great hurdler, isn't she? So the lineup for this one is Charlotte Ayton on the inside, then Leah Wagstaff, Senna Gorvit, Ellen Roberts, Nia Forbes, Agyapong and Jasmine Hatch. Keep an eye out for Leah Wagstaff. She runs in lane 3. That's second athlete in from the right hand side. It's around 14:07. Wagstaff is 5th in the UK this year as well, bottom year in this age group, so bit of a youngster. 4th at the English Schools Championship this year, Leah Wagstaff. Under 20 women's 100 hurdles, and it is Wagstaff who is pulling away from the rest of the field. Shaftesbury Barnett's Forbes, Agyapong in second at the moment. It's Wagstaff looking so strong and composed, crisp over the barriers as well. She comes second in 13.80 seconds. The wind is legal. We had a faller as well.
Ellen Roberts has tumbled at the last hurdle there, got up to cross the line. She's okay.
And Wagstaff with a superb run. I don't think she can quite believe it. First time sub 14 seconds. As I mentioned, she was 4th at the English Schools Championships here a couple of weeks ago. Didn't see too much of her outdoors last year. She won the 80-metre hurdle title on this track 2 years ago. Great for her to be at the top, a massive personal best. 13.84, the time rounded up to. Leah Wagstaff jumps up to second in the UK rankings this year, maybe just puts her name at the top of the pile as a favourite for the final later on.
And as you were watching that, I was watching Katarina Johnson-Thompson, who's just taken the bar down at the second time of asking, I think, at 178. So has gone across Katarina Johnson-Thompson again to this near side of the arena as we're watching our hurdlers leave, just up from them, just beyond that car that you can see in the top of your picture. Katarina Johnson-Thompson again coming over to have a discussion with her coaching team. The coaching setups have changed over recent years. Katarina Johnson-Thompson, she had a spell out in France, came back, of course, been working with Aston Moore, coaching as well.
Yeah, she was here last year, Kat, and did the first couple of events in the Heptathlon. Jumped 181 here in Birmingham on that day. I think she was the last one in that competition, so she got to 181 and then knocked it out the remaining jumps. So I wonder what she'll get to this time. She did 192, which was a great performance for her at the Paris Games last year. One more heat though to come in this junior women's 100-metre hurdles, just to give you the quick result that's showing up on the screen from that second heat. Leah Wagstaff 13.84, a new personal best, and then Nia Forbes Agyapong 14.07, which again a massive personal best as well. Jasmine Hatch 15.17 in third. She'll have to wait and see whether that's quick enough, because we still have this second heat to come, and it's not going to be quick enough because in that first heat the results of third and fourth were quicker than hers. So no final for Hatch today, unfortunately. And Johnson-Thompson has cleared 178 that time in the high jump.
And then back with the hurdles here. Heat 3 of the women's under 20 100 metres hurdles. Lane 2, Isabel Mert. Lane 3, Lily Gale. 4, Imogen Lafan. 5, Scarlett Cargill. And 6, Layla J. Belgrave. One to watch here, probably in lane 3 from Cambridge Harriers, is Lily Gale. PB of 14.05. So Moore of Rugby and Northampton in 2, Gale of Cambridge in 3, Varn of Notts in 4, Cargill of Newport Harriers in 5, Belgrave of Swindon Harriers in 6. So it's the women's 100 metres hurdles, the third heat, and as expected, Lily Gale has come out really strong there. She's also being challenged though by Scarlett Cargill. It's Gale though with 2 more barriers to clear, and Gale does clear them and crosses the line first. It's Gale who's the winner, Cargill who will also qualify for the final, finishing second.
Well, a real bullet start. Looked very comfortable over the barriers. The others just started to claw back at Gale ever so slightly over the final few hurdles, but the time is quick, just off her best. And I think that does mean we will see the 2 athletes from the first heat, Onachukwu Ndefo and Grace Gray, heading through as 2 time qualifiers to the final.
Yeah, that heat didn't feel as fast as it unfolded.
Well, apparently I have absolutely no judge of pace, because
Neither have I. Mur.
yeah, we've got Mur and Cargill in that third heat flying with 14.59 and then 14.83, which puts them in those qualifying spots. And I think for Cargill, yeah, she definitely makes it.
What do we know?
Nothing. Your sensory just becomes weak after 3 days, doesn't it? I think. I can't even get the words out. That's how fatigued I am. But
Still got a few more hours to go here, by the way.
Women's been good so far, hasn't it, Michael? Day 3.
Yeah.
Katarina Johnson-Thompson on the runway then in this high jump competition, going for her next height, 182. She's given that a knockdown. This is her first high jump competition since Paris, so you can understand there's a bit of
Rustiness.
Yeah, rustiness. She just try and feel the way through. This is not a big deal. She's a big match competitor, isn't she?
Yeah.
You know, in rugby you call it a test match animal. She's one of them, and I think this is just about finding her rhythm and finding her stride. And there are only 3 athletes left in the competition. Gabrielle Garber is having a cracking day. She's cleared 182 as a personal best at the first time, the under-23 athlete. So there's a bit of a competition here.
So Katarina Johnson-Thompson, the only Briton to have won world titles at senior under-20 and under-18 level. A winner of 35 different national titles, 6 at senior level, 2 under-23s, 11 under-20s, 9 under-17, and even 7 titles at under-15 level as well.
Worth mentioning Gabrielle Garbo, not quite managed to see all of her jumps so far, but she's done 178 this year. Her personal best was set 2 years ago. She is flying. She's got a bit of a background in heptathlon as well, and 181 was set to take a bronze medal at the UK Championships in Manchester 2 years ago. So 182, first time of asking. She's cleared that. She will go again at the next height. Again, could be a big personal best, and Johnson-Thompson is on the runway again at 1 metre 82.
Yeah, what does it say about me and my bad back and my creaking knees that I remember when she was the young hopeful ahead of 2012, and now here she is, the veteran of the game.
She goes then. Oh, it's much better. Gives it a good whack. I love watching the multi-eventers and the technical eventers, because they do try and just figure things out, don't they? They're trying to understand what's going on. She has one more attempt at 182.
So yeah, going through Katarina Johnson-Thompson, this kind of routine, if you like, now. So there was the initial thought process, the hand on the chin, sat on the mat, then just dropped herself down just to sit by the side and just take a moment to gather her thoughts, and then the walk to her right hand side to go and chat with her coach, support team over there, which she's doing right now, before she will then go round to the top of the bend there to try and attempt that height for the third time.
Yeah, Hannah Lake just knocking off 182 as well on her second attempt. So I mean, 2 more jumps, it could be game, set, match. Gabrielle Garber might take the title. Can Lake and Johnson-Thompson respond here? It's been a brilliant competition so far for young Gabrielle Garber. And under 23 as well.
More track action to come for you in a few moments as well. We'll have the first semi-final of the women's senior 100-metre hurdles.
This is the medal ceremony for the under-23 men's. In third, for North Shields, James Wordsworth.
Well, next up on the track, it's the senior women's 100-metre hurdles. Bevan McCaffrey goes on the inside. Then we have Kira Holt, Etienne Morn, Paris King, who looked really good earlier in a personal best. Danny Hales, Yasmin Uwakwe, Eniola Jagbe, and Kia Slade, all lining up here. The 3 athletes in the middle, 4, 5 and 6. Morn, King and Hales. Not too much of a choose between them on times that they ran in qualifying and personal bests as well. Yasmin Uwakwe's ran 13:51, so it could be tight. We've only got 3 spots automatically through to the final, which is in a couple of hours' time. So, on the high jump runway, Katarina Johnson-Thompson going for 1m82, 3rd time of asking. Let's come down. Unfortunately, a bit of a frustrating one for her after a good performance in the 200 earlier on. I wonder if we'll see her in a couple of hours for that 200 final, whether she'll want to stick around after this. She's still on the start list, she hasn't forgoed her place or anything like that. But
Well, we move on to our semi-finals for the 100-metre hurdles. All the senior women, in 2, Bevan McCaffrey, Birch.
Yeah, Katarina now just going around shaking the hands of the officials, thanking them for their work. Mentioned yesterday the hard work of the volunteers, the officials, keeping things moving, keeping things going.
And Hannah Lake is also out at 1m82, so she will finish in 2nd, and Gabrielle Garber with that new personal best of 182 will take the gold medal.
And we'll also be able to go home tonight and say, do you know what, I beat Katarina Johnson-Thompson at work today.
Yes, good going, isn't it? So, first of 2 semi-finals, pretty stacked. It's 2 semi-finals, everybody's in with a chance. Could see 5 of them go through if it's quick enough. We saw some good times in the under-20 heats just now. So McCaffrey, Holt, Morn, King, Hales, Uwakwe, Jagbe and Slade on the outside. Good start from King, just as she did in the heat. Morn has a bit of work to do, so does Hales and Uwakwe. And now Hales just starting to come through here, as is Morn. It's Hales leading over the final barrier. She's going to take semi-final one, 13.36. That's quick. The wind is illegal, but snappy over the barriers. She came through strongly, Danny Hales. And the top 3 there, Hales, Morn and King, we'll see all 3 of them in the semi-finals very shortly.
And before that, we'll have the 2nd of those semi-finals. Those athletes just coming onto the track now. We'll have that race for you in a couple of minutes' time.
high jump continuing with Gabrielle Garber, lead city athlete, the only one left. My guess is she's gone to 184 or 85. We haven't quite seen what's next on the scoreboard. She is here, about to give it a go though. Be a big personal best on top of the one she's already got, bettering a 2-year-old PB.
Also on the far side,
Gabrielle Garber.
It's the women's ambulance long jump final. We'll introduce you to them. From Harrow, Esme O'Connell.
She goes.
From Portsmouth, Olivia Breed. From Stevenage, Martina Parker.
Too bad, was it?
Also from Stevenage,
184, first time failure. She'll have 2 more attempts. Back to the track then with this 100-metre hurdle semi-final 2.
and from Shrewsbury, Elizabeth Goss.
And in lane 2, from the Radley Club, Hayley Perrin. In lane 3, Anastasia Davis from Blackheath and Bromley Harriers. Molly Jessup in 4. Jasmine Clark in 5. Freya Doherty in 6. Leah Bonsu. Croydon Harrier in 7. Grace Morgan from Wales. Cardiff Archer in 8. Erin Williams, Scottish athlete representing Aberdeen, in lane 9. So have a look out for Marley Jessup in 4, Jasmine Clark in 5. Jessup's run a season's best 13.30, just outside her PB of 13.22. Jasmine Clark has run a 13.46, her PB this season. Jessup's an under 23. Clark is a senior. Remember, first 3 qualify for the final. We'll have 3 automatically from each of these semi-finals, and then the next 2 across both races. So Perrin in 2, Davis in 3, Jessup 4, Clark 5, Doherty 6, Bonsu 7, Morgan 8 and Williams 9. Last one to settle in lane 2 is Hayley Perrin. Away at the first time of asking. It was a really good start as well there from Marley Jessup. Jessup is going really well here with 3 barriers to go. It's still with Jessup. She's got Bonsu for company. Jessup, Bonsu, and was it Clark as well? Those are the 3 that will go through to the final.
Yeah, good run, 13.47, solid time, backs up what they ran in the heats earlier on. Jessup is going to be one of those to watch, just a touch quicker than she ran in the heats of 13.53. How quick can they go? There's going to be so many athletes in and around that similar sort of time, and again, you just know that when it comes down to the hurdles and the finals for the sprint hurdles, it's not about who's got the quickest personal best, it's who can hold their composure when it comes to the final few barriers. And you know, Danny Hales is going to be in the mix, certainly Marley Jessup, Paris King in there as well after a personal best in the heats earlier on. So we're going to have a good battle. Kira Holt though and Yasmin Uwakwe with their times of 13.70 and 13.78 in that first semi-final. We might get this right this time, whether or not they've done enough, because Bonsu is 13.61 in second.
Yeah, Jessup's been given 13.51. It's been rounded up from 13.47 that was on your screen.
I think this might be close for the non-automatic qualifiers. My gut says to me that Kira Holt's probably going to be okay. Yasmin Uwakwe might be having a nervous wait right now. Clark 13.73, that means Kira Holt does get one of the 2-time qualifiers, and Doherty misses out with 13.84. So both Kira Holt and Yasmin Uwakwe from that first semi-final make it through on time to the final. And in case you want to tune in and watch it, our senior women's 100-metre hurdles final is at 5:43 this evening, just after the under 20 women. And next up, more sprint hurdles. It's the under-20 men, 3 heats, followed by 3 heats, the senior men.
I've seen money right now.
So we're now ready for our presentation called the Senior Women's Heptathlon competition. All the athletes ready for presentation. We're in 16th place with 3,127. Next on the Newell Madison Hutton. On 15th with 4,178. Basingstoke and Midham Sophie Doherty. 14 with 4,260 from Sale Scarlett Whittaker. 13 with 4,550 from Taunton Eris Lee. In 12 with 4,620 from Norwich Anna Payne. In 11 with 4,644 points Shaftesbury Barnet Alana Fashion. Into the top 10, 10th with 4,840, Jersey Spartan, Lucy Woodward. In 9th with 4,968, Jarrow Heberden, Mark Yeoman. Then in 8th with 5,006 points from Exeter Harriers, Emily Tyrrell. In 7th with 5,037 from Shaftesbury Barnet, Lily Holt. 6th place with 5,217 from Cardiff, Lauren Evans. 5th place with 5,301, also from Cardiff, Katie Chapman. In 4th place with 5,376 from Trafford, Lee Davenport. And our top 3 now, the bronze medal. England and UKA 5,464 from Amber Valley, Anita Wash, Ella Rush. The silver medal, 5,663 from Sheffield and Durham, Anna McCall. The gold medal, an England and UK champion with 6,037 points from Yeovil Olympians, Alan Barber.
So the under-20s for the 110-metre hurdles over the slightly lower height than the seniors. Chinedu Ndukwu goes in 2, Cameron McCracken in 3, Charlie Stadden is in 4, Oliver Belbeck is in 5, Jack Wheatley in 6, and Toby Wright goes on the outside in lane 7. So 6 athletes in this one. We've got 3 heats going into the finals later on this evening. 4 athletes have the standard. 2 of them go in this first one, which is Charlie Stadden and Toby Wright. That standard is 13.80. These guys just inside of that one. Charlie Stadden, of course, we've seen him over the years, now based over in Texas at university out there. Second at the Welsh Champs earlier this season as well, just about 4 weeks ago now. So Ndukwu, McCracken, Stadden, Belbeck, Wheatley, Wright, the top 2 through to the final. Stadden gets off to a good start, so does McCracken inside of him. On the outside, it's right now just starting to ease through the gears, and it's Stadden in the headband who's just trailing here. It's Toby Wright pulling away on the outside, 13.62 seconds. The wind is legal. It's a new personal best unofficially for Toby Wright. And he likes the look of that, doesn't he? The Taunton man. Big run from him. Almost flawless over the barriers. Really crisp. Stadden, I thought he might come back at him, but he didn't quite have the momentum over the final 3 barriers to just surge on through.
And again, you saw, didn't he? He obviously knew he was quick. He knew that PBs were up for grabs there, because again, dipping for that line as he crossed it as well. You can often sense so much about how the athlete is feeling internally by what they display externally, and we saw it there. So we'll have a second semi-final in a moment. As we said, these are the slightly shorter hurdles for these under 20 men, so 99.1 centimetre. And in this second heat, in lane 2, Leo Woodthorpe, 3, Montana Dennis, 4, Jaden Allen Bramble, 5, Joshua Taylor, 6, Alexandra Eldridge, and 7, Edward Barber.
The silver medalist from Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, Adam Rutter. The England gold medalist from Charlton AC, Dan Briggs. And the guest gold medalist from Swansea Harriers, Harrison Walsh.
Well, the results confirmed as 13.61 for Toby Wright. A new personal best for him in the heats here. Charlie Stadden 13.73, which actually equals his personal best that he set back at Birmingham University in June. And then Wheatley coming through, Jack Wheatley coming through in 14.4, and that's a personal best for him by 2/10 too. And McCracken, who had a good run there, quite a personal best for him, but he's going to have to wait and see whether he's done enough. Cameron McCracken and Jack Wheatley in those prime spots at the minute, but Toby Wright looking good, has the standard. Will he get selected come the final? Got to deliver when it matters. The European junior rankings this year were led by Charlie Stadden,
Edward Barber.
But
Heat 2.
now I've been surpassed by Toby Wright, the actual UK lead, 13.33, so I don't think the European ranking's quite right there. But Noah Hansen, 13.33, is flying at the moment. We've got Josh James Bailey Taylor as well to come.
So in this second heat then, from the Leeds City Club, Leo Woodthorpe in lane 2, and Tanner Dennis from the London Heathside Club in 3, Jaden Allen Bramble from the Rugby and Northampton Club in 4, Josh Taylor, Exeter Harrier in 5, Alex Eldridge, Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow in 6, Ed Barber of the Marshall Milton Keynes Club in lane 7. Look at Josh Taylor in the middle there, PB of 13.66. In lane 5, look at Ed Barber as well, closest to us in lane 7 on the outside, PB 13.98. Remember, 2 to qualify automatically across the 3 heats. And then the next 2 fastest runners up. So Woodthorpe in 2, Dennis 3, Alan Bramble 4, Taylor 5, Eldridge 6, Barber in 7. And they are away. First time, it was a good start as well for Taylor. And Josh Taylor it is, as we expected. And coming through second is Ed Barber as well. So Taylor and Barber, the 2 that we predicted, are the 2. Time on the screen just running through for us there, but no doubt Josh Taylor, the Exeter Harrier, and Ed Barber, the Marshall Milton Keynes athlete, but securely into the final.
Yeah, we're going to be in for some final, aren't we, if Noah Hansen can navigate his way through the 3rd heat. But Josh Taylor in good form, got knocked stopped of course, but we know he's capable of really quick times. Hansen is actually second in the European rankings list, 13.33. James Taylor just outside the top dozen or so. Could be happy with that, putting himself in a good position to get amongst it. I mean, we're going to have 4 athletes that have got the standard and will be looking to try and challenge for 3 spots. It's going to be very, very difficult. As I said in the women's race earlier on, it's not about how quick you can go in a final, it's how consistent, how clean you can make it, because there's going to be so much going on. It is like watching a bull in a china shop rush round for a sprint hurdles final. There's all sorts going on, smashing everywhere, but you need to try and keep composed, and the man in lane 5 in this 3rd and final heat does exactly that. Noah Hansen, superb young athlete, great in the sprints over the 100 metres as well, as ran 10.57 this year and 6.77. Now based in Houston, and been running a lot this year over the senior heights as well out there, but here over the slightly lower heights, I think, which suits him. He's not the tallest of hurdlers, but he's powerful and he's quick, and he uses that to his advantage. So Max Rowe goes in lane 2 for this 3rd semi-final. Adam Dingley is in 3, Trey Corliss is in 4, Noah Hansen in 5, and Reece Bradley from Trin Nantwich goes in lane 6.
The medal ceremony, the U20 women's triple jump. The bronze medalist from Windsor Slough, Eton and Hounslow, Maria McMillan. The silver medalist from Trafford AC, Amber Brown. Taking the England gold medal from Blackheath and Bromley Harriers, Kuchai Ukpai. And the guest gold from Indian number 80, Matilda Broccoli. You're in the 22 women's triple jump medley.
So Noah Hansen in the yellow of Newham and Essex Beagles. Really one to watch. I like the fact he's gone over to the US. The quality of sprint hurdles over stateside is so good. Can't help but improve being around that sort of quality, and he's lowered his under 20 hurdles best by half a tenth this year. Won the English schools last year as well. Went to the World Junior Championships. Adam Dingley and Trey Corliss to Noah Hansen's left, perhaps the two that will be fighting it out for that second automatic qualifying spot. Remember, only two will go through. So it's Rowe, Dingley, Corliss, Hansen, Bradley, under 20 men's 110 metre hurdles. Away nicely, Dingley gets to a very good start, and now Hansen is away. Bradley trying to go with him. It's Dingley in second at the moment. Hansen just looking very smooth, but clattering a few here, and again, but now just starts to ease away, and it's 13.54 on the clock. It's quicker than all of the other heats, quicker than anybody else in the country this year has ran, and Noah Hansen the firm favourite going into the final.
Do you know what? That was a race of two halves, wasn't it, for him? Because I was just thinking over the first 50 metres, he looks so smooth. No one here looks like they're going to be able to touch him. And then you get halfway in the race, and, well, what is it? He took 3 hurdles down in a row, clattered the last 2 as well. But he'd done enough, I think, in that first 50 metres to ensure that his qualification for the final was secure.
Yeah, it was good. Dingley did well to come through in second. So let's just take a look at those time qualifiers. Currently, Jaden Allen Bramble is in one of those spots with 13.26. The other is Jack Wheatley, 14.41. Dingley runs 14.14, and Dingley, if that's confirmed, which it is a new personal best by 200th of a second, so delivered when it mattered. And Corliss, the London Heathside athlete, 14.33 seconds. That means he does get one of those 2 time qualifying spots alongside Jaden Allen Bramble, so those two will be in the final later on. Great to see.
Next up, we're going to have 3 more heats of 110 metre hurdles, men's seniors this time. Athletes not with us yet because there will need to be readjustment, of course, of the heights for the seniors, which is taking place in front of us, but we'll be back with you for that first heat. 2 to go through automatically, next 2 qualifiers as well across the 3 heats, and we look forward to Copeland, Clark, Carney, Cottle, Reed, Hedman, who are going to be next on track for us.
see the 110 metre hurdle, heat 1, open bar, Carney, Cuttle, Reed and Henry.
So back on the track now, heat 1 of the men's 110 metres hurdle. So we're back with the seniors now in lane 2. Representing the city of Sheffield and Durham is Michael Copeland. 3, Sam Clark of Cambridge and Coleridge. 4, Ethan Akani of the Bexley Club. Rika Kotel in 5 of Harrow. Bradley Reed in 6 of Chelmsford. Ruben Hedman in 7 of Woodford Green Athletics Club with Essex Ladies. So you'll be looking here maybe at lane 4. Ethan Akani, PB run this season 14.01. Sam Clark inside of him as well in lane 3, 14.31. And it is those two, in fact, Akani and Clark. And also on this near side as well, going very well is Hedman. But it's going to be Hedman, in fact, who's going to take it in lane 7. Ruben Hedman done terrifically well there in the green and white stripes of the Woodford Green Athletic Club with Essex Ladies. 14.25 as well. That is just 1/100th outside of his PB. Of course, we'll be looking at the wind there, and we'll look at how that is rounded up or down. But terrific performance from Ruben Hedman.
Yeah, wind on that plus 2.2 metres per second, so just over the allowable limit. A few mistakes there from Ethan Akani, who was in a really good place at the halfway point, but just clattered hurdle 6, 7, 8. And that sort of set him back a little bit. Ruben Hedman capitalised on that, came through very strongly. And I think if Ethan Akani can clean up those mistakes come the final, he's going to be in with a really good shout, because his best of 14.01 puts him in a good position to get amongst the medals when you look at everybody laid out on the table ahead of the final. So yeah, more to come from him, I expect. Another Birchfield man, well, Richie Mooling, goes in the last heat, and he's somebody that could get a gold medal today. It's a bit of an open event in the 110 metre hurdles. Nationally, it's in a bit of a funny place really, because we've had the likes of Andy Pozzi and David King both retire. You know, we've seen some injuries to other athletes as well. Josh Zeller rupturing his Achilles, a horrible video of him rupturing it in training if you saw it on Instagram. Not very nice. I hope he's doing all right and the recovery's going well if you're watching, Josh. Hope to see you back. Tadajora is going pretty well this season, has run 13.31 seconds, and yeah, saw him at the European Team Champs, did pretty well, came in 3rd place, has been reasonably consistent this year as well. Was one of those athletes that made the Olympic team last year, came through to make the semi-finals as well, a great experience for him, and yeah, hoping to see somebody like him push on this season. He's been consistent for 3 or 4 years now. It'd be good to see him start to make strides forward as well. We know he's got the capability of that. He's based at USC for a bit in the US as well. So Noah Hansen, maybe one of those guys that we saw in the under-20 race just now, who can progress. And it does take a bit of time to progress from the juniors to senior heights, and Noah Hansen getting that experience in the US collegiate system now.
It's a really interesting point that you raised there about how things go in cycles, because obviously there was a purple patch of time for British sprint hurdles where, you know, there was 2 or 3 on the global stage, you know, that you would think could win major medals, going back to the era of kind of Colin Jackson, Tony Jarrett, that kind of era. Middle distances fell away for a little bit after a real golden age there, but are very much back in terms of, you know, in the men's races, the likes of Josh Kerr and Jake Whiteman. And as you say, we're kind of struggling at the minute for a sprint hurdler that can be the one, if you like, that we hang our hat on to say this is someone to look up to, this is someone to aspire to be.
Yeah, I mean, Lawrence Clark made the final of the 2012 Olympics, and then we had Andy Pozzi going very well in 2016, and
just injuries with him, of course. Just really, you wonder what his career might have been without succession of injuries.
Yeah, it was a shame really, and Pozzi then making the Olympic final in 2021, and Yeah, we just need to try and push through. There's so many great sprinters that I think with early adoption of hurdles, because it's not an event you can exactly take up when you get to your mid to late 20s because of the technical acumen you need, and perhaps it's something we could look at as a new initiative within the sport to try and drive those sprint hurdles for the men. Anyway, in this second heat for the seniors, we've got Jaden Dean, a real super talent as well. He's an under 23. He goes on the inside. Then we've got Matt Griffin, then Morgan Williams, Jake Cover, Edson Gomez, Portuguese athlete based here in the UK, competes for Harrows, around 13.80, is very quick. Then Alex Parkinson of Sale Harriers on the outside. So Jaden Dean may be somebody to watch here, as is Jake Cover in the middle of the team Bath athlete. Edson Gomez too. Good start from Gomez. Dean gets away well. He's absolutely rapid, just clipping the second and third barriers, but Gomez now beginning to pull away. It's Dean in second, Griffin is there in third, just being overtaken by Cover, but Gomez coming through to take the win. 13.76 seconds, the wind illegal. It would have been a personal best, but Edson Gomez looked very smooth there, kept out of trouble for most of that race. And Edson Gomez, once again, taking a win here at these championships. Came fourth at these championships in Bedford back in 2022. Chance maybe here to see him get gold this time. It's quite open, but he's going to be in with a good shout. Jaden Dean in second gets that other automatic qualifying spot.
Yeah, staying out of trouble. That is the key phrase there. That was a messy heat of the hurdles, you have to say. So many hurdles going over. Jaden Dean, Matt Griffin as well, pattering a number of them on their way through.
Well, the time coming up is 14.09 for Jaden Dean. That would be a big personal best if it wasn't for the tailwind, down from 14.27. He was somebody that was a super talent as a junior over the 60 hurdles over the last few years, and has been trying to build up to these senior heights. It just take a bit of time, bit of getting used to, and this is his first year over the senior heights. And yeah, he was here last year, came third over the junior hurdles, so looking to get on the podium for the seniors this time.
It's always a really interesting transition, isn't it, from juniors into seniors, and people that are prodigious at junior level don't always fulfill that promise at senior level. Then when you add in, I know every event is technical in the way it unfolds, but when you then add in a very technical aspect as well as hurdles, and you're literally changing the goalposts because you are raising the height of that hurdle as well. So, you know, it's not like, so Jodie Williams, for example, a brilliant junior sprinter, unbeaten for a long period of time, then came into the senior ranks, and yes, you know, she retired with an Olympic medal last year, with Commonwealth Games medals, but she never had that level of success, if you like, in the senior level that she did in the junior level. She stepped up to the 400 metres, but essentially she was still sprinting from A to B. With the hurdles, you're making that junior to senior league, if you understand what I mean,
yeah,
and adding something else in.
Yeah, the variables are more, and then every race you've got 10 of them, which can add something extra. And Jaden Dean, somebody that a few years ago, back in 2022, set a UK indoor record for the 60-metre hurdles, and as I say, he's now trying to build up to these senior heights, and I think he's well on the way to do that. Certainly somebody that can run well under 14 seconds as he matures in this age group. But a good run from him. He's going to be in the semi-final, the final later on, alongside Edson Gomez.
I'm not being critical of Jodie, by the way.
Yeah, fabulous athlete.
I love her. I think she was just brilliant. She was always great to interview and talk to as well. So I mean, saying it is difficult.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely difficult. Shame that she's retired. Hopefully we don't lose her from the sport completely, because she offers a lot of value and a lot of knowledge as well.
Absolutely. I'd quite like to get her in alongside us at some point. I think she'd be excellent at doing this kind of job, and it's something I've mentioned to her, maybe for another day. So here we go again. Jack Kirby in 2, Maranga Makaya in 3, Scott Connell in 4, Will Richie Mullen in 5, Henry Curtis in 6. Look out for Richie Mullen. Birchfield Harrier here in lane 5, PB of 13.75 in this third heat then of the men's seniors 110 metre hurdles. Kirby in 2, Makaya in 3, Connell in 4, Richie Mullen 5, Curtis in 6. It was a good start by Curtis actually in lane 6 there. Also making the running here is Makaya. Makaya though has just dropped now back into second position at the moment because it is going to be Richie Mullen who is going to take that. Makaya is going to finish second in that race. The 2 automatic qualifiers who will go through to the final, and we'll have to wait and see who the other 2. Time of 13.93, so just outside of William Richie Mullen's PB of 13.75.
He's built like all the great 110 hurdlers, isn't he, Will Richie Mullen? Birchfield lad. Went to uni in Durham a few years ago, if I remember correctly, and has been building nicely under the guidance of Laura Turner-Allien over the last couple of years, and managed to get down last year to sub 14 seconds for the first time, and this year lowered that personal best to 13.75, so I think he'll be pretty pleased with that. It's a good time, 13.93. He's been really consistent this year, and that consistency is very important when you get to finals. So 13.93 the official time. Maranga Makoya 14.38. Often see him over the 4 hurdles, hasn't done as many races this season as we sometimes expect from him. I just wonder whether we'll see him over the 4 hurdles next week, Maranga Makoya, because he's close to going under 50 seconds at his best. He's run 50.05 for that event, so he will be in the 110 hurdles final as well. A very accomplished sprint hurdler too. Next up on the track, we've got some 3,000 metre finals for the under 20 women and under 20 men. The first of that, the women's, goes in 10 minutes time, and we've got 4 athletes in that, Michael, and that will see potentially another couple of athletes booking their place to the European Junior Championships.
Yeah, and then a para event, and then we're into some 200 metre finals, which I don't think we've made any secret of, that we are looking forward to this afternoon. So yeah, around about 10 minutes for the next event on the track.
Ceremony for the U23 women's high jump. The England bronze medalist from Bedford County, Gracie Ward. And the guest bronze medalist from Glasgow Jaguars, Catherine Fowler. Taking the silver medal from City of Sheffield and Durham, Callie Coates. And the guest silver from Carmarthen District, Lily Church. And the gold medalist from Leeds City, Gabrielle Garber. Your medalist in the under-23 women's high jump.
So then, this is the final of the under-20 women's 3,000 metres. Well, despite the fact that we have 6 athletes who have the European Junior Standard in this event, we only have 4 athletes on the start list. Madeline Pearce from Marshall Milton Keynes, who is flying at the start of this race, and then Isabel Mansley, and then Eliza Nicholson and Zoe Gilbody. Nicholson and Gilbody, they both do have the standard. They are 5th. Gilbody's 5th with 9:21 in the rankings this year, and Nicholson, who currently sits in 2nd in that black vest of Blackheath and Bromley, is in 2nd at the moment. And the lady in 3rd is from Telford, that's Zoe Gilbody, and then just at the back of this it's Isabel Mansley, if you could just work out who everybody is there. So really interesting here that Madeline Pearce is deciding to take this one out early on. She's around 7 seconds off the standard. She ran a personal best recently at the English Schools Championships just a couple of weeks ago. She was 3rd at the English Schools on that day. And Zoe Gilbody win from Freya Bradley. We saw Freya Bradley racing the other evening, so on Friday night. So Zoe Gilbody comes into this as the favourite. The 4 fastest in the UK this year, Innes Fitzgerald, Jess Bailey, Katie Pye and Isla McGowan are not here. We saw Isla McGowan and Katie Pye race already this weekend in other events. Jess Bailey, I think she might be going to do the 5,000 metres, so is not here. Innes Fitzgerald, as we understand from discussions on Friday night, myself and Alex Seftel, we believe Innes Fitzgerald is going to the UK Champs next weekend and his prior World Championships in Tokyo in September. And this is a really composed run early on here from Madeline Pearce. Pearce, who has competed well this year across park runs, cross country and others as well. So she's starting to build nicely. She was at the English Schools and made the final over the 1500 a couple of years ago as well. So she is showing some real guts here to try and take this out. She's already got an 18-second personal best in this event so far in 2025, and we're looking for. And Eliza Nicholson, the athlete in 2nd at the moment, I've seen her across various races where it's on the track or in cross country this season, and she likes to take the pace out nicely, and she can finish very quickly, so keep an eye out for her as well.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the first 2.5 minutes or so of this race. Still very early days, of course, as the athletes stand here at the Alexander Stadium. They will cross that finish line still with 5 laps of the track to go. And it is Madeline Pearce of the Marshall Milton Keynes Club. Just wondering whether the 3 in behind and Zoe Gilbody and Isabel Mansley are just closing slightly on Maddie Pearce at the moment, but as we said, still a long way to go with this one. So it's Pearce that is leading it, and then all in black is Nicholson in 2nd, Gilbody just tucked in older behind, and just at the back of those 4, Mansley. And I said as they came into the home straight, I just wondered whether they were closing on Pearce a little bit, but as they go down onto that back straight, it seems to me that the gap is still there or thereabouts. And interestingly now, Gilbody just makes a little bit of a move and just goes up on the shoulder and past Nicholson as well over on that back straight. So Gilbody is looking maybe now to reel Pearce in a little bit, as they will come round here with 4 laps of the track to go.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Katie Pye, well, she finished 2nd on Friday night in the 5,000 metres. She was actually the first under 20, so she's been automatically selected for the 5,000 metres, we understand. I said that Jess Bailey might fancy the 5,000 as well. In the 3,000 metre top list this year, she came 4th in the 1,500 metres, so a bit touch and go, whether the 2nd and 3rd spots are down to selectors, and also we have a maximum team size of 55 that Great Britain will be taking, and that might see some athletes who have qualified potentially not selected as well, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But it is a potential that Madeline Pearce here could run herself into the team. You know, we have 3 spots available for the 3,000. If it looks like they're all going to be competitive and might get a good experience and maybe finish within the top 8 or so, it's a potential. And she's doing the right thing, Madeline Pearce, taking this race out and trying to make it quick. I didn't get the 1K split, which would give us a bit of an indication of where they're going to finish, but she's done really well, and she looks fluid as as well, and I think sometimes you see athletes take races out harder early on, out on their own, and they do just start to tire. The 3000 is perhaps one which you might just be able to hold on, particularly when she's going to have Nicholson and Gilbody coming in for support.
Yeah, and Gilbody, as we said, just put that little burst of pace in just to try and reel Maddie Pearce in, and whereas before it was Maddie Pearce out tucked in as a group behind, what we have now is Maddie Pearce out in front with Gilbody on her shoulder, and also still very much in control is Eliza Nicholson there as well. So at the moment, out the back is Isabel Mansley. An interesting point that you raised about team size. That is something, of course, which is very much part of the conversations now around British athletics as well. As we see Gilbody there now look to try and take this one on. And team size is important because obviously British athletics have said that their plan moving forward is to take smaller teams, but often you need obviously to take people for experience as well.
Yeah, Gilbody is now just slipped into the next gear and pulled away by almost 10 metres from Madeline Pearce, and I don't think Eliza Nicholson, with almost a kilometre to go, is going to be able to respond to Zoe Gilbody here. It's 6:26-ish through 2k. It's looking pretty good. I'm not sure whether Madeline Pearce is going to be able to sustain a pace which would see her get under that standard of 9:25. We shall have to see. These sorts of times are usually set in pace races, and there's only 4 athletes in this one. So Zoe Gilbody here is doing the right thing. She looks strong. The Telford athlete only from, 45 minutes away, maybe even less, and she's looking very good here with 2 laps to go. Pearce, though, metronomic at this point, just galloping down the home straight here with Eliza Nicholson, working hard in third at the moment. She's somebody that would want to finish inside the top 2 to give herself a better chance with the selectors of getting picked. The British Athletics standards are selected and based on a top 8 finish, so we've already got 6 athletes who have secured this time this season. It just goes to show how well we are developing young middle distance and long distance talent, and Zoe Gilbody is one of those next athletes that is showing her abilities here in this 3,000 metre final.
Yeah, she is stretching away now down that back straight, Zoe Gilbody. It doesn't look like anybody will challenge her, but the athlete I've got my eye on, the one I'm watching, is Eliza Nicholson, who's currently in third position at the moment, because she is working really, really hard, just trying to reel Maddie Pearce in. Maddie Pearce, who led this race for a long, long time, but you can see the arms pumping, and you can see how much Eliza Nicholson is working here. As we see our leading athlete come back into the home straight, she will take the bell this time. She's had a little look over her shoulder. She must know that she's secure and going to win this race, but a battle on perhaps between second and third.
Yeah, and here we go, 8:19 at the bell for Zoe Gilbody. I think for Madeline Pearce now, it's all about the silver medal. I don't think she's going to be able to run a sub-60 second last lap, which would see her go underneath that qualification standard. She performed well here a couple of weeks ago, as I mentioned, at the English Schools Championships, picking up that bronze medal. It was on that day that took the win. She won by 7 seconds, and it might be a similar sort of margin here. It was a cracking run to winning 9:23 at the English Schools. That's the sort of pace that could see her challenge for medals in Finland in 2 weeks' time. And Pearce in second, just stretching away from Eliza Nicholson, who is back in third at the minute. So Zoe Gilbody looking smooth. She just seems to keep powering around the track, and there's not been any break in stride, any slip in momentum. And as she comes into the home straight with a huge lead of over 50 metres, she's looking very good. Maybe now just starting to tie up, but it doesn't matter. She went with about a kilometre to go, and she's being rewarded here with a fine run to take the English title in 9:33.16, the time in the stadium. Madeline Pearce improves upon the English Schools, bronze to take silver in around 9:42, and Eliza Nicholson working hard from the gun to come through and take the bronze. And here is Isabel Mansley coming through for fourth. My goodness, that was hard work. A quick time as well, considering the circumstances. But Zoe Gilbody dominant here in Birmingham yet again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in terms of it being a championship race, no pacers here. So very, very tough with just that field of 4. So great time from Zoe Gilbody, Telford Club, 9:33.15 as well in these junior championships. Pierce, her time has come in here, 9:43.08 as well for Maddie Pierce, who of course led the race for a long time, but when Zoe Gilbody hit the front, it didn't look as though anyone else would be able to take that title from her. We're going to have the men's under-20s on track next, and there's going to be a fair few more in that race for us to decipher.
Yes, for sure. That comes up in about 10 minutes time. Haven't seen them out on the track just yet. It's all finals now on the track. 3,000 metres, then the men's power 100-metre final, followed by the 4 200-metre finals, then the sprint hurdles, and then the senior men's decathlon 1,500 metres. And let's just check where we are. Unfortunately, Jack Turner and Harry Kendall, who started the day yesterday, not finishing the competition, both dropping out yesterday. Harry Kendall pulling off with what we think was a calf injury around 180 metres into the 400 metres. It is Callum Newby of Edinburgh that currently leads with 6,209 points. Then Stephen Simmons, who had a great day yesterday and started well with 110 hurdles today. Evan Campbell, who won the high jump as part of the Decathlon yesterday, is back in 4th at the moment. So all to play for, really. It's going to be close. Plenty of medals to be dished out. Next up, though, the under-20 men's 3,000 metres. A good lineup battling for places to the European Junior Championships.
So our first 50 metre throw in the javelin, Evan Campbell, chance for Donna, 50-45. Steve Simmons throwing there. for second place.
This is the medals presentation for the under 23 women's long jump. The bronze medalist for Bosra Harriers is Christy Archer. The silver medalist for the Sarah Harriers is Steph Jones. The gold medalist from Winter Southeastern and Council is Amy Ware. There's the medalist for the under 23 women's long jump.
Craig Walker of Birchfield, now from 52.83. Throw there from Oliver Ablett, who will be in third place. He's the Congo athlete. Just 7:43 for athletes.
Final then of the men's 3,000 metres, under 20s final. We've got 10 in the field here. We are underway. Jamie Connor, and Scotsman from Giffnock North, will be identified by the 1 on his shorts. Luke Dunham 2 from the Hearts Phoenix Club. Oisin McGloin of the Lagan Valley Club 3. Jack Sanderson of Settle Harriers wearing 4 on the shorts. Oscar Schofield of the Sale Harriers wearing 5. Oliver McDonald wearing 6. Another Giffnock North 7. Max Sanderson from the Brentwood Beagles Athletics Club. Miles Fraser from Preston Harriers wearing the 8 on the shorts. Noah Patterson of the Invicta East Kent Club wearing 9 on the shorts. And Isaac Maisie of the Ealing, Southall and Middlesex Club wearing bib 561.
Yeah, it was Noah Patterson in the red that took things out earliest there, and then we've got Jack Sanderson now in the Settle Harriers luminous vest at the front, just leading things out.
Yep, so it is Jack Sanderson at the moment, the first of these 10. And Sanderson on that back straight at the moment. As I said, you'll identify him with the 4 on the shorts and the bib number 564. His season's best time is his PB time as well of 8:23.10. Look out though in this race for Luke Dunham, the Hearts Phoenix athlete. Red vest for him, 8:00.80 for Luke Dunham. He might be the one to watch in terms of time. Oliver McDonald, Ollie McDonald, Giffnock North as well, 8:03.90 as well. But still leading this one at the moment is Jack Sanderson, the Settle Harrier.
Yeah, the man in the blue looks to be our man from Giffnock North. That's Oliver McDonald in the Scotland strip. They're in 4th place at the moment. That's Oliver McDonald.
Yep.
And he's just tucked in behind the Settle Harrier at the front, Sanderson, and then we have Patterson in 2nd, and then coming in the other Hearts Phoenix vest, Luke Dunham, who is the UK leader this year. He tops the rankings with 8 minutes, 0.80 seconds, and then it is McDonald currently in 4th, and they're all strung out very nicely at the moment. Jamie Connor in the yellow vest is in 5th at the moment, so we've got 2 Scottish athletes up near the front in this field of 10.
So they come around into the home straight just in front of us, where they will see 5 laps to go in this men's 3,000 metres. And still it's Sanderson that leads, Max Sanderson, who leads this one here. Luke Dunham of the Hearts Phoenix Club as well, going very well as they go past with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, there were 2:47 on my watch through the first kilometre, which is pretty good going, and the 2 Hearts Phoenix boys just doing the right thing in getting to the front, trying to keep out of trouble. Jack Sanderson, who is leading them around, is currently 24th in the UK. He's got a personal best of 8 minutes 23.1, and they are all strung out nicely. Just looking in there, we've got Preston's Miles Fraser in around about 6th at the moment. He's just jumped in front of Jamie Connor too, and Oscar Schofield
At the back there.
Yeah, in the cap. He's one of the fastest in the field, 8 minutes 12. He's had a couple of injury troubles over the last 18 months or so, and is happy to sit at the back and just let the guys fight it out and string him round at the moment.
Yeah, we've got 2 Sandersons in the race. Actually, we've got Max Sanderson, who's got 7 on his shorts from the Brentwood Beagles Athletics Club, but it's Jack Sanderson, the Settle Harrier, as he has done in most of this race, who continues to lead this one with 4 laps to go. So it's Sanderson at the moment, going very easy, just tracked there by Patterson as well. And that's Noah Patterson of the Invicta East Kent Club, who's just sitting there at the moment in 2nd position, wearing bib number 574. He's tracked there by Luke Dunham. You'll just see Luke Dunham as well. He's got the 2 on his shorts, also with the red vest. And there, as we head into the back straight, you see a terrific picture as well of the other Sanderson in the race. That's Max Sanderson, who's just sat there at the moment, who's moved up to 5th place, 4th place at the moment as well. And also they're all in blue. That is Miles Fraser as well. So also going very well at the moment is Oliver McDonald, and McDonald is just sitting there at the moment in 5th, looking very easy as they come around into this home straight again with what will be 3 laps to go in this men's under 20s 3,000 metres. So still Jack Sanderson leads it.
Yeah, well, here comes Luke Dunham just getting to the front as we edge past the halfway stage in this race, and very interesting to see our Scottish man in there as well. That's Oliver McDonald just getting towards the front as well and trying to track that move, because McDonald is the second ranked athlete in the UK. He's run 8:03 this year, and he will fancy his chances of winning this one and booking his spot on the team. Remember, he's only the first athlete who has the time. If they win, they get selected. And a look over the inside shoulder from Luke Dunham. He is starting to stretch them out now, because Jamie Connor is trying to latch onto the back of this leading group of 3, which includes the 2 Invicta East Kent athletes.
So it's Dunham at the moment that's leading. McDonald in second position. Oliver McDonald, one of the 2 Giffnock North athletes in here with that PB time of 8:03.90. Dunham of the Hearts Phoenix Club at the moment, though, is just a yard or so in front. And then you've got, as we said, McDonald in second position at the moment, and Noah Patterson in third, though he is just overtaken there by the man with the cap on backwards, who's Oscar Schofield. 2 laps of the track to go.
Well, it's not that quick. That first kilometre 2:47, that second kilometre 2:49. They went through 2k in 5:36, so it's not that quick, and it is going to have to wind up, which is why you saw Luke Dunham at around the kilometre point just start to stretch everybody out. And now Oscar Schofield, as you say, is working his way through the field and is poised nicely on the shoulder of Noah Patterson, who's done very well to sit near the front of this race, just latching onto the back of his club mate. And yeah, here we go. It's going to start bubbling over the next 600 metres.
Yeah, it's going to be a straight shootout. 600 metres to go, and still plenty in this race. Dunham, of course, is still there, just out in front at the moment. That is Luke Dunham of the Hearts Phoenix Club, and he is just leading them round into this home straight for the penultimate time. We're in 5:68. And then Oliver McDonald it is, and then you will also see there with the cap on backwards, that is Oscar Schofield as well. Oscar Schofield, who sat at the back as they take the belt, and it's, well, your choice as to who's going to win this race, because there are still plenty in it at the moment. Dunham is still very much there, so is Schofield there as well, just sitting in third position as they go into the back straight for the final time here. Oliver McDonald now looks to try and take that lead up as well. Is McDonald going to go and give this a go from home?
Well, they're going for it, aren't they? And here we go with Dunham again on the inside, just pushing away from McDonald, who looks like he might just be tying up. Schofield needs a bit of room with 200 to go.
So it's Dunham now who's taken the lead back up by taking the inside lane on this track. McDonald is not beaten yet, though, and as we head in towards the final bend, it's McDonald that has put the foot down now. He's being tracked all the way there with the man with the cap on, which is Schofield, but it looks to me as though it will be Oliver McDonald, the man from the Giffnock North Club, who will come away to take this title. Oliver McDonald, all in blue, is going to win the title. He wins the gold medal. The silver medal goes to Schofield, and Dunham it is that finishes third. 8:15.23.
Wow. I didn't expect that with 200 to go. It looked to me that Oliver McDonald was just starting to tie up, and maybe that Dunham was going to pull away from him. And he just let him brush up on his inside shoulder, didn't he, Oliver McDonald, and then dropped the hammer with 150 to go, and nobody had anything in response. Schofield didn't have anything left. And, well, a superb run from Oliver McDonald. The Giffnock North athlete has booked his spot on the plane to Finland. It's going to be a nervous wait, I think, for Luke Dunham to see whether or not he'll get selected. You'd hope he does, he should do, but you never know with these things. And Oliver McDonald, a superb finish. That's what you need to do in these sorts of cagey championship races. It wasn't the fastest in the world, it wasn't slow either. Schofield wouldn't have been too far off his personal best of 8:12, but the win in our final distance event, 8:15.22 for Oliver McDonald.
And Schofield 8:15.81, Dunham 8:15.84, I think, as the screen just flashed off there. Next on the track, we've got the senior men's 100 metres para event. but a really exhilarating men's 3,000 metres race there. Very different race, of course, from the women, where we only had the 4 competitors, and well, the destination of the title was fairly obvious from some way out. With 600 metres to go, there was going to be a real flare-up, a real dust-up there between one of about 6 or 7, and it was still very much in the balance, wasn't it, with 300 metres to go?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that first kilometre, 2 minutes 47, the second 2:49, the third was 2:39, so it did pick up as expected. It wasn't a huge differential between the sort of second and the third kilometre, but it was still quick, and it was that final 150 where McDonald pulled away. Worthy winner, absolutely. Great to see it come down to a sprint finish like that. The chess pieces were being moved by Dunham midway through, and he takes the bronze. Next up, we've got the men's para 100 metre final. You can see the athletes on your screen here. That's due to come up in 10 minutes time. We'll bring you the action from that one in just a moment.
Do we have Livy Green to presentation, please? Livy Green to presentation.
see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see you up there. You having fun?
Yeah. I've got to interview someone else.
What?
I was interviewing someone earlier.
Yeah. Go on.
I got 3 kids back. Dad should have been that.
Yeah.
Lord's not where my kids did.
Can't hear you.
When Dad said Lord's not where my kids did, you don't have kids. Right, I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Sorry, Dave.
First up on the track, the Para-Avian men's 100 metre final. In 2 for Bertrand Harriers, Marcus Spacey down. In 3 from Team Bath, Ewan Murray. In 4 from BFT Track Academy, Sagan Samuel. In 5 from Kilmartin, from AC, Ross Patterson. In 6 from Swansea, James Ledger. The final, the Para-Avian men's 100 metres.
Right then, Para men's 100 metre final about to get underway. We have Marcus Facey-Dell going in 2, Ewan Murray going in 3, and then lane 4 is empty. Ross Patterson goes in lane 5, and then James Ledger is in lane 6 with his guide runner on the outside. James Ledger, T11 athlete from Swansea Harriers. So Facey-Dell, Murray, saw him earlier on, the under 20 athlete, Patterson and Ledger. Para 100 metre final. A really good start from Ledger on the outside. Patterson, who got away well too, and Murray starting to come back, but here's Ledger just pulling away from the rest of the field. He'll take gold in Birmingham, 11.68 seconds, just outside his season's best time. A cracking run as well from Ewan Murray to back up the time he ran earlier on in the 200. James Ledger, though, in fine form. Got out of the block so well, didn't he? And just built through the race. When he got to his top speed, there was no faltering him, just consistent. Lovely technique as well.
Yeah, proudly wearing the vest of Wales here, the Swansea Harrier as well, with a note of thanks as well for his guide runner there too, and an embrace between the two of them. Fantastic performance from him over on this near side. We got a terrific view of it from where we are inside the Alexander Stadium here.
Well, that was up the wind, plus 1.5 metres per second. James Ledger, 11.67. Ewan Murray, a new personal best of 11.84. That's 2 personal bests today for him. In third, it was Ross Patterson with 12.06. And Marcus Facey-Dell, the Birchfield Harrier in the all-black strip coming through. Did well, got out the blocks really well, didn't he, Marcus Facey-Dell? Just waiting for his time to come up on the big screen here in the stadium, and that was 13.17 seconds for him. So the men's para 100 metre champion, James Ledger, for 2025.
And next up on track, we've got a series of 200 metre finals as well. Really looking forward to these. They will start with the women's under 20 200 metres final. So 23.80, of course, is the qualification time for the European juniors. We'll be looking at the likes of Emma Clark, 23.93 she's ran this season. Looking as well at Lucy Talent, 23.54 that she's run. So she has that qualification time.
Yeah, interesting really. Ava Freeman, who ran that windy 20.7 in the semi-final earlier on. Bear in mind, she ran the heats of the 400 on Friday, the final yesterday. She's only on her best 0.12 off that qualification stand, so potentially could run herself into the team here with a big race in the final if she can latch onto the back of Lucy Talent, who I think is going to pull away and secure